Chapter 104. Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto, all three of them fell into a state of stupor. Even Wu Yin, who had full confidence in Ikaros, was the same. How could what he saw with his own eyes be compared to what he saw on the screen? That terrifying beam that came down from the sky. Not only did it turn Culus, Momiri, and Jared into dust, it also penetrated deep into the hearts of Wu Yan's trio. Recalling that powerful beam in a daze, Mikoto suddenly felt that the railgun she was so proud of might not be that great after all. But the moment this thought arose, Mikoto instantly cut off. She still has to save her sisters. How can she admit defeat here? Disheartened thoughts were tossed aside, replaced by a burning flame in Mikoto's heart. One day, Misaka Mikoto's railgun will be as powerful as that beam of light. No, it will surpass that beam of light. Suddenly, bluish-white electric current flashed wildly on Mikoto's body. The electric current flowed through Mikoto's body, faster and faster, faster and faster, and finally, it shined brightly. The sudden change on Mikoto's body gave Wu Yin and Chuju, who came to their side, a big fright. The strong light suddenly increased. The electric current raged wildly and even flowed into the ground, aimlessly attacking Wu Yin and Chuju. Wu Yan's face changed. He quickly raised his hand and blocked the electric current. Originally, Wu Yin, who has the same ability as Mikoto, should have no problem blocking the electric current. But what surprised Wu Yin was that the electric current became so strong that he couldn't even control it. The electric current flowed through his body. Even though Wu Yin didn't get hurt because of the same ability as Mikoto, his body was numb from the electric current, and he couldn't move. This time, Wu Yin was really shocked. This is something that has never happened before. This electric current is clearly several times stronger than Mikoto's strongest electric current. Moreover, looking at Mikoto's bewildered expression, it's likely that all of this wasn't her doing. What's going on? Hiding behind Wu Yin, Chuju still couldn't react. Why did Mikoto suddenly go crazy? Wu Yin furrowed his brows as he looked at the increasingly powerful aura emanating from Mikoto's body. His eyebrows suddenly twitched as he came to a realization. Oh, I think Mikoto has leveled up. Promotion? Chuju and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Trying her best to control the electric current in her body, Mikoto's computing power was fully activated. She slowly controlled the electric current in her body and tried to absorb it back into her body. In reality, proved that Wu Yan's guess was correct. Soon, the electric current was under Mikoto's control. Little by little, it was absorbed into her body. Closing her eyes and feeling her body's condition, Mikoto happily opened her eyes and said happily, "It's true. I feel that even though my ability is still LV5, it's gotten a lot stronger. Looks like you've successfully leveled up to Tier 8. Looking at Mikoto's happy face, Wu Yin couldn't help but feel happy for her. Even though, in his opinion, as long as there are monsters to fight, leveling up is only a matter of time. But Mikoto herself was very concerned because, according to her calculations, Accelerator is already Tier 8, and leveling up to Tier 8 also means that Mikoto has the power to fight Accelerator. This made Mikoto, who thinks about saving her sisters every day. How can she not be happy? Not only Mikoto. Yin, you leveled up too, and so did I. Holding little Liren in her arms, Hinajiku activated her system perception and scanned everyone before focusing back on herself. She then smiled and said, Hearing this, Wu Yin quickly checked his own level. Indeed, he leveled up to Tier 7. Not only him, even Kaishu-sama leveled up to Tier 7. This is a huge harvest. 3 Tier 8, close to 10 Tier 7, and a bunch of Tier 6 and below. Wu Yin leveled up to Tier 7, and Mikoto leveled up to Tier 8. This isn't anything strange. As for Chuju, her level wasn't that high to begin with. This bunch of big monsters was a great supplement for her. Leveling up to Tier 7 is nothing strange. Now, Wu Yan's group has 2 Tier 8, 2 Tier 7, and 1 lucky mascot. If they walk out, their jaws will drop to the ground in shock. Of course, that is if those people can sense Wu Yan's strength. Reality has proven that this treasure hunting trip even if there's no treasure, was worth it. But what made Wu Yin a little sad was that Sis Cannon leveled up with the help of lightning and blue light. That was so amazing. It was as if she was afraid that no one would know about her leveling up. But he leveled up and didn't even let out a fart. People, master. Returning to her normal state, Ikaros flew toward Wu Yan's group and landed in front of them. Wu Yin patted her head and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work, Ikaros." Indeed, this time, if it wasn't for Ikaros, Wu Yan's group wouldn't have had such a smooth journey. It can be said that Ikaros's contribution is at least 80% to be able to reach this stage. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Ikaros lowered her head and felt the hand on her head, giving her an unimaginable warmth. Even her heart warmed up. She couldn't help but close her eyes to enjoy this rare warmth. After that, Wu Yan's group cleaned up all the corpses on the scene and helped little Liren remove the handkerchief from her face. The usually cheerful and lively little Liren is finally back. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Yan's group also left behind all the useful items. Have to say, this is another surprise. Close to 30 common armaments and 3 rare armaments from Cultivation, and the other 2 were all taken by Wu Yin. Other than that, there were also some miscellaneous items such as gold coins. Wu Yin, of course, took these and stuffed them all into a space ring. Close to 30 common armaments and 3 rare armaments were quickly exchanged for equipment points by Wu Yin, earning him 50,000 equipment points. Other than that, Wu Yin wanted to give it a try, so he handed over the Spider Queen and Spider Guards to the system and actually got 600,000 equipment points. This is also a surprise. One must know that the stone spiders from before cannot be exchanged for equipment points. Wu Yin thought that these 3 bosses would be the same. After checking all the loot, Wu Yan's mouth is about to become a hippopotamus. Not only did he level up, he also got so many resources. Have to say, in Wu Yan's heart, Cultivation and the other 2 have already become good people. Opening the system list to check the character's status, character, Wu Yin ability, sword mastery, cooking mastery, complete memory, chaotic return to horizon dance, electromancer, LV4, equipment, Shana of the Holy Temple, C rank, dragon armor, C rank, summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros equipment points, 71,000 item points, 88,000,000 ability points, 101,000 summoning points, 120,000 level, 65 character, Misaka Mikoto ability, electromancer, LV5 strength, B endurance, B agility, A spirit, A equipment, none level, 70 character, Gue Chuju ability, none strength, B endurance, B agility, A spirit, B equipment, White Cherry Blossom, C rank, level, 60 character, Ikaros ability, Sky Queen mode strength, A endurance, B agility, A spirit, A equipment, Artemis permanent homing missile, C rank, Aegis absolute defense circle, C rank, Apollon Apollo, C rank, Uranus system, B rank, level, 78. All in all, ignoring the series of B that made people ridicule endlessly, this trip could be considered to be a happy one. The only question was, how did the president's White Cherry Blossom level up? It was clearly only D rank before. After the system's explanation, everyone finally understood. Because Chuju did not have any ability and her strength was too low when she was first summoned, the system modified White Cherry Blossom into an equipment that can level up. This is another surprise. Chapter 105. After asking the system said that because Hinajika's strength was too low, she didn't have the ability to protect herself, so the system modified her White Cherry into an upgraded version. However, Wu Yan's first reaction was not joy like Chuju and Mikoto, but caution. His countless experiences told him that the system was a scam. It would not be so kind. Thus, a conversation that appeared to be very retarded in the eyes of the bystanders began. System, are you sure it's because Hinajika's strength is too low that you decided to modify her equipment? Yes. I don't need to pay anything, like points or something. This is the system's own judgment and action. There is no need for the user to pay any points. What about the other costs? None. Are you sure? Yes. No conspiracy? Please do not slander the system, or the system will sue you. F*CKU. A system will sue people for slander? I want to know who you are going to sue me to. Please do not slander the system, or the system will ban your account. No one to sue, and you want to ban my account? F*CKU. What account do I have for you to ban me from? Character, Wu Yin. No way. Ban myself? What will happen if you ban me? The user will not be able to use the summoning system again. About that, I was wrong. Of course, it was impossible for White Cherry to level up endlessly. After the system prompt, everyone understood that White Cherry could only level up to B rank, which was the level of a gold armament. If they wanted to level up after that, they would have to pay points to exchange for the upgrade conditions. Although it could only be upgraded to gold armament level, Wu Yin and the rest were still very satisfied. After all, it was a free upgrade. Chuju liked White Cherry very much. Even if she could not upgrade it, she would not want to change it. So, this was not a bad thing. Wu Yin couldn't help but want to do this a few more times. He didn't even find the treasure, and he already got such a good harvest. Unfortunately, reality was not a game. Monsters would not respawn, and treasures would not respawn. The revolution had not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still have to work hard. Aye, big brother, let's go find the treasure. Knowing that the enemy had been eliminated, little Liren couldn't wait to go treasure hunting. Treasure hunting, these two words to a child, the attractiveness is not just ordinary. That's right, we haven't gotten the real treasure yet. Lifting his head, Wu Yin glanced at Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Liren, smiled and waved his hand. Go! Walking along the stone path, Wu Yin's group of 5 walked rather cautiously. After all, no one could be sure that there's no danger in this place. It was necessary to be cautious. Along the way, although no more stone spiders jumped out, and there were no other guardians, the number of traps made one's hair stand on end. If one was not careful, one could step into a magic formation. When that happens, the magic formation's effect can be unimaginable. There are all kinds of magic formations. It's a good thing that the ones leading the way are Wu Yin and Mikoto, who drank resplendent breath. If it was anyone else, they would have died without even knowing how they died. Of course, the result of this is that Wu Yin and Mikoto became the target of everyone. Walking in front of the group, Wu Yin and Mikoto attracted no less than 100 traps. Seeing Wu Yin and Mikoto fall into the magic formation's effect, Chuju distanced herself from them with lingering fear. For the first time, she was glad that she was still weak at that time. She didn't need to fight, didn't need to drink the resplendent breath and suffer this kind of torture. Don't talk about Chuju, Wu Yin, and Mikoto are almost hysterical from the torture. Even if they didn't suffer any physical injuries, their mental state has been tormented to the point of no return. At this moment, Mikoto is a little regretful. If she knew, she wouldn't have taken care of those people so quickly. It would have been better to let them step on the landmines and attract the traps. Walking in front dejectedly, Wu Yin and Mikoto are about to cry. Finally, the end of the stone path appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a stone room like the stone path from before. It's completely made of stone. The only difference is that this stone room is very wide, and the stone walls are very smooth. In the stone room, there's a round table made of stone. On the round table, there are 3 boxes and a crystal ball. Other than that, there's nothing else. Yes, nothing else. Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto were all stunned at the same time. As for little Liren, she almost had disappointment written all over her face. You say, after going through untold hardships to find the treasure, along the way, meeting the dead, meeting monsters, encountering conspiracies, encountering traps, and finally eliminating all obstacles to arrive at the final location of the treasure. In the end, what they saw, forget about the treasure, there's only an empty stone room, 3 boxes that don't seem to have any bright spots, and a crystal ball. Other than that, there's nothing else. He had risked his life, and in the end, this was all he got. Anyone would feel like going crazy, right? Luckily, it's Wu Yan's group. Although they were interested in the treasure, they didn't care too much about it. If it was Kalas and the other two, they'd probably kill everyone they brought to vent their anger. The reason why he wanted to come here was because of the crystal that gave Wu Yin 200,000 summoning points. He heard that the Tier 9 powerhouse got it from here, so Wu Yin wanted to try his luck. As for the treasure, of course he wants it, but if there's nothing to be sad about. Of course, there's bound to be disappointment. After all, it wasn't easy to get here. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like there's a treasure here. Looking at the empty stone room, Hanajiku didn't pay much attention to it. This time, she went from a 4th order to a 7th order. The harvest was quite bountiful. Plus, she didn't care much about the treasure, so she quickly got over it. Makoto, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. After all, she was looking forward to seeing what the treasure would be like. Plus, she fell into so many traps along the way. How could she be satisfied with nothing? From this point, it seems that Sis Cannon is still a child. As for Wu Yin, well, he's calm. After being tricked so many times, he's more or less used to it. Although, Wu Yin would rather not have this habit. Looking at the box and crystal ball on the stone platform, Wu Yin thought for a while and said, "It's not like there's nothing. Aren't there 3 boxes? Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll get something." The more Wu Yin said, the more he felt that it was possible. A treasure guarded by a Tier 9 Spider Queen couldn't be empty. It didn't look like anyone else had been here before. The 3 boxes must have something else. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Makoto and Chuju also felt that the 3 boxes might be a surprise. The 3 of them came to the round platform and looked at the 3 boxes. The 3 boxes were very ordinary. There were some words engraved on them, and it was these words that made Wu Yin and the rest excited. The disappointment from before completely disappeared. The first box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's gold coins." The second box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's power." The third box said, "Open it and you'll get the equivalent of the world's power." The 3 boxes were almost the same except for the 2 words at the back. But now, these 3 boxes, in the eyes of Wu Yin and the rest, no one dared to treat them as ordinary boxes. Of course, no matter who it was, it would be the same. If what was written on the box was true, then these 3 boxes would allow one to obtain everything. Gold coins, power, strength. What else could be more attractive than these things? Maybe there are some extraordinary people who would ignore this, but unfortunately, Wu Yin can't do that. Gold coins, he loved them, but it didn't matter even if he didn't have them. He was no longer the otaku from before who needed to worry about a meal. So gold coins and whatnot weren't as important as before. It was fine as long as he had enough. Power, to Wu Yin, is something that he can do without. He doesn't have any ambition. He only has a heart that loves anime. Is power more important than girls? But strength, this was the thing that really attracted Wu Yin. Chapter 106. As a proud transmigrator, Wu Yin has read countless transmigration novels. He understands one thing. Transmigrating is a good thing. Transmigrating means you're the main character. To become the main character, you have to have strength, or you can only play a small role. No matter if it's soul transmigration, random transmigration, rebirth transmigration, body transmigration, chrysanthemum transmigration, or whatever, in the end, strength is strength. Of course, that doesn't include some exceptions. Transmigrating to a world where strength is everything. Wu Yin is obviously not an exception. That's why strength is a must. Wu Yin can also obediently earn summoning points and summon a bunch of strong girls to support him from behind, letting them topple the world while he reaps the fruits of their labor. But forget about the difficulty of earning summoning points in terms of a man's dignity, relying on women and eating soft rice. I'm sorry, Wu Yin can't do it. That's why, whether it's money or authority, none of them can compare to the temptation of strength for Wu Yin. Of course, there's temptation. Wu Yin won't make the mistake of pursuing strength. If that box is a trap, Wu Yin will cut it in half regardless of whether he can get strength or not. Aside from Wu Yin, Makoto, and Chuju also looked at the strength box after looking at the 3 boxes. Needless to say, Mikoto was someone who didn't want to be outdone. She was LV5 in Academy City, and she often challenged others to duels. Although she didn't pay much attention to the issue of strength, compared to gold and authority, strength attracted her more. This is the old Mikoto, but now she has the responsibility of saving her sisters. Her pursuit of strength has become more urgent. After all, only with strength can she save her sisters, right? As for Chuju, her reason is more or less the same. Compared to money and authority, she cares more about strength. That's why the 3 of them are looking at strength. Ikaros, on the other hand, is standing beside Wu Yan in a daze. To her, other than watermelon, there's nothing else that can pique her interest. As for little Liren, well, she's not interested in treasure hunting. This hard box, to her, isn't as interesting as that beautiful crystal. Open it, Yin. Mikoto looked at the 3 boxes with a bit of eagerness. Electricity even appeared on her hand. Hey, it's just opening a box. Is there a need to electricity? Of course, even though he's grumbling inside, he's still looking forward to the 3 boxes. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yin opened the strength box. What appeared in front of him? A ring? Hinajiku and Mikoto looked at the simple black ring in the box and said with uncertainty, "It looks like..." Picking up the ring, Wu Yin tossed it around in his hand and said with uncertainty, "It looks like, let's see what's inside." Mikoto is really curious. What's inside that could make the owner of this ring write strength comparable to the whole world on the box? Wu Yin got the gist of it. When it comes to increasing one's strength, it's nothing more than increasing one's cultivation speed, increasing one's do chi, and the like. Or maybe it's combat skills that increase one's strength, or maybe it's armaments that directly increase one's strength. So, inside this ring, there should be treasures, battle techniques, armaments, and the like. To be able to say strength comparable to the whole world, this really piqued Wu Yan's interest. What kind of treasures, battle techniques, armaments can give a person this level of strength? But soon, Wu Yan's face froze. He lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes, hiding his expression. But from the rolling resentment behind his back, Chuju and Mikoto know that it's not a good expression. Even the strong Kaishu-sama and Sis Cannon couldn't help but speak carefully. They have to admit, this is the first time they've been so afraid of Wu Yan. The resentment was swept away in an instant. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ring in his hand, his face expressionless. Of course, they ignored the string of words above his head. What's wrong? Is it empty? Chuju and Mikoto, who were familiar with Wu Yan, immediately knew that Wu Yan must have suffered some kind of blow. That's why he's acting like this. It's nothing. Wu Yan took a deep breath and calmed down. He casually held the ring in his hand and said in a low voice, "I don't know if it's empty or not, because I can't open it." You can't open it? At this moment, the 2 girls finally understood why Wu Yan had so much resentment. Why can't you open it? Yeah, I really want to know too. Why can't I open it? Wu Yan gritted his teeth and said this sentence. Looking at his expression that looked like he couldn't wait to swallow the ring, Chuju and Mikoto decisively fell silent. Panting heavily, Wu Yan resisted the urge to throw the ring away. Looking at the other 2 boxes, Wu Yan immediately had a bad feeling. The ring that represents strength can't be opened. Then, what about authority and gold coins? No way. Thinking of this, Wu Yan opened the other 2 boxes with trembling hands. As expected, a white ancient ring and a gold ancient ring appeared in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the 2 rings, Wu Yan gently picked them up. After a while, he fell silent. Don't tell me this is another space ring that can't be opened. As soon as Chuju finished speaking, a stronger resentment came from Wu Yan. She immediately shut her mouth and obediently stood behind Mikoto. Mikoto smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything. Wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Say, it's fine if you don't put anything in the stone room. We can accept it, but you clearly put something that can make people go crazy and snatch it, but you can't open it. What are you trying to do? Are you flirting with people? Wu Yan looked up at the sky and sighed. He really wants to drag out the owner of the treasure and shoot him to death. Of course, after a long time, he'll completely change his mind. He'll want to drag out the owner of the treasure and kiss him. Wu Yan's speechless expression really makes people sad. Chuju and Mikoto whispered to each other, trying to turn Wu Yan into a normal person. In the end, they decided to let Mikoto electrocute him. They nodded to each other. Mikoto was about to electrocute him when Chuju inadvertently glanced at the box on the table. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she shouted at Wu Yan. Yan, quick, look. There are words in the box. Words? Finally, Hinajika's words pulled him back from his self-tragic state. He took a look at the words in the box and froze on the spot. Successor, this is just an indestructible ordinary ring, not a space ring. However, with this ring, the entire Ailu Empire is yours. You have a right to rule the entire Ailu Empire. Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju looked at each other. It's obvious none of them believe that with a ring, the entire Ailu Empire is theirs. Since there are words in this box, there should be words in the other boxes as well. Let's see. Wu Yan couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence. Helplessly, he gave up on wasting his brain cells and turned to the other boxes. First, he looked at the power box. Successor, this is indeed a space ring. As long as you can open it, you will be able to rule the entire Spalier world. Do you want to open it? Go find the Ailu Empire's king. He will tell you everything. Find the king. Wu Yan couldn't find the right words to express his feelings at this moment. He could only mutter and complain in his heart. Then, he looked at the gold box. Successor, do you want my treasures? If you want it, I can get it to you. Go find the key. I have placed all my treasures in this ring. System, are you sure there won't be any other transmigrators other than me? User, there's only one system. Only the system can provide transmigration. Therefore, other than the user, there won't be any other transmigrators. Then please tell me, why did GOLD, Roger, transmigrate to the Spalier world? Chapter 107. It doesn't matter if what's inside the box is true or false. Wu Yan still kept the ring. If it's fake, it's fine to keep it. But what if it's real? So, it's better to believe it's real than not. After sorting out the 3 rings, Wu Yan wanted to throw them into the space ring, but then he thought of something and sighed and put them on his hand. 3 rings, plus a space ring, 2 rings on his left hand, 2 rings on his right hand. Fine, if this is back in Wu Yan's world, then this image, if it's not bad, it's flaunting his wealth after all these rings, gold, white, black, and so on. Even his hand is about to turn colorful. Why do I feel like I've been cheated again? Mama, our harvest isn't small. Don't be so discouraged. Perhaps feeling that Wu Yan is too pitiful, Kaishu-sama patted his shoulder and said with a heavy heart, hinting to Wu Yan to be content with what he has. Fine, I admit I'm greedy. Although that's what he said, but with Kaishu-sama's consolation, Wu Yan's mood improved quite a bit, making Mikoto a bit confused. It was unknown when little Liren had climbed onto the round platform. She looked at the crystal ball on the round platform and curiously looked here and there. Finally, she reached out her hand and touched the crystal ball. At the same time little Liren touched the crystal ball buzzed and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The sudden change made little Liren shrink back with a sound, falling off the round platform. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were shocked, ignoring the change of the crystal ball, and hurriedly rushed forward to catch little Liren. Luckily, Wu Yan's group wasn't too far from the round platform. Little Liren avoided the fate of eating dust. Are you okay? Seeing little Liren's frightened face, Chuju, who's always with her, quickly took her from Wu Yan's hands and comforted her. Little Liren lightly shook her head, indicating she's fine. Wu Yan and Mikoto saw this. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief, looking at the strange crystal ball. At this time, the light on the crystal ball had begun to condense slowly, giving people the feeling that something was about to come out. At a certain moment, the light on the crystal ball changed, shooting upwards, forming a screen in front of Wu Yan's group. This isn't a projection, is it? Mikoto looked at the screen in front of her, surprised. In this world, Mikoto's considered to have seen crystal balls many times. The use of a crystal ball, It's mostly used for communication projection. Wu Yin didn't speak, staring at the screen on the crystal ball. Seeing this, Mikoto resentfully looked at Chuju. Then everyone looked at the screen together, not saying a word. The screen flowed like water. Then Wu Yan's group saw. An image began to appear. It really is an image. Under everyone's gaze, the image began to change in front of everyone's eyes. A person, a very ordinary person, he was born in a very ordinary family, living a very ordinary life. However, this person wasn't satisfied with such a life, so he left home and embarked on the road of travel. Along the way, he saw warriors, magicians, doqi, and magic. He seemed to be envious of them, so he worked hard to gain the recognition of a warrior, becoming that warrior's disciple. Thus, his journey turned into cultivation. He cultivated doqi, and he succeeded. He cultivated battle skills, and he excelled at them. He exceeded everyone's expectations. He was actually a super genius. Under his master's guidance, he grew rapidly, very quickly. He learned everything his master knew, and he succeeded in surpassing his own master. However, he wasn't satisfied with that, so he once again embarked on a road of travel. But this time, it wasn't just for travel, it was for cultivation. He made a lot of friends. He communicated with them. They improved together. He also made a lot of enemies. He fought with them to the death. The first time he got a good armament, he took it from an enemy's corpse. The second time he got an even stronger armament. He also took it from an enemy's corpse. Because he wasn't rich, he could only rely on himself. He killed soldiers. He cut through thorns. Every enemy standing in front of him was successfully eliminated by him. And during the battle, he continued to break through, break through, break through. Finally, he was no longer a weakling. He became a strong person in the eyes of countless people. People from big clans invited him, but he refused because he felt that he wasn't strong enough. People who couldn't get him tried to assassinate him, but he killed them because he felt that if he showed mercy, those people would take advantage of him. No one could stop him. Not even those beautiful women, because in his heart, there was only the thought of becoming stronger. His doqi continued to improve. He continued to cultivate battle skills. He continued to break through. He became stronger and stronger. He became so strong that no one dared to provoke him anymore. He became so strong that all the big clans started to invite him to be their guard. They even begged him to be their teacher. However, he still refused because he felt that he wasn't strong enough. One day, a person appeared. Maybe he shouldn't be called a person, because that person descended from the sky. One punch could collapse a mountain. One kick could crack the earth. One palm could seriously injure him. That was the first time in countless years that he was defeated. Once again, he made up his mind that he was still not strong enough. In order to become stronger, he decided to go into seclusion. He wouldn't come out until he was strong enough to defeat that person. After an unknown period of time, he finally came out of seclusion. On this day, he smashed his seclusion room with a punch and flew into the sky. He found that person again, and a great battle broke out between them. That battle, it was earth-shattering. It broke the mountains and split the seas. That battle, it resounded in the sky. Blood spilled on the earth. That battle, he was defeated again. At the moment of his defeat, he was lying on the ground. His whole body was covered in blood. In a daze, that person told him that if he wanted to defeat him, he had to go one step further. Thus, he dragged his broken body to his seclusion room again and rebuilt the seclusion room that he smashed. He knew that he would have to stay here for a long time. He treated the seclusion room as his home. He rebuilt it with stones and seriously polished it until it was smooth. Then he started to cultivate again. Another unknown period of time passed. And on this day, he came out of seclusion. He found him again, and the second battle began. This battle, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky turned into a tsunami. This battle, his fists shattered and his bones shattered. His body was drunk. This battle, a draw, no victory, no defeat. However, this time he was perfectly satisfied, because from that day onwards, no one could be stronger than him. He no longer pursued victory, no longer pursued defeat. He knew that at this moment, he was a true expert. Thus, he returned home, found his home, but his family was no longer there. Emptiness and loneliness filled his heart. At his home, he established a force and began to recruit soldiers and buy horses, fighting all over the world, and using this to fill the emptiness in his heart with him around. It was no surprise that his faction would become the strongest faction in the entire continent. Of course, it was only temporary. Later, there were still two new forces that caught up with him. They made an agreement to not invade each other, divide the continent equally, and mind their own business. Their forces finally welcomed peace. However, this was only temporary. One day, an item appeared, and it completely shattered the state of peace. In order to fight for this item, he started a war with the leaders of the other two forces. It couldn't be helped. This item was simply too attractive later on. Even the person who fought with him twice also joined the battle. However, their strength was almost the same, and no one could do anything to the other. In the end, everyone was like a lamp that ran out of oil, dragging his dying body. He once again came to the seclusion room. Here he left behind a small magical beast that he subdued, 3 boxes, and a crystal ball. Then he turned into dust and drifted with the wind. Chapter 108. Flabbergasted. There's no better way to describe Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto's expression. Only Liren and Ikaros, who didn't understand what's going on, had a look of confusion on their faces. The video is very blurry, so blurry that they couldn't even see the face of the main character. There's no sound in the video either, so they can only get a rough idea. And this rough idea is enough to make everyone who saw it, just like Wu Yin and the other two, flabbergasted. If the footage in the video was real, then Wu Yin and the other two didn't dare to think about it anymore. The screen turned back into a ray of light and returned to the crystal ball. But none of them recovered from their shock. Chuju Xianxia, what's wrong? At this time, Wu Yin and the others recovered from their shock. They didn't answer Liren's question. The three of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with the same meaning. That's disbelief. After a while, Wu Yin bitterly smiled and touched the 3 rings on his hand. If all of this is true, then the origin of this treasure is truly incredible. We just came to this world. It's only been a few days, and we've already come across such a treasure. Who knows how many years ago this video is from? Looks like we're destined to be the main characters. Wu Yin said this with a smile, but anyone with a discerning eye can see how forced his expression is. His heart is still a little shaken. After all, they might have gotten their hands on an ancient secret. At the same time, Wu Yin realized that the 3 rings on his hand, not only are they real like what the box said, they might be a death sentence. Combining the information in the video and the message on the box, Wu Yin already had a guess in his heart. Towards the ancient, towards the rings. I definitely can't let anyone know about the origin of these 3 rings. Rubbing the rings on his hand, Wu Yin inadvertently said this thought out loud, and it's undeniable. But at this moment, Chuju and Mikoto nodded seriously, agreeing with Wu Yin's words. Yin, do you want to take the rings back? Chuju's meaning is obvious. She's afraid someone will recognize the 3 rings, but Wu Yin shook his head with a smile. Although I don't know how long ago the video was recorded, but first of all, I'm not sure if anyone knows what these 3 rings are for. Secondly, I don't think many people will pay attention to these simple and unadorned designs. Plus, he still needs to use it to confirm one thing. Of course, Wu Yin didn't say that, but after thinking, Wu Yin took the black strength ring and removed the gold ring on his hand, leaving only the white ring. Well, but it's better to be safe. 1 ring is enough. Chuju and Mikoto looked at Wu Yin in confusion. Even if they're familiar with Wu Yin, they can't completely guess what Wu Yin is thinking. But soon, the 2 girls turned their heads away. Anyways, Wu Yin must have his reasons for doing this. Chuju and Mikoto still trust Wu Yin on this point. After putting the 2 rings into the space ring, Wu Yin let out a sigh of relief and looked at the box and crystal ball on the round table. All right, let's go back. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. Mikoto rubbed her shoulders and said tiredly. Even though the time in the demon cave was longer than this time, but for some reason, Mikoto felt that this time was even more tiring than this time. Hinajika nodded as well. Since Hinajiku and Mikoto want to go back, there's no reason for them to stay here any longer. Wu Yin nodded as well. Then let's go. Chuju brought Liren, Mikoto brought Ikaros out of the stone room. Wu Yin, on the other hand, looked at the 3 boxes and crystal ball with a serious expression. He lowered his head and thought for a while. When he looked up again, Wu Yan's eyes sharpened. The Nether Temple Shana appeared in his hand and slowly pulled it out. These 3 boxes and this crystal ball, it's better not to keep them. With a wave of the Nether Temple Shana, a bright sword light was released from the blade and blasted towards the 3 boxes and crystal ball on the round table. Who knows how Wu Yin did it? The boxes and crystal ball turned into ashes, but the round table is still intact. Let's call it a day. Sheathing his sword, Wu Yin smiled and chased after Chuju and Mikoto, standing in front of the stone tablet. Wu Yan's group of 5 looked at the empty space and fell silent. How are we going to go back? Hinajiku was the only one who voiced out everyone's thoughts. When they came here, they came with the rest of the group. There were people from the auction house who came out of the floating ship to lead the way. But now, forget about leading the way. They're still waiting for someone to lead the way. That's why they're troubled. They don't know how to go back. Even though the floating ship the auction house brought is still here, they don't know how to drive it. Even if they walk, they don't know how to get back. Wu Yan's expression became very interesting. Of all his calculations, he didn't expect that they don't know how to get back. Sighing, Mikoto looked at Wu Yin and said softly, "Yin, do you think we should drive the floating ship? If only we knew how to drive." Wu Yin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Hinajika chuckled dryly and looked straight ahead. "Why don't you, Yin, learn how to pilot an airship?" Wu Yin was silent. He stared at Chuju until Chuju turned her head away with a hot face. Wu Yin forced a smile and said, "If I have those points, I might as well get something more useful. I don't know how many times I can drive a floating ship in my lifetime. Don't even mention the fact that it would be a waste, even if it wasn't. Wu Yin had so many points he wouldn't have chosen to fly the airship back. One must know that in this treasure hunt, everyone had died here. If they're the only ones who made it back alive, anyone would be suspicious. It's fine if they go back quietly. After all, no one noticed them in this treasure hunt. They're like a drop of water in the ocean. No one would recognize them. But driving a floating ship back? In this case, he would definitely be noticed and investigated. Then he would be found out and beaten up. Then what do you think we should do? Chuju was also angry. If they don't do this, how are they going to get back to the supply town? One should know that this place is in the middle of nowhere. It's also a desolate area on the map. Wu Yin cried when he heard Chuju's words. He took out a crystal scroll from his pocket. It's the scroll Wu Yin said to use to escape. He said helplessly, "We can only use this." Hinajiku and Mikoto seemed to have thought of something as well. They clapped their hands and took out the scroll with a chuckle. "I almost forgot about this." Wu Yin rolled his eyes when he saw the "we're saved" expression on the 2 girls' faces. He cursed in his heart. This is something Wu Yin exchanged for to save his life and escape. In the end, he used it to rush back? I have to say, the result is a scam town portal scroll, an item that instantly teleports the user to a designated location. The location is set by the user in advance. It's a one-time item, 10,000 item points. That's right, it's a town portal scroll. No matter what game it is, there's always a town portal scroll. This is the item that Wu Yin exchanged for to save his life. He has to admit that this is a good item for saving his life and escaping. As long as he is in danger, he can use it to teleport back to the designated location. What else could be better than this item for saving his life and escaping? Before they left, Wu Yin had already exchanged for 5 town portal scrolls. He gave one to each of them and set up a return point at the supply town. This way, as long as there's danger, they can instantly return to the supply town. Wu Yin had thought that they might use the return scrolls to escape. Maybe they won't need to use them in the end when they find the treasure. Who would have thought that they would end up using them to rush on their journey? What else could be more tragic than this? Wu Yin felt weak all over. He didn't even have the strength to crush the scrolls. Chapter 109. Good morning, Master. While he's still in a daze, he heard this voice. Opening his eyes in a daze, he saw a pair of abnormally large breasts swinging back and forth in front of him, 10 centimeters away from his face. Am I dreaming? If so, Please don't wake up. His eyes are still half open. Looking at her voluptuous breasts, the first thought that came to mind is that he's dreaming. Ikaros was lying on top of Wu Yin, looking at her master strangely. She felt her master was awake. That's why she said good morning, but her master's reaction was a bit strange. Was it because she said it too softly? Ikaros tilted her head in confusion. She looked at Wu Yin seriously to make sure he's awake. Ikaros decided to repeat what she said one more time. Good morning, master. Actually, Wu Yin already knew he was awake after muttering those words. But looking at the pair of large breasts in front of him, Wu Yin was stunned and didn't react at all. It wasn't until Ikaros called him again that Wu Yin snapped out his daze. He knew Ikaros came to his room again. The pair of large white rabbits in front of him, without a doubt, belongs to Ikaros. Gulp. Uncontrollably, Wu Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the silence of the room, the sound was particularly ear-piercing, making Ikaros confused. Wu Yin laughed dryly. Resisting the urge to turn into a wolf, Wu Yin pushed Ikaros away with difficulty. Panting heavily, he smiled embarrassedly. Ikaros, next time, can you not wake me up like this? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Can't hold back. Tilting her head, Ikaros looked at Wu Yin. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes revealed clear doubt, as if she was wondering why Wu Yin couldn't hold back. Wu Yin choked, unable to speak. All right, where's Chuju and Mikoto? Wu Yin had no choice but to change the topic. At the same time, he pulled the blanket over his body in an attempt to cover a certain naughty part. They were fine. A voice that clearly didn't belong to Wu Yin or Ikaros rang out, interrupting Ikaros's words. Wu Yin's forced smile froze on his face. Slowly turning his head like a machine, he saw Hanajiku standing at the door with a smile on her face and a gloomy Mikoto with her head lowered and her bangs covering her expression. Yo, good morning, Chuju Mikoto. Wu Yin raised his hand and greeted them with a smile. Everything looked so normal, except for the waterfall of sweat on his face. Too bad Kaisha-sama and Railgun weren't in the mood to greet Wu Yin. They stood at the door, their beautiful eyes staring at Wu Yin, completely ignoring Ikaros. I was wondering why I didn't see Ikaros every morning when I woke up. She was sleeping in the same room. No. Please listen to my explanation. His face is drenched in cold sweat. Looking at Hanajiku and Mikoto, Wu Yin forced out a smile that's uglier than crying and said. After hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Chuju and Mikoto went silent. This made Wu Yin even more uneasy. He'd rather the two girls beat him up, at least then it'd be normal. But now, Wu Yin was really scared. Chuju, Mikoto, Yin, you big idiot. Chuju and Mikoto roared at the same time and turned to leave, leaving behind 2 small teardrops on the floor. This is going to be a big deal. His heart sank. Wu Yan's mind was in a daze. Looking at the situation, Chuju and Mikoto are obviously sad. It's no wonder, seeing the person you like in the same room with another woman, and that woman wasn't in the room for the whole night, anyone would misunderstand. Master, is this Ikaros' fault? Ikaros, who watched from the beginning to the end, twisting her body uneasily. This is the first time Wu Yin saw Ikaros have any expression on her face. Taking 2 deep breaths, Wu Yin rubbed Ikaros' head and said in a low voice, Ikaros, this isn't your fault, so you don't have to blame yourself. Yes, master. Even though she said yes, her face was full of uneasiness. Anyone could see that Ikaros was blaming herself. Wu Yin sighed and looked at Ikaros. Thinking about the sad eyes of the 2 girls before they left and the tears that they left behind, his heart suddenly felt very pained. Chuju and Mikoto, will they ignore me after this? The more Wu Yin thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. His heart started to feel uneasy. It should be said that Wu Yan's heart was a little sensitive because it was the first time he saw Chuju and Mikoto with that kind of expression. He didn't think that as long as he explained it to them, everything would be fine. It's just that because of this, that kind of thing happened later. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Right now, Wu Yan's body is here, but his heart is with Chuju and Mikoto. He has a strong urge to see how Chuju and Mikoto are doing right now. But he's afraid that if he went to them now, it would only make them more sad. Wu Yin clenched and unclenched his fists. Then he looked at Ikaro's sad expression and made a crazy decision in his heart. Ikaros. Yes, master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan. She saw Wu Yan's face was very firm, as if he made a big decision. She couldn't react in time. Ikaros, don't blame yourself. I will solve everything. Will you help me? Staring blankly at Wu Yan, who seemed to have thought of something, Ikaros's expression returned to normal, and she softly said, Yes. Master. Standing in front of Chuju in Mikoto's room, Wu Yan lightly knocked on the door. Chuju, Mikoto, it's me, open the door. After waiting for a while, there was no response. After a while, a small voice came out. The voice was a little choked with sobs. Go away, I don't want to see you. Showing an expression that said he expected this, Wu Yin grabbed the door handle, and with a flash of his power, the door was opened by Wu Yin and pushed in. What entered his eyes were two girls, each lying in their own bed, staring at him blankly with tears in their eyes. After cursing in his heart, running back to the same room to cry, Wu Yin casually walked in. When the two girls reacted, they saw Wu Yin walking in and angrily said, Get out. Wu Yin smiled brightly at them. His smile was so cheerful, but Chuju and Mikoto felt a bad premonition. What do you want? Feeling something bad, Chuju and Mikoto shrunk back into the bed and stuttered. For a moment, they actually forgot that they were angry at Wu Yin. Wu Yin didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a small bag and blew on the two girls' faces. A cloud of powder floated towards Chuju and Mikoto and landed on their faces. What are you doing? Chuju and Mikoto touched their faces and angrily shouted at Wu Yin. Then they suddenly felt powerless and laid down on the bed. What's going on? What did you do? What are you doing? 3 questions jumped out of Chuju's mouth. In exchange, Wu Yan's footsteps came in. At this time, Chuju and Mikoto were really panicking. They couldn't muster up any strength in their body, whether it's Esper ability or White Cherry. The two girls couldn't use any of it. Plus the strange development of the situation, they really didn't know what to do. Hearing the footsteps, the two girls knew that Wu Yan was slowly approaching them. At the same time, they felt uneasy and at the same time yelled in their hearts. No, things didn't develop like this. Unfortunately, what happened next was really out of their expectations. Wu Yan picked up Mikoto. Under the girl's panicked expression, he put her beside Chuju. Looking at the two girls' faces, Wu Yan sighed, and then his face became serious. Chuju, Mikoto, become my women. Chapter 110. Chuju, Mikoto, become my women. Chuju was stunned. Mikoto was stunned. Following Wu Yan's shocking statement, the small room fell into silence as if time had stopped. Only Hanajiku and Mikoto could clearly see that they couldn't react to what just happened. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Wu Yan, after making such a declaration and seeing the expression on the two women's faces, he had the urge to run away. After all, Wu Yan was just hot-headed and did something like this, take down Kaisha-sama and Railgun, and then have sex. How wicked and how exciting it was. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but admire himself. How could he be so reckless? Do you know what you're saying? If it wasn't for the fact that she was so weak that she couldn't even move, Mikoto would have gone crazy and electrocuted everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Not just Mikoto, even Chuju's face was burning hot. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. In front of two women, he said that he wanted them to be his women. Any normal person would want to give him a slap. Kaisha-sama really wanted to pull out her White Cherry and give Wu Yan a chop. She wanted to let him know that if he didn't seek his own death, he wouldn't die. That's why Wu Yan wanted to take them down, right? I have to say, pretty good at foresight. I just don't know if he'll be able to live past tomorrow. Hearing Mikoto's words, Wu Yan could only smile bitterly. Looking at the two women's red faces, Wu Yan didn't know if they were embarrassed or angry. After a moment of silence, he reached out and caressed Chuju and Mikoto's faces. I know what I'm saying is a bit too much. No, it's very much too much. But I have no other choice. With a bitter face, He ignored the reddened faces of the two girls and continued in a low voice. But I have no choice. I can't give up on one of you. I can't watch you two be sad. I can't ignore your feelings. I can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. Looking up, Wu Yin said with determination, "No matter what, you can hate me, hit me, or scold me. I don't plan to give up on any of you." After that, Wu Yin waved his hand and closed the door. Then, he looked at Chuju and Mikoto. What are you doing?" The sound of the door closing was unusually loud. Hearing this sound, Chuju and Mikoto's originally weak body trembled. A very bad feeling arose from the bottom of their hearts. It's like something important is about to leave them. Wu Yin took a deep breath, hoping to ease the tension in his heart. But the more he tried, the more nervous he got. There's no other way. Looking at Wu Yan's life, for more than 20 years, Wu Yin has always been a sorcerer. Now, he's about to change class, and his targets are the 2D girls he used to like. And two of them at once. The first time is already so exciting. As a virgin, how can Wu Yin not be nervous? With trembling hands, Wu Yin put his hands on Chuju and Mikoto's body. Then, with a look of desperation, he quickly took off their clothes. What are you doing? Stop it. You pervert. Don't take it off. Don't take it off. Don't. Ignoring the two girls' pleas, Wu Yin used the fastest hand speed in his life to strip Chuju and Mikoto naked. Soon, two naturally beautiful and delicate bodies appeared in front of Wu Yin. Staring blankly at the two beautiful bodies in front of him, Wu Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But more saliva was secreted, filling Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yin swallowed again and again, but he couldn't swallow the saliva in time. A trace of saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Of course, Chuju and Mikoto saw Wu Yan's perverted appearance. But they didn't care. Their heads were already dizzy when their bodies were exposed in front of Wu Yin. Wu Yin, on the other hand, felt a certain part of his body so hard that it's a bit unbearable. It's so unbearable that his pants almost couldn't hold it down. Without thinking, he stripped off his clothes as well. Their eyes bulged as they watched Wu Yan's every move. Smoke was already coming out of their heads, but this still couldn't alleviate the shame and anger in their hearts, especially when Wu Yan's disgusting body parts appeared in front of them. Everything happened too fast, so fast that the two women didn't have time to talk to each other. Finally, the condition to be honest with each other was met. Wu Yan took a deep breath and pounced on Chuju. Feeling the weight on her body, Chuju finally panicked. She wanted to push Wu Yin away, but her body couldn't exert any strength. Even the insides of her body felt powerless. Without any other choice, Chuju could only plead. "Yin, no, Wu." Leaning down, Wu Yin blocked all of Anajika's pleas for mercy. With lightning speed, he opened her mouth and stuck out his tongue to suck on Kaisha-sama's little tongue. Then, the two of them started making love, and their saliva intertwined. Chuju was completely immersed in the pleasure of tongues intertwining. She couldn't help but close her eyes. TSK, sounds came from their lips, endless. After entangling with the president for a while, Wu Yin felt unsatisfied. He stretched out his wolf claws and pressed on the president's small breasts. Chuju suddenly opened her eyes and recovered from her dazed state. She felt Wu Yan's movements and the strangeness of her body. Her face turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Wu Yan's first thought was that it was so soft. His second thought was that it was so small. After all, the president could be considered as a member of the flat-chested group. Well, it's fine if it's small. It's better to have something to touch than nothing. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. I'll slowly explore it in the future. With this thought in mind, Wu Yin grabbed the president's two little white rabbits. His mouth didn't stop moving, but his hands also began to knead. Following Wu Yan's movements, Chuju's body became more and more sensitive. An unusually strong pleasure came from inside her body. Under the control of pleasure, Chuju's eyes became more and more blurred. It was obvious that the president was aroused. Wu Yin wasn't satisfied with just occupying one place. After he was satisfied, he began to change his target. He pulled out a hand and moved down. Chuju didn't know where the strength came from, but she suddenly arched her body and then fell down heavily. The feeling in her body became more and more intense, and she became more and more unable to control herself. She could only immerse herself in it, unable to extricate herself. At a certain moment, Wu Yin left Chuju's lips. Looking at her aroused appearance, he smiled in satisfaction and withdrew his hand that was touching her thigh. At the same time, he returned with a liquid that carried a strange smell. It's time. Wu Yin stopped all his movements and placed Chuju's body properly. Then, he focused all his strength on his waist. Then, he slowly rubbed against Chuju's body until there was a layer of obstruction. Only then did Wu Yin take a deep breath and exert force. A sharp pain came from below, and Chuju painfully groaned. Her body tensed up, and she didn't know when the strength in her body came back. She hugged Wu Yin tightly, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Pain so painful, Wu. Tears flowed down her cheeks. The pain took away the pleasure. Hinajiku also realized from now on, everything that belongs to her will belong to this young man in front of her. Wu Yin also panicked. Looking at Chuju's tear-stained face, he hurriedly helped her wipe away her tears. Then, he directly kissed her, trying to kiss away her pain. Feeling everything Wu Yin did for her, Chuju's heart finally flashed with a trace of happiness. The pain also gradually faded, and in its place was an electric current flowing from inside her body, making Chuju feel unusually empty. Therefore, she couldn't help but twist her body a little. Receiving Chuju's signal, Wu Yin also understood something. He smiled slightly, and his body began to exert force. Chapter 111. Groans, gasps, the sounds of flesh colliding, and the sounds of liquid flowing continuously resounded throughout the entire room. Not long after, Chuju's beautiful body was covered in fine beads of sweat. Some of it flowed down her body and dripped onto the bed, while some remained on her body, adding a bit of charm to her body. Her long pink hair spread over 1/3 of the bed, moving up and down with his movements. Hinajiku shyly raised her hands to block the spring scenery in front of her chest. She closed her eyes, and every time he exerted force, she would moan. In an instant, the moans that escaped from Chuju's mouth formed a beautiful melody, and the only audience was Wu Yin, no matter if it was now or in the future. In an instant, the fragrance from Chuju's body formed a delicious dish, and the only one who tasted it was Wu Yin, no matter if it was now or in the future. At this moment, Chuju was undeniably the most attractive. So much so that Wu Yin almost gave his first time to her. No. His first time was already given to his left hand. The first time was undoubtedly short, and Wu Yin felt the same for himself. So he kept his mind clear and didn't completely immerse himself in the pleasure. He adjusted his movements so that he could last as long as possible. After all, if he gave it up just like that, what would happen to Sis Cannon? Of course, he didn't know that at this moment, Mikoto had completely lost her ability to think. She stared blankly at the moaning Chuju. Her mind was blank. When had she ever experienced such a situation? In the past, she hadn't even read a book that was slightly impure. It could be said that her whole life was white, and the only stain was that she had a perverted roommate. But now, such a live show was being put on right in front of her. How could she react to this? However, although her brain didn't react, her body reacted very strongly. In the midst of Chuju's seductive moans, Mikoto felt her body become unfamiliar, and a wave of desire came from within, causing her body to turn pink. Mikoto's existence had been forgotten by Chuju. Under Wu Yan's assault, she couldn't pull herself away and could only be like a candle in the wind, flickering, and could be extinguished at any time. Soon, the moment of extinguishment arrived. Suddenly, Chuju opened her eyes in a panic, and her body tensed up. She frantically pushed Wu Yan on top of her and moaned, "Wait, wait, stop, stop." Seeing Chuju's actions and her pink skin, how could Wu Yan not know what was going on? So, not only did he not stop, he increased his speed. Don't. Slow down. What? Do. Chuju panted heavily, and as Wu Yin increased his speed, she became more and more panicked, and her body started to tremble, until, don't, stop, ugh, ah. Her body tensed up to the extreme. Chuju raised her head and let out a long moan. At the same time, Wu Yin also felt a large amount of water erupting from Chuju's body, desperately suppressing the feeling. Wu Yin persevered. He still has another mission to complete. Finally, at a certain moment, Chuju's body went limp, and her face was flushed red, and her eyes were half closed, and she was panting at this time. Wu Yin finally turned his gaze to Mikoto, whose face was also flushed red. Putting down the panting Kaishu-sama, Wu Yin reached out his evil claws towards Mikoto. Dong. When Wu Yin pressed his hand on Mikoto's body, a loud sound came from her heart. Mikoto also realized something and looked at Wu Yin in panic, not knowing what to do. "I'm warning you, don't mess around," Mikoto said fiercely. Of course, that's what she thought. At least, in Wu Yin's eyes, that red face, that soft voice, no matter which aspect, doesn't look fierce at all. Chuckling, Wu Yin ignored Mikoto's threat and pounced on her delicate body, causing her to cry out in alarm. She wanted to push him away, but she quickly realized that she still couldn't muster up any strength. Looking at Mikoto's panicked expression and pink cheeks, Wu Yin impatiently moved his mouth over and kissed Mikoto's lips. Boom! Mikoto's head exploded, and she became muddle-headed. Her first kiss was shamelessly taken away by Wu Yin just like that. This made Mikoto, who didn't have much interaction with other men besides her dad, unable to react no matter what. And because of this, Wu Yin took advantage of the opportunity. He opened Mikoto's mouth, and her small tongue fell into his grasp and began to move with Wu Yin's tongue. Enjoying the sweetness of Mikoto's lips, Wu Yin tasted it with relish and completely conquered the first territory on Mikoto's body. Then he began his conquest. The same action, the same place. Wu Yin stroked and kneaded it, and it was about the same size as Kaishu-sama's. At this moment, he enjoyed it so much that he forgot to go back. And his hand slid over one territory after another. Wu Yin declared strongly that this place, from today onwards, belonged to him. Mikoto also let out sounds of panting, and Wu Yin's appetite was greatly stimulated. Perhaps it was because she had watched a live show for quite some time, but Mikoto's body was already feeling it. When Wu Yin's hand touched her thigh, there was already a flood that couldn't be stopped and was waiting for someone to resist the flood. This was also good. He didn't have to waste so much time to provoke and could directly start. After all, Kaishu-sama still hasn't satisfied Wu Yin. Finally, the soldiers arrived at the city, and the city gate was right in front of him. With a fierce thrust of his spear, he broke through the city gate, broke through the wall, and went straight into the depths. Ah! The sound of pain came out of Mikoto's mouth, as expected. Tears also came out of Mikoto's eyes, as expected. Just like how he treated Chuju, Wu Yin kissed away the tears on Mikoto's face, comforting her and alleviating her pain. This step is a step every girl must go through. After what happened with Chuju, Wu Yin didn't panic anymore. He just let Mikoto feel his presence. When the pain passed, pleasure followed. Almost like how it was with Chuju, Mikoto couldn't help but twist her body, showing her current body and anticipating Wu Yin's comfort. Wu Yin smiled faintly and once again began to work hard, accompanied by another melodious symphony echoing in the room. Outside the room, in the living room, Ikaros is hugging little Liren, sitting on a chair, listening to the sounds coming from the room without saying a word. Only Ikaros knows that her heart isn't as calm as it seems on the surface. Even Ikaros herself doesn't know why her body would feel warm and itchy when she hears the sounds coming from the room. It's like she's looking forward to something, longing for something. Only little Liren would be able to maintain her perfect condition without any abnormalities. Liren sucked on her finger, looking at the room in confusion. The sounds coming from inside made her curious, so she pulled on Ikaros' clothes and asked, "Ikaros ne-san, Chuju ne-san, Mikoto ne-san, and Oni-san, what are you guys doing?" Why do Chuju Ne-san and Makoto Ne-san's voices sound so weird? Little did they know, Ikaros was also wondering why the sounds were so weird. It made her body heat up. I don't know, but Master said to leave everything to him. My job is to take good care of you. Don't let you run around. No wonder Wuyin asked for Ikaros' help. So as to take care of little Liren. Don't let the naughty brat ruin things. How evil. Oh. Nodding her little head, Liren said in a childish voice. I know, Ikaros Ne-san. Liren will be a good girl. I won't run around. Okay. The living room fell into silence again. The sounds coming from the room continued to echo in the room. Chapter 112. Hinajiku pulled the blanket over her body and sat on the bed. She lowered her head and remained silent. Makoto pulled the blanket over her body and sat on the bed. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Wu Yin calmly stood in front of the two girls. He looked at them with an awkward smile and didn't say anything. Ignoring everything that happened before, just looking at the scene in front of them is enough to trigger endless imagination. Not to mention, the ambiguous smell that has been spreading in the room since just now hasn't completely dissipated. The sun has already climbed to the top of their heads. Originally, when Wu Yin woke up, it was already morning. When he came to find Chuju and Makoto, it was also morning. So, after the life and death battle just now, who knows how much time has passed in the morning. The intense battle has come to an end. When the rice is cooked, this scene has been maintained until now. Almost half an hour has passed, and it hasn't changed at all. Following that, the entire place fell into an eerie silence. Chuju and Makoto didn't do anything. Wu Yin, of course, didn't dare to do anything. Remember, this time he forcefully pushed them down. It's already good that they didn't kill him with a knife or an electric shock. That's why this eerie scene has been maintained. Carefully glancing at Chuju and Makoto, seeing that they still don't want to say anything, Wu Yin can't stand this eerie atmosphere anymore. Chuju and Makoto, you two should say something, even though Wu Yin was so righteous when he pushed them down, saying things like, you can hit me or scold me. When it really came down to it, he has to admit that he's scared. Seeing that the two girls didn't say anything, Wu Yin is like a prisoner on death row waiting to be executed. He can't sit still. Silence, more silence. But Wu Yin felt that after he spoke, the atmosphere changed again. After who knows how long, Wu Yin heard a soft murmur. Get out! Wu Yin froze. What? Chuju raised her head and looked at Wu Yin with a blushing face. Her eyes were watery as she pointed at the door and said loudly, Get out! Wu Yin also went silent. After who knows how long, he said in a small voice. Beep beep beep. Before Wu Yin could finish, a crackling electronic sound rang out. Wu Yin's body trembled. Wu Yin didn't even need to use his knees to think to know where the sound came from. Dryly laughing, he didn't say anything else. He looked at Hinajiku and Makoto and saw that there's only embarrassment and no anger on their faces. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly nodded and picked up his clothes before exiting the room. After Wu Yin left, the room became silent again. Chuju and Makoto looked at each other with the same complicated emotions in their eyes. After a while, both of them sighed at the same time. The same thought flashed across their minds. Consider me unlucky. When Chuju and Makoto walked out of the room, they saw the silent and expressionless Ikaros sitting in front of the table. Liren had a smile on her face as she knocked on the table nonstop. Wu Yin was busy placing plates on the table. Chuju, Xianxia, Makoto, Xianxia, you guys are up? Seeing Chuju and Makoto, Liren happily waved at them. If it wasn't for Wu Yin telling her not to ask about Chuju and Makoto in the room, Liren would have asked them what they were doing in the room. Ikaros also looked at Chuju and Makoto. But there was a strange look in her eyes because of Chuju and Makoto's weird walking posture. Are their feet uncomfortable? A few question marks appeared in Ikaros' mind as she thought blankly. Chuju and Makoto squeezed out a smile and greeted them. Then they staggered towards the table and sat down very carefully. Come out. At the same time the voice sounded, the smile on Chuju and Makoto's faces disappeared. Their faces darkened, they turned around and froze. Wu Yin was holding a tray in one hand. His face had an unusually sunny smile. His eyes were squinted into a line. The whites of his eyes couldn't be seen. Combined with his chef attire, he looked unusually fresh and sunny. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Looking at Wu Yin, who turned into a housewife, they looked at him strangely, as if they wanted to see if he was faking it or not. Just as they were about to say something, they remembered something and turned their heads away with a humph. Wu Yan's sunny smile collapsed. He couldn't keep up the act anymore. Originally, he wanted to get away with it. Sure enough, having a threesome is a dream. Even if the dream comes true, there's a price to pay. Little did he know, he only has himself to blame for this. With a sigh, Wu Yin adjusted his expression and put on a sunny smile again. He walked to the side of the two women and put 2 plates in front of them with a smile. Chuju, Mikoto, you must be hungry as well. I made this especially for you. Have a taste. Silence. More silence. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched twice. Looking at the 2 women who didn't even look at him, he chuckled and said again, well, you too must be hungry. Hurry up and eat. This is very nutritious. It's just right for you two to nourish your bodies. Towards the end, a pair of exceptionally sharp gazes shot out from Chuju and Mikoto's eyes, causing Wu Yan's tone to become weaker and weaker. Even his heart felt a little guilty. If it weren't for the redness on their faces, Wu Yan might have already run away. Swallowing hard, Wu Yan turned to look at Mikoto and laughed dryly. Hey, Mikoto, why don't you eat first? I can guarantee that you'll definitely like it. As he said that, Wu Yan opened the lid and gestured for Mikoto to take a look. When Mikoto pretended to look disdainfully at the thing on the plate, she couldn't move her eyes away. Gooda. Clenching her hands into fists, Mikoto placed them on her right cheek. Her eyes stared at the plate and instantly turned into cat eyes. Yes, the thing on the plate was Wu Yan's specially made, the Gouda-shaped dessert. A victorious smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan smiled proudly. Of course, his face didn't look that proud. How is it? Do you like it? And Mikoto didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Mikoto, Chuju shouted loudly. Her tone had a hint of disappointment, but in Mikoto's world, there was only Gouda left. This made Chuju's face contort in anger. Wu Yan was also speechless. Even though he hoped that Mikoto wouldn't be angry anymore, he didn't expect that one Gouda dessert would solve the problem. This made Wu Yan think of the formula Mikoto's first night is equal to Gouda. But at least one of them was taken care of. Turning to look at the angry Chuju, Wu Yan put on a smile again. He walked in front of Chuju and said, Chuju, you try it too. I also specially made your favorite hamburger for you. Lifting the plate in front of Chuju, Wu Yan smiled. Look, this is specially made. Hurry up and try it. Wu Yan looked at Chuju with hope. Looking at Wu Yan's hopeful eyes and the so-called special hamburger on the plate, Chuju's expression changed. She hesitated for a moment before picking one up and taking a big bite. This bite made her eyes light up. She raised the hamburger in her hand and ate faster. Wu Yan let out a big sigh of relief and smiled. This time, it wasn't a fake smile, it was a genuine smile. This means that the 2 of them have forgiven me, right? Wu Yan thought to himself as he looked at Chuju, who was eating the hamburger, and then at Mikoto, who was staring at the Gouda dessert. Maybe she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Chuju stopped eating the hamburger and turned her head away with a humph. While eating, she said to Wu Yan, Don't think that I'll forgive you just because of this. Yeah. Mikoto also woke up from the Gouda heaven. She stared at Wu Yan and said hatefully, You want us to forgive you? It's still too early. You'll suffer from it later. Wu Yan immediately cried. Well, this kind of result is worth celebrating. Chapter 1:13. Supply Town, Floating Plaza. This is the plaza where airships come and go from the supply town. It's similar to the train station or airport in Wu Yan's world. The only difference is that it's not a car or a plane that's parked here. It's an airship. Since the supply town was a supply station set up by the Ailu Empire in the giant beast forest, the airships here came from all over the Ailu Empire. Since there were airships coming from all over the Ailu Empire, it was only natural that there would be airships heading to all over the Ailu Empire. Airships were coming and going, and there was a sea of people here. Normally, This was the supply town's most visited place. Originally, the floating plaza was operating normally, but today, there's a small change. Well, it's not really a change. It's just that there's a small group of people, or more accurately, men, who are constantly looking in one direction. What could it be that attracted the attention of so many men? It's none other than a beautiful woman. Her long pink hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a very ordinary pale yellow dress with a small white jacket. Hinajiku used her hand to rub her hair that was fluttering in the wind. A faint smile hung on her lips. Beautiful, charming. Her brown shoulder-length hair swayed gently. Unlike Chuju's fresh outfit, Makoto is wearing a small black shirt with white trim. She's not wearing a skirt, but a pair of denim shorts. She's not very tall, but her smooth and beautiful legs are exposed. Her arms are crossed in front of her chest, and she's wearing an impatient expression. Heroic, carefree. Her shoulder-length pink hair fluttered softly. Her two long ponytails are hidden behind her back with a red hairband. Her short-sleeved white shirt and pleated skirt look very homely. Even though she's expressionless, one look and you'd want to protect her. Beautiful, noble. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind due to Liren's movements. Her small body was wrapped in a pure white dress. She's always happy no matter when or where she's running around in this small place. Cheerful, cute. It was this charming, heroic, beautiful, and adorable quartet that attracted the gazes of the men in this corner of the floating plaza. Compared to this group of four, the one standing behind them in a black shirt, black trousers, black hooded jacket, black hair, black eyes, and a lazy expression on his face, Wu Yin is the most inconspicuous of them all. Of course, Wu Yin is well aware of this point. If it were him, compared to men, he would be more than willing to look at beautiful women. That's why, in order to avoid being stabbed to death by the envious and jealous gazes of the other men, Wu Yin stood behind them from the start, playing the role of a bodyguard. It's not that Chuju and the girls need his protection. After all, other than Liren, the other three are all Tier 7 fighters. Whoever messes with them is looking for death. Wu Yan's bodyguard is only doing the job of chasing away those arrogant, rich, and handsome men who came to hit on them. He only showed a little of his skills, and those who came to hit on them left dejectedly. A beautiful and cute girl with a Tier 7 fighter as her bodyguard. No matter how you look at it, she must be a disciple of a big family, right? That's why they imagined Chuju and the girls to be disciples of a big family who brought a Tier 7 bodyguard out for fun. It's the setting that made those who wanted to hit on them stop in their tracks. They could only look at them blankly from the side and satisfy themselves with their gazes. If they knew that Chuju and the girls weren't disciples of a big family, and that Wu Yin wasn't a bodyguard but the core of this group, they would definitely kill Wu Yin first and then devour the four girls. Of course, by then, they wouldn't be far from death. It has been 3 days since Wu Yin ate Kaisha-sama and Sis Cannon alive. During these 3 days, Wu Yin was very depressed. He was so depressed that he wanted to shout, "Why are you doing this to me?" It hadn't been easy for him to change his profession and eat meat. Wu Yin had thought that his days of happiness would be coming soon. However, he didn't know if there would be any. These 3 days, Wu Yan's life had been extremely miserable. Wu Yin believed that his willpower was pretty good. Although he couldn't become Lu Xiaohui, it wasn't that easy to seduce him. Nowadays, the so-called good willpower is a thing of the past. After tasting meat, he naturally wants to taste it a few more times. How else would he be able to live up to his reputation? Who would have thought that after he pushed her down that day, the president and Sis Cannon would keep rejecting him? Was there any justice in this world? Therefore, during these 3 days, Wu Yin lived a life where he could see but couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and could only eat himself. He had lost a few kilograms. Every morning when he wakes up, he would find Ikaros lying on top of him, looking at him as he slept. That figure that's even more voluptuous than Kaisha-sama and railguns. How could he hold himself back when he couldn't get rid of the fire in him? However, every time Wu Yin couldn't hold himself back and wanted to push Ikaros down, the president and Sis Cannon would jump out from some corner and extinguish all of Wu Yan's desires. During these 3 days, Wu Yin cried. He also knows that Hinajiku and Mikoto are doing this to get back at him for forcing himself on them. That's why he can only accept it. He's just thinking about finding a time to get back at them. Yep, he'll use a special method. Fortunately, after these 3 days, Chuju and Mikoto's anger had subsided a lot. The two women didn't fight with each other because Wu Yin pushed them down at the same time. Instead, their relationship got better. It could be said that they silently agreed with Wu Yan's fickle behavior. After all, even their lives were intertwined. They were fated to be together forever. Instead of fighting each other and not living happily, it was better to get along with each other freely and live a more comfortable life. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about how to get along with each other. Furthermore, Hinajiku and Mikoto felt that Wu Yan's words before he pushed her down made sense to them. If one of them gets together with Wu Yan, while the other can only be sad, the two kind-hearted girls couldn't bear to see that happen. They also understood that even though they couldn't stand Wu Yan's fickle behavior, they knew that he was sincere towards them. The two women who were familiar with Wu Yan could still feel it. Therefore, they reluctantly accepted this fact. Of course, they were still angry. Therefore, when he thought of this, Wu Yan cried again. In these 3 days, Wu Yan didn't know how many times he secretly shouted, "I'm going to restore my position as the husband," but he could only treat it as fantasy. After all, he was the one who let Chuju and Mikoto down first. He felt guilty that he couldn't give them all his love, so he could only give them the perfect love. At the same time, Wu Yan despised those who openly opened their crystal palace, even though his crystal palace was already in its embryonic form. As for why Wu Yan's group of 5 appeared in the floating plaza, it's actually very simple. They decided to go out. Always staying in the supply town isn't the way to go, right? Going to the behemoth forest to level up? That's nonsense. They're all high tier now. How could it be that easy to level up? This time, if it wasn't for the treasure hunt that brought them more and stronger monsters than the one they encountered in the Yaoma Cave, it's hard to say whether or not Wu Yin could have reached tier 7. Not to mention, Kaishisama was only tier 4 at that time. And if they go out, where would they go? In the Spalier world, the 5 of them were unfamiliar with the place and people. Even Liren, who was born and raised in this world, didn't go out much. In the end, the 5 of them decided to send Liren home, which is to go to Liren's home, Behurl. But Behurl was very far from the supply town, even further than the small Ring mountain range. So, naturally, they could only choose to take the floating ship. Chapter 114. Behurl, in the Ailu Empire, was a relatively high-class area. Although it couldn't be compared to Mafa Ace, where the number 1 family of the empire, the Lori family, was located, it was still a well-known area compared to other small areas with only 1 or 2 families. It has to be said that the floating airships of this world, with the help of those invisible large-scale teleportation circles in the air, were extremely efficient. In Wu Yan's world, who knows how many days it would take to get there by plane, but in the Spalier world, it took less than half a day to get there. After disembarking from the airship at Behurl's floating plaza, little Liren shouted and cheered loudly, because she knew she had finally returned to the place where she belonged. Some of the uncles were originally dissatisfied with someone shouting loudly, but when they turned around and saw it was little Liren, their dissatisfaction turned into smiles, making Wu Yin feel a chill in his heart. No matter which world, uncles are creatures that must exist. From the expressions of the surrounding uncles, Wu Yin could see that the uncles of the Spalier world also had lowly fetishes. Little Liren, where do we go from here? Chuju held little Liren's hand, squatted down, and smiled at her. Seeing little Liren's happy expression, Chuju couldn't help but smile as well. Who would have thought that such a beautiful president with a smile on her face would refuse to get on the floating airship due to her fear of heights when they were resupplying the town? If it wasn't for Wu Yin, who couldn't stand it anymore, in exchange for a stabilizing item from the system, the president would have suggested that they walk to Behurl. Hearing Chuju's words, little Liren was distressed. Although she was born in this place, she rarely went to places far away. So in this relatively large Behurl, there were many places she hadn't been to. And Behurl's floating plaza was a place she hadn't been to before. Her little head shook nonstop trying to remember the location of her home. Her little eyes darted around, trying to remember the floating plaza's location in Bihurl. In the end, little Liren lowered her head. Woo-woo, Liren doesn't know where to go either. Chuju helplessly stroked little Liren's head. If that's the case, it seems like we can only take our time to find them. Ignoring the gazes of those who were jealous of him standing next to the beauties, he looked around, and after thinking for a bit, he walked in front of the crowd. Let's walk around first. Maybe we can find a place that the little girl is familiar with. That's true. Not sure if it's because Wu Yin said the word stroll, but other than Ikaros, Chuju, Mikoto, and Liren's spirits were lifted. Smiles spread across their faces, making Wu Yan's eyelids twitch. Walking on the street, Wu Yan's group still received 100% of the attention. But this time, Wu Yan didn't ignore their gazes. He thought it would be great if someone could recognize little Liren. However, Hinajiku and the other two seemed to have forgotten about finding a house. They were all looking around at the various shops and stalls, occasionally pointing at certain items with bright smiles on their faces. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Women, Ikaros was the only one who stayed by Wu Yan's side. She scanned the surroundings to see if there's anyone or anything that could threaten Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her again. After walking for who knows how long, Wu Yan felt like he was about to run out of oil. Finally, Chuju spoke up. I'm a bit tired from walking. Let's find a place to sit. Straightening his back, Wu Yan came back to life, pointed at a restaurant, and said with a smile, There's a restaurant over there. Let's go there. Then, without waiting for Chuju and Mikoto to reply, he walked over in big strides, as if afraid that Chuju would refuse. The two adults and one child couldn't help but laugh and followed him. This otherworld's restaurant doesn't look any different from our academy cities. After finding a place to sit down, Mikoto glanced at the restaurant and said so. She dared to speak so loudly, not afraid of being heard by others. Holding a menu, Wu Yin smiled and waved his hand casually. There should still be some differences in the subtle areas. Hinajiko also looked at the street and pedestrians outside the glass window, then turned to look at Liren. Little Liren, can you recognize where this is? Hearing that, little Lin's face fell and she whimpered. Ugh, I still don't know. Well, take your time. No need to rush. Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? Pinching little Liren's face, Mikoto said with a smile. That's true. Since we're already at the right place, what's there to be afraid of? Although with little Liren's silly look, it's still a bit difficult to find under the gaze of everyone in the restaurant. The five of them started chatting, completely unaware that they've become the center of attention. Or maybe they know. They're just used to it and couldn't be bothered. With a straw in his mouth, drinking something similar to fruit juice, Wu Yin leaned back in his chair and looked out the window in boredom. At this time, Wu Yin frowned. What's wrong? On the surface, they've been chatting, but in reality, whether it's Chuju, Mikoto, or Ikaros, they're all focused on Wu Yin, paying attention to his every move. That's why Wu Yan's frown naturally fell into their eyes. Still looking out the window, Wu Yan's frown didn't loosen. He directly said to the girls, Don't you think there's something wrong with the people outside? Chuju and Mikoto looked out the window. Soon, the scene of people rushing in a certain direction fell into their eyes. Wu Yan pondered for a bit and said, Let's go check out. Nodding in agreement, the group quickly got up and walked out of the restaurant. Seeing the pedestrians whispering to each other and rushing in a certain direction, Wu Yin quickly grabbed one of them. Brother, what's going on in front of us? Why are you all rushing in that direction? You don't know. When the pedestrian saw Wu Yin, he felt that he's a bit of a beast. Using the tone of a pimp, he bragged to Wu Yin as if he's some big shot. Because there are two major forces in Bihurl, the Madobia family and the Iron Dogs mercenary group there. Madobia family. Iron Dogs mercenary group. When he first heard the names of these two forces, Wu Yin was stunned. Not only Wu Yin, even Chuju and Mikoto had the same expression. Iron Dogs mercenary group. Isn't that the mercenary group that raised the disgusting dog and kidnapped little Liren to supply town? That mercenary group is also here? What does this have to do with you guys running around like this? You guys don't know. Again with this sentence. Wu Yin resisted the urge to punch him. He put on a smiling face and continued to listen. In front, the Madobia family and the Iron Dog's mercenary group are fighting over there. Fighting. Wu Yin, slightly stunned, he frowned again. These two forces don't seem to have a good relationship, connecting the dots between Bahurl, Little Liren's hometown, the Iron Dog's mercenary group, and the Madobia family. Wu Yin thought of something, but he couldn't grasp it. He could only thank this hateful pedestrian and let him go. Yin, that Iron Dog's mercenary group is also here. Should we go and take a look? Chuju whispered in Wu Yan's ear. That mercenary group kidnapped Little Liren. If they bring Little Liren there, they don't know if something will happen. So Chuju is a bit worried. Let's go take a look, Wu Yin said in a low voice. This Iron Dog's mercenary group must have a purpose for kidnapping Little Liren. This is her hometown. Maybe we can find out something if we go take a look. Looking at Chuju's expression, Wu Yin laughed and held her little hand. Well, even if something happens, do you think we're scared? Don't forget, you're also a rank 7. Being held by Wu Yin, Chuju blushed. Who's scared? Let's go. Chapter 115. Bahurl, an empty space in the middle of a street. In the middle of the empty space, there were quite a few people standing there. A group of people with weapons in their hands, looking very aggressive. Another group of people had a very disgusting bald dog by their side, looking very fierce. They were facing each other, but their faces were filled with hostility. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were from two different groups, and they didn't have a good relationship. More and more people came running over, surrounding them in the middle, pointing and whispering. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were here to watch a show. At the very front of both groups, there was a person standing at the front. From the looks of it, he should be the leader. One group's leader was a young lad, while the other group's leader was a middle-aged man with a bald dog. At this time, the young leader spoke. Tigray, if you don't hand over our young miss today, we will not let this go. Hearing that, the middle-aged man with the dog called Tigray couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was full of mockery. He looked at the young leader and sneered. Who do you think you are to say that to me? Gray would be the one to do it, but with a little guard like you, do you believe that if I kill you, Gray wouldn't even have a word of complaint? The young leader tightly gripped the sword in his hand, fiercely gritting his teeth, then firmly said, As long as I can save our young miss, I, Della, am willing to die. Aya, so touching, so admirable, poo. Spitting a mouthful of saliva on the ground for his dog to lick, Tigray waved his hand. The people behind him all took a step forward, including their dogs. Just based on what you said just now, I can kill you. Which eye of yours saw your young miss in my hands? How dare you slander me? I'll kill you right now. Oomph. As long as you're in Bahurl, who doesn't know that the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Tigray, hates our patriarch Gray to the bone. Every day, you're thinking of swallowing our Madobia family. Other than you, who else would have ideas about our young miss? Hearing Della's words, Tigray's face turned gloomy. Originally, he was afraid that the Madobia family would come knocking on his door, so he wanted to let this kid go, but he didn't expect this guy to be so ungrateful. That guy is dead for sure. A mercenary beside Tigray looked at Della and gloated. He actually dared to touch Commander Tigray's scar. Now, even if Madobia's patriarch comes, he won't be able to save him. Of course, this sentence was just a bluff. His companions standing beside him all knew this, but they were also sure that unless the Gray family head came, the kid in front of them wouldn't be able to escape. Tigray looked at Della and said coldly, Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone has one. Yes. Since you dare to slander me, no matter what, I am still a company leader. If I don't kill you, wouldn't anyone else be able to climb on top of my head? Where would the dignity of my Iron Dog's mercenary company be? Let's see what Gray can do to me. Tigray still said this in a dignified manner. It seems like he's still afraid of that so-called Gray family head. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Kill him. Just as the Iron Dog's mercenary group was about to make their move, a wave of messy footsteps came from the side. Even in such a crowded place, the sound of footsteps could still be heard clearly. Just by listening to it, one could tell that there were definitely a lot of people. Tigray obviously heard it as well. He hurriedly yelled, "Stop!" and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the surrounding people opened up a path. Then, a strong middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. Seeing this person, Tigray's face sunk while Della's face was filled with joy. Patriarch. The person who came is the Midobia family's patriarch, Gray Midobia. Tigray saw Gray walking in front of Della. His eyes flashed with a trace of hatred, but he quickly hid it. He raised his hand to signal the mercenaries not to act rashly. Then, he remained silent. Gray glared at Della and scolded. "Do you know what you're doing? Who told you to do this?" Della's face was full of grievances. He knew that even though the patriarch was scolding him, it was actually a show of concern. It's also because of this that he was willing to follow him, but he still wanted to refute. "But patriarch, the young miss must have been, you shut up." Gray rudely interrupted Della's words. When he heard Della's words, his eyes were also filled with hatred. "Stand aside." "But patriarch." Before he could finish, Della saw Gray's expression and could only step aside. Yes, after settling Della's matter, Gray turned to Tigray. Before he could say anything, Tigray spoke first. "Gray, looks like you didn't manage your family's dog well." Gray was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laugh was especially cheerful. He pointed at Tigray and laughed. "Tigray, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Everyone knows that only you Iron Dog's mercenaries raise dogs. Our Midobia family raises humans." "You." Tigray's expression was dark as he stared at Gray. Gray's words were obviously mocking their mercenaries for being dogs. But he couldn't refute and could only laugh coldly. "Stubborn Gray, you should know that your family's guard is slandering me. Let's settle this score." Gray stopped laughing and looked at Tigray. "How do you want to settle this?" "Very simple." Tigray laughed sinisterly and pointed at the stunned Della. "Just hand him over to me. Don't even think about it." Gray immediately shouted loudly, causing Tigray to jump in fright. Della, on the other hand, was moved. "You want to hand him over? Dream on." "Not handing him over?" Tigray smiled triumphantly, as if he had expected this. "He's slandering me. If you don't hand him over, does it mean that your Midobia family is protecting him? If so, then let's prepare for war. Otherwise, there's no reason left." "Reason? You think Tigray would care about that? Normally, when your Iron Dog's mercenary group is acting like a tyrant outside and you're protecting them, why aren't you talking about reason?" Almost 90% of the people present felt disdain towards Tigray's words. Of course, they didn't say anything on the surface. After all, compared to the Iron Dog's mercenary group, they're just small fries. Gray also clenched his fist tightly. He's not afraid of war, but he's afraid of Tigray's words. Right now, Tigray is in the right. If he really makes a move, then the reputation that Midobia family has accumulated over the years will be completely destroyed. "Change the condition, Tigray." Gray said in a low voice. "You should know that I will never hand my people over to you." Tigray obviously knows that Gray won't hand Tigray over to him. That's why he purposely said that. How could Gray not know? When he heard Gray's words, Tigray laughed and pointed at Gray. "Since you're Gray, I'll be a little more lenient. As long as you apologize to me, I'll let this matter go." "What?" Della cried out. He quickly walked to Gray's side and loudly objected. "Patriarch, you can't do this." Gray raised his hand and stopped Della from speaking. His face was cloudy and uncertain. How could he not know what Tigray is planning? It wasn't just because Tigray wanted to take advantage of him, but also because if he apologized, the whole of Bahurl would know tomorrow that the patriarch of the Midobia family had apologized to the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group. At that time, their family would be at a disadvantage in their confrontation with the Iron Dog's mercenary group. Big powers are all about face. If this face is lost, it'll chill the hearts of many people. But to ask him to hand over his most loyal bodyguard, how could Gray do it? Just when Gray was about to apologize, a childish voice called out. The owner of the voice is a little girl, but it's this voice that made Gray's whole body tremble. "Daddy!" Chapter 116. Daddy. In a huge arena where a storm was brewing, time seemed to stop for 2 seconds when this tender voice rang out. For a moment, both sides actually stopped what they were doing at the same time. Gray turned his head towards the source of the voice in disbelief. Just this action of turning his head seemed to have taken him thousands of years to do. He was afraid that this voice was just a hallucination. Along with this call, along with the sound of cheering, a small figure leaped out from the crowd and pounced onto Gray, who was trembling uncontrollably. Daddy! Little Aline hugged Gray and giggled happily. She was like a child who had just returned home. She was innocent, cheerful, and lively. Gray finally realized that this wasn't an illusion. Liren, it's really you. What did you run off to? Don't you know Daddy is worried? Gray's eyes were slightly moist, but his mouth was still scolding her. He hugged the petite body in his arms tightly. Only the heavens knew how he managed to survive the days when little Liren was missing. Only Della, who was beside him, knew that these days, the usually astute clan leader Gray had been sitting in his seat in a daze. The situation that was originally tit for tat, at this moment, suddenly turned into the scene of a reunion between father and son. This caused the crowd to be stunned. Gray's side was in a state of joy, but Tigray's side was completely shocked. How is this possible? Looking at the little girl in Gray's arms, Tigray was completely stunned. Others may not know the whereabouts of the Madobia family's young miss, but Tigray, how could he not know? This young miss, he was the one who kidnapped her. Ty Lee, that bastard. What the hell is he doing? He can't even handle such a small matter, what a waste. Tigray clenched his fist tightly. The veins on his face popped out, proving that he was furious to the extreme. Seeing little Liren come back, he knew that Ty Lee's side had lost her. Tigray had completely forgotten about it. Now that the hostage was back, what about Ty Lee, who was in charge of the kidnapping? Did he forget about it, or did he not care about it at all? Taking a deep breath, Tigray adjusted his emotions and put on a fake smile and said, Patriarch Gray, although I'm sorry to disturb you in your daughter's reunion, it seems like our matter hasn't been resolved yet. Gray, who was immersed in the joy of reuniting, finally reacted. But at this moment, Gray held an indifferent attitude. As long as his daughter is back, anything is fine. Tigray looked at Gray's happy face. The anger in his heart couldn't be extinguished. The plan failed. Gray was happy, so of course he wouldn't be happy. Gray, now that your daughter is back, it's good that I'm innocent. Our Iron Dogs mercenary group wouldn't kidnap someone and then release them, right? Your subordinate has slandered me. If you don't give me an explanation, I will not let this matter rest. Even if the final plan failed, Tigray still intended to bite Gray. Hearing this, Gray put down the little Liren in his arms and stood up to face Tigray. Okay, I'll apologize now. Apologize? Tigray laughed out loud. His laughter was especially ear-piercing, but the anger hidden in his laughter was heard by many people present. A portion of the smart ones had already guessed the cause and effect of this matter, including Gray. As his laughter faded, Tigray raised his weapon and pointed it at Gray and viciously said, I, the dignified leader of the Iron Dogs mercenary group, was slandered by a subordinate. You want to let this matter go with an apology? Then in the future, anyone can step on my head and let this matter go with an apology. Gray was stunned. Even the surrounding people were in an uproar. He was the one who said that he would apologize, and now he's the one who said that an apology won't let this matter go. This is obviously going back on his words. Tigray didn't care what others thought. He only knew that there was a fire burning in his heart. Now that the situation is in his favor, if he doesn't vent this anger, he won't be able to let this matter go. Tigray made a hand gesture, and the mercenaries behind him all took out their weapons. The dogs beside him also began to bark. No matter how you look at it, it's obvious that Tigray is trying to show off his strength. Tigray. Gray was also enraged at this moment. He yelled, Looks like you don't plan to let this matter go. Don't think that I, Gray, am easy to bully. Della, who was beside him, immediately raised his dochi. Previously, because of him, the patriarch almost lowered his head to that despicable person. Della was also furious. At this moment, The one who dared to say that he wants to make a move the most is him. The soldiers on both sides also raised their do chi. A few mages also began to raise their magic. The group of saber-toothed hounds also arched their bodies, ready to pounce at any moment. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a fight, little Liren shrunk her head back in fear. She then leaped away from Gray's side and ran to the side, plunging head first into the embrace of an unfamiliar woman. This sudden scene naturally caused both parties to be unavoidably stunned. When they clearly saw the person that little Liline had leaped into her embrace, they were once again stunned. It was a very beautiful woman with long pink hair. Beside her, there were two equally beautiful women with tea-colored hair and pink hair. Standing in the crowd of onlookers, they were very conspicuous. When the onlookers realized that there were three beautiful women standing beside them, they were all stunned. When they regained their senses, they retreated as if they were afraid of getting into trouble. Only a young man was left standing beside them. Looking at the people on the scene, he smiled faintly. Suddenly seeing beautiful women, Gray couldn't help but be stunned. But no matter what, he's still the head of a family with a wife and daughter. He quickly regained his composure. On the other hand, Tigre's eyes were filled with amazement, seeing that his daughter was seeking shelter from Wu Yan's group. How could Gray not know little Liren's relationship with Wu Yan's group isn't shallow? Hesitating for a moment, he asked, "And you are?" "Us." Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't answer Gray's question, because they were all looking at Wu Yan. From the looks of it, they want Wu Yan to step in. Wu Yan laughed and shrugged. Glancing at Gray, he smiled faintly. "Well, we're just passers-by." "And passers-by, that's right." For a moment, Gray didn't know how to answer. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but roll their eyes at Wu Yan. How could they not know that Wu Yan was being naughty again? Gray has been interacting with people his whole life, and he's never seen such an answer like today. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. Then, "This mister, how should I address you?" "Me? I'm called." Hearing that, Wu Yan lowered his head and seriously thought for a moment. Suddenly, he hit his own head as if he suddenly realized something. Right, passers-by don't have any sense of existence. Things like names, authors shouldn't give passers-by. Why am I seriously thinking about what I'm called? I really shouldn't. At this moment, not only Gray, even the real passers-by and Tigre who had their eyes on Hinajika's trio couldn't help but lose their composure. If it weren't for Gray's good temper and the other party's good relationship with his daughter, even if Gray didn't hit him, he would have ignored him. Chuju and Mikoto both lowered their heads at the same time and moved a few steps to the side, try to distance themselves from Wu Yan and pretend not to know him. Afraid of losing face, Wu Yan, on the other hand, just wanted to play and have a little bit of revenge. When Liren threw herself into Kaisha-sama's embrace, everyone was looking at Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. Standing beside them, he was completely ignored. Even though Wu Yan enjoyed this kind of treatment from the supply town to Bahurl, but this little bit of resentment still pierced into Wu Yan's heart. At this time, if he doesn't vent it properly, he'll feel uncomfortable. That's why Wu Yan is very petty. Chapter 117. Maybe she's unhappy that Wu Yan bullied her papa. Liren lifted her head from Hinajika's embrace and looked at Wu Yan before saying in a sweet voice, "Oni-ai-chan, don't bully my papa, okay?" Hearing that, the surrounding passers-by couldn't help but laugh. This situation is indeed a bit like that, to the point that Gray's expression is one of awkwardness. Wu Yan shrugged, putting away his mischievous thoughts, and smiled at Gray. "It's just a joke, don't take it to heart. My name is Wu Yan, beside me are my wives." "Greetings, clan head Gray." "Wives." As soon as the words left his mouth, someone shouted in disbelief. There were a lot of people, including Midobia's and Iron Dog's mercenaries. "You." Chuju and Mikoto's face instantly turned red, but they couldn't refute it. After all, it was only a few days ago that they were pushed down. But in front of so many people, calling themselves as wives or whatnot, the shy Kaisha-sama and Sis Cannon couldn't wait to find a place to hide. Looking at Wu Yan's calm face, they gritted their teeth. Of course, from their flushed cheeks, it's obvious that they're more than willing to do so. In their shyness, Chuju and Mikoto forgot that the so-called beside me are my wives. This beside me also includes Ikaros, of course. Compared to the blushing Chuju and Mikoto, Ikaros' expression didn't change at all. But if someone were to look closely, they'd notice that there's a ripple of emotion in Ikaros' eyes. As for the surrounding passers-by and the subordinates of the two factions, they're completely Spartan, looking back and forth between Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, and then looking at Wu Yin, who doesn't look too common, but at least he's the type that wouldn't attract too much attention if thrown into a crowd. Everyone's a little confused. This, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. However, the three women standing beside him did not refute him. Instead, they even had a bashful look on their faces. It was clear that they acknowledged Wu Yan's words of wife. Therefore, they were jealous. They were envious. They started to hate him. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes of the people around him, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. Not to mention how many gazes he had received along the way, he had already reached the realm of being able to ignore them. He himself was also clear that a winner in life had to be baptized. The baptism of gazes was the most superficial kind. It was not like he was going to burn it. What was this brother afraid of? While everyone was silent, Gray laughed heartily and said to Wu Yan, "Young man, your fortune is not bad, Each of your wives are so charming and alluring. It's the envy of others." Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Chuju and Mikoto. He smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Yeah, I've always thought that being able to be with them is my lifetime's blessing." Chuju and Mikoto heard this and couldn't help but look at Wu Yan. Seeing the tenderness in his eyes, they couldn't help but smile. However, their faces were getting redder and redder. They could only continue to lower their heads, not looking at those eyes that were enough to make them sink deeper. "Haha, you husband and wife's relationship is really good. Also, it seems like my daughter is also under your care. Gray here, thank you." After that, Gray gave Wu Yin a noble salute. Wu Yin smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't dare. While they were greeting each other courteously, Tigre's expression on the side was getting worse and worse. His sworn enemy actually ignored him and started chatting with another brat who was still wet behind the ears. Anyone with a temper would not be able to endure this. Even Tigre's gaze towards Wu Yin became unfriendly. And the reason for this unfriendliness, other than Gray, is also because of Wu Yan's beautiful wives. Only Tigre himself knows. "Gray, looks like you really don't put me in your eyes." Seeing that Gray still wanted to chat with Wu Yin, Tigre's anger could no longer be contained as he roared loudly. Gray coldly glanced at Tigre and then said to Wu Yin, "Little bro, I still have some matters to settle here. Wait a moment, I'll have a good chat with little bro to express my gratitude." Under the control of Tigre's anger, he wanted to take a bite out of Gray. But how could Gray just sit there and wait for his death? Being continuously provoked by Tigre, Gray's heart was also on fire. The two of them were fire against fire, so naturally they could only fight it out. Too bad. With Wu Yin here, this large-scale fight is destined not to happen. Wu Yin smiled as he looked at Tigre. His eyes had a trace of coldness. Not to mention that Gray is little Liren's father. Just the fact that this Iron Dog's mercenary group made him unhappy, he didn't plan to just stand by and watch. At the beginning, not only did Tai Li covet his armament, he also coveted Chuju and Mikoto. His ugly personality was exposed. This Tigre and Tai Li are definitely not good people. Plus, he kidnapped little Liren. Wu Yin walked to the stage as if there's no one around. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros also quickly followed, forming a triangle with Gray and Tigre, causing everyone to be stunned. Wu Yin looked at Tigre, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Leader Tigre, right? That's right. It's me." Tigre coldly looked at Wu Yin, as if he wanted to see what kind of trick Wu Yin is playing. Wu Yin nodded and said in a low voice, "Tai Li, who is he to you?" "Tai Li." Tigre's face changed. He thought Wu Yin wanted to denounce him. After all, that little girl from Madobia family was with him. then it's very likely that it was Wu Yan's group who saved her from Tai Li's hands. But there's no proof. What can Gray do to me? You're just a kid. What can you do to me? Tai Li is my little brother. Oh, is that so? Wu Yan smiled. Just when T. Gray thought he was going to expose him, Wu Yan's tone changed. Leader T. Gray, did you know? Wu Yan looked at Gray with a smile. Then his face suddenly darkened and said in a low voice, "Your good little brother once had ideas about my wife." Everyone present was slightly startled. They looked at T. Gray in surprise, but T. Gray only laughed loudly and said, "Oh, and then? What do you want? You want to team up with Gray to deal with me?" T. Gray's face darkened. He coldly said, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. You should know there are some muddy waters that you can't get involved in." Wu Yan was startled, then laughed again. His laugh was exceptionally happy and cheerful, but there wasn't a trace of a smile in his eyes. "Can I take it that you're threatening me?" Gray was a little anxious. Wu Yan took care of his daughter, and he had a good impression of him. Now that he's saying this in front of T. Gray, who has a terrible temper, isn't he afraid that T. Gray will cause trouble for him? "So what if I am?" T. Gray said with disdain. "Don't tell me you really think you're someone?" As soon as he finished speaking, T. Gray froze. His entire body froze. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. He didn't even dare to move. On his forehead, a drop of cold sweat trickled down and dripped onto the ground. Gray's astute face was filled with astonishment, shock, and a thick sense of disbelief. Della, who was standing beside him, unconsciously loosened his grip, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. However, he didn't care about it at all and was dumbstruck. They were not the only ones. Everyone at the scene was astonished at this moment. The place fell into a dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. What did they just see? They saw that the harmless and smiling Wu Yan had unknowingly appeared in front of T. Gray, the incomparably arrogant leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group. In his hand, he pulled out a thin, long knife from who knows where and placed it on T. Gray's neck. Cold sweat dripped down T. Gray's face. The arrogant expression from before still remained on his face, but he didn't dare to move an inch. Feeling the cold sensation on his neck and the faint killing intent coming from the smiling Wu Yan, T. Gray could only maintain his stiff appearance and stand there. He's scared. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 118. Under the gaze of everyone present, T. Gray was so ashamed he wanted to die. Anger and resentment rose in his heart at the same time, but he didn't dare to voice it out. Face or life, which was more important? Perhaps to some people, face was far more important than life, but unfortunately, T. Gray was definitely not one of them. If he lost his life, what was the point of saving face? Therefore, even though the gazes directed at him made him feel extremely embarrassed, he still did not dare to move an inch. He could feel the sharpness of the weapon against his neck. It was so sharp that he could feel the pain on his skin just by pressing it against his neck. He could feel the killing intent of this guy, called Wu Yan, standing in front of him. If he didn't cooperate, then he definitely wouldn't be merciful. When that time comes, what face, what Iron Dog's mercenary group, what leader, none of these would be able to protect him. Under the threat of death and the control of the anger in his heart, T. Gray had completely lost his ability to judge. So much so that he couldn't see the meaning behind those gazes. What T. Gray didn't know was that the gazes of everyone present didn't have any intention of mocking or ridiculing him. There was only shock and disbelief. Beherl, there were many big and small factions, but there were only two of the biggest, and that was the Madobia family and the Iron Dog's mercenary group. These two factions, in a region with hundreds of factions in Beherl, were still able to stand at the top. One could only imagine how strong they were. And among these two strongest factions in Beherl, the leader of the Madobia family, Gray, and the leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, T. Gray, were undoubtedly the strongest existences in these two factions. In other words, Gray and T. Gray were the two strongest people in Beherl. But today, the incomparably strong leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, T. Gray, was taken down by a youth who looked to be in his 20s in a single exchange. Are our eyes playing tricks on us? This was the thought that rose in the minds of countless people present. Of course, if Wu Yin knew of this thought, he would definitely laugh out loud, and very happily. Incomparably powerful. If it was me a few days ago, it might have been a bit troublesome, but it definitely wouldn't be a problem to take him down, let alone now that I'm at the 7th step. The so-called strongest faction in Bahurl is just that they have a lot of strong people under them. After the trip to the treasure room, and seeing the tens of thousands of stone spiders and humans, Wu Yin didn't even put them in his eyes. Even if they can't, he wouldn't mind letting them play with Icaros for a while. Looking at the sweaty Tigray standing in front of him, Wu Yin curled his lips in disgust. Even Chuju, Mikoto, and the others who were still normal were disgusted. Just a moment ago, he was still so arrogant. But now, with a knife on his neck, his performance was so unbearable. Sure enough, with such an elder brother, there would be such a younger brother. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Those who came from the same nest were really not good people. Commander. Recovering from their shock, the group of mercenaries behind Tigray finally realized what had happened. They held their weapons in their hands as they cried out in alarm, accompanied by the barking of the sharp-toothed hounds. Don't act rashly. Tigray hurriedly shouted at the mercenaries behind him. Hearing their commander's words, the mercenaries could only take a few steps back, helplessly accepting the fact that their commander was being held hostage. Commander, hang in there. We're coming to save you. Tigray didn't feel relieved hearing that. Instead, he was furious. Why didn't you guys shout so loudly when the enemy charged over? I'm being held hostage, and all of you were stunned, only reacting after the sun came up. I'd rather count on Gray to put in a good word for me than count on you guys to save me. Tigray was making things difficult for them. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, and Icaros, no one else could see Wu Yan's movements clearly. Even he himself couldn't react, let alone these mercenaries who only have a few 5th tier. Wu Yan very elegantly waited for them to finish chatting before he moved the shana in his hand. Looking at Tigray, who was shocked by his own actions, Wu Yan smiled. What's wrong? Commander Tigray, didn't you say that I'm not a big deal? Why aren't you continuing? Tigray secretly sighed in relief. Since Wu Yan didn't make a move immediately, it meant that he didn't intend to do anything to him. This more or less calmed him down. But when he heard Wu Yan's words, he pursed his lips and forced himself to say, Lil, what do you want? How could Wu Yan not see through Tigray's act of calmness? Disdainful and amused, he tilted his head and said, It's not what I want, it's what you want, isn't it? You were the one who said it yourself. So what if you threaten me? Tigray choked and glared at Wu Yan hatefully. The situation was beyond his control. He could only say, It's my bad luck that I'm not as good as you. He was just threatening Wu Yan not to get involved in this mess, and now he's compromised under Wu Yan's threat. It's ironic, but it's only to the point where Tigray can only admit that he's unlucky. It's impossible for him to say it's my fault to Wu Yan. Unless Wu Yan really threatened Tigray directly, Tigray could only compromise in order to save his life. But Wu Yan didn't intend to push him too hard. A dog would jump over a wall when cornered. This dog-rearing mercenary group must have understood this principle. Wu Yan smiled and waved his empty hand at Tigray. This casual gesture made Tigray feel strangely angry. Tigray suppressed the anger in his heart and said sullenly, Can you let me go now? Wu Yan nodded indifferently and looked at Tigray's face. I didn't intend to offend Commander Tigray. It's just that Commander Tigray said he wanted to see what kind of person I am, so I showed a few moves. Please don't take offense. Tigray was furious. He felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He was angry every day, but he'd never been as angry as he was today. Plus, he couldn't vent his anger like he usually did. Then, Wu Yan suddenly acted as if he suddenly realized something and continued. Oh, right. There's also that good brother of yours. You don't have to go look for him. Even if you go look for him, you'll probably only find his corpse. You killed him? Tigray cried out involuntarily. Wu Yan laughed mockingly. Ah, yes. He had designs on my wife. If I didn't kill him, was I supposed to keep him around and waste food? You? Tigray gritted his teeth and stared at Wu Yan. All he saw was Wu Yan's cold gaze. He could only turn his head dejectedly. If he died, then he died. He failed the mission, so he was just a piece of trash. Seeing that Tigray didn't intend to pursue his brother's death, Wu Yan's mocking smile became even wider. As expected, both brothers were animals. Removing Xianxia from Tigray's neck, Tigray immediately channeled his Do Chi and jumped back, as if he was afraid that Wu Yan would come put a blade on his neck again. Wu Yan turned a blind eye to it. He lifted Xianxia and twirled his blade around before walking back to Chuju and the others. Looking at Wu Yan's back, Tigray wanted to sneak up and kill him countless times. However, Wu Yan's ghostly figure made him not dare to act rashly. He could only suppress the killing intent in his heart and roar at the mercenaries behind him. "Let's go!" The Iron Dog's mercenaries slowly retreated. The bystanders were afraid of touching the fire. Plus, there was no good show to watch, so they scattered like birds and beasts. Wu Yan brought Chuju and the others to Gray's side. Looking at Gray, who still hasn't recovered from the series of events, Wu Yan was speechless. "You're still the head of a tribe. Can't you adapt a little?" Of course, Wu Yan didn't know how it felt to have your lifelong enemy taken down by a 20-something-year-old youth in an instant. If it was someone else, perhaps they would be even worse than Gray. Chapter 119. Pung. Damn it. Damn it. That little bastard. How dare he? Damn it. Bitter curses resounded throughout the Iron Dog's mercenary group's office, followed by the sound of objects shattering and falling to the ground. Tigray, however, didn't feel relieved at all and flew into a rage in front of the entire mercenary group. Thinking of how he was threatened by an unknown little bastard in front of so many people and was even forced to compromise, Tigray's anger surged. Once he thought of this, his Do Chi flew into a frenzy, destroying everything in front of him. The group of Iron Dog's mercenary group's upper echelons looked at their leader's angry appearance and bowed down timidly, afraid that if they were the slightest bit careless, they would bump into their leader's fire. In the Iron Dog's mercenary group, regardless of whether it was the new or old members, they all knew that once their leader got angry, if they made a small mistake in front of him, they would be tortured to death. And now, they had never seen their leader's anger greater than this time. If they bumped into him at this time, they would only die a horrible death. Therefore, they could only fearfully lower their heads and hope that their leader wouldn't find trouble with them. Once again destroying a table in a powder, Tigray's face was gloomy as he panted heavily. Once he saw the cowering appearance of the people below, his anger rose again. "You bunch of rice buckets. None of you are useful. I was held hostage by that little bastard. Did none of you think of a way to save me? What use do you have?" As expected, they were scolded harshly. They could only obediently agree, but their hearts were filled with bitterness. Even the strongest six-step warrior in the mercenary group, Tigray, didn't have time to react and was threatened. What could these fifth and fourth-step warriors do? Of course, this could only be said in their hearts. No one dared to complain out loud. They could only face Tigray's saliva and be fiercely scolded by him, hoping that this period of time would pass quickly and not let them suffer anymore. After venting his anger on his subordinates, Tigray finally felt a bit better. However, his expression is still as dark as ever. Without a doubt, he's holding a grudge against Wu Yan. Sitting at the head of the table, Tigray took a sip of water to quench his thirsty throat. He said in a low voice, "How is it? Have you found out the background of that brat?" Hearing this, the group of higher-ups looked at each other and looked at one person. This person could only brace himself and take 2 or 3 steps forward. "See, Commander, we tried everything we could think of to find out where he came from, but not a single person was able to find out where he came from. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of him at all. We could only find out that he had lived in the supply town for 2 or 3 months, and then recently came to Bahurl. The more Tigray listened, the darker his expression became. In the end, he simply waved his hand and sent him flying with a palm strike. He crashed into the wall and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood before fainting. Tigray didn't even look at him as he coldly snorted. "Rice bucket. The higher-ups swallowed their saliva and laughed bitterly. They had already guessed this result when they received the investigation report from their subordinates. They could only rejoice that no one had died yet. At this time, the atmosphere in the Iron Dog's mercenary group's office was extremely stifling. Everyone looked at the gloomy Tigray sitting at the head of the table and could only lower their heads in silence, fear in their hearts. Tigray's eyes flashed with a trace of venomous resentment. He was not willing to accept this. He had fallen so hard in front of this abominable brat who came out of nowhere. By now, the entire Behurl probably knew that he, a warrior of the sixth step, had become a powerless character. With Tigray's temper, of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. If he didn't vent this anger, he felt that he would never be able to eat or sleep well for the rest of his life. But what could he do? Even if he was furious, he had to admit that he hadn't discovered the opponent's strength. He had been taken down in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen that the opponent was definitely stronger than him. Tigray was confident that even if a peak 6th rank warrior was in front of him, he would still have the confidence to fight him. He himself was only a little bit away from the peak 6th rank. And since the opponent could take him down in an instant, even if he had been careless in the opponent's sneak attack, there was no doubt about the opponent's strength. Then, that brat was most likely a 7th rank warrior. Tigray's face turned extremely ugly at this thought. He didn't want to admit that a 20-something-year-old had actually reached the level he himself hadn't reached yet. But he had to admit that to be able to take him down in an instant, a 6th rank warrior was definitely impossible. It could only be a 7th rank. 7th rank. Why couldn't a 20-something-year-old 7th rank warrior's origin be investigated? To be able to reach the 7th rank at such a young age, it was impossible for him to be unknown in the Ailu Empire. Why? If he was a descendant of a big family, then it was impossible for him to not investigate his origin. How many of the children from the big families could reach the 7th order at such a young age? Now that there was such a genius in their family, they couldn't wait to push him out and fiercely promote him to strengthen their family's reputation, expand their influence, and expand their sphere of influence, developing and growing stronger. Therefore, Tigray concluded that the opponent was definitely not someone from a big family. Not someone from a big family? Then he must be a commoner. A commoner who reached the 7th rank in his 20s? Tigray felt that it was inconceivable. But other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Tigray could only accept this fact. But even if he was a commoner, to have such talent, it was impossible for him to be unknown. He needed to gain experience. He needed to travel around. Those who came in contact with him, there was definitely someone who noticed his talent. Even if some big family saw him, they would definitely try to recruit him. But Wuxian was just like that. No origin, no trace. Only a report of him living in a supply town for 2 to 3 months. Could it be that he only came to this world 2 to 3 months ago? Tigray didn't know that the thought that flashed through his mind was the truth. The more Tigray thought about it, the more he couldn't understand, and the more irritated he became. He angrily slammed the table, leaving a palm print on the hard surface. He roared, "Could it be that I, Tigray, can only admit defeat and do nothing?" Even though his Iron Dog's mercenary group has a lot of manpower and influence, and even if they were to face a 7th rank warrior, he was confident that he would be able to overwhelm him. However, the problem was that the other party was so close to the little girl from the Madobia family. The Madobia family would definitely not let the other party be bullied by them. Moreover, even if this relationship wasn't taken into account, Gray wouldn't mind adding insult to injury when he was facing a 7th-step warrior. With the help of a 7th-step warrior, when the time comes, the Iron Dog's mercenary group's chances of surviving against them would be nil. It's because of this that Tigray couldn't decide whether to fight or not to fight. That's why he was so angry. When the higher-ups heard Tigray's words, they could only remain silent. Only one of the higher-ups' eyes suddenly lit up, smiling mischievously as he came to Tigray's side. "Leader, actually, it's not like there's no way to deal with them." "Oh." Tigray looked at him suspiciously. "You? What method can you think of?" That person respectfully said. "Leader Tigray, according to the report from our subordinates, Not long later, a disciple from a big family will pass by our Bahurl. At that time, he should be resting in Bahurl for 2 to 3 days. If we can get close to this big family, then they will definitely help us vent our anger. You're telling the truth? Tigre's eyes lit up. That big family. Is it worth it for us to get close to them? Definitely. Leader, the opponent is our Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. Lori family. Tigre laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. With the #1 family's help? What's a 7th rank? What's a Madobia family? Great, let's do it. Chapter 120. Just when the Iron Dog's mercenary group was happy that they found a way to deal with Wu Yin and the Madobia family, a sneaky silhouette appeared in the Madobia family. It was already nighttime. There were people patrolling everywhere in the Madobia family. However, this silhouette seemed to have entered a deserted area, dodging one patrol after another with extreme speed and hiding in the shadows. Very quickly, he arrived at a room not far from the Madobia family. Hearing the faint sound of breathing coming from the room, he smiled with satisfaction and walked out from the shadows. If the patrolling personnel saw this person at this time, they would definitely be surprised. Because this person was the young warrior that the patriarch of the family solemnly invited today to save the young miss of the family. That's right, this person is Wu Yin. Today, after being in the limelight and intimidating the feared leader of the Iron Dog's mercenary group, Wu Yin came to the Madobia family under the invitation of Gray, who was still in disbelief. After explaining why little Liren was with them, Gray was furious on the spot and declared that he would not let the Iron Dog's mercenary group off so easily. Moreover, he was deeply grateful to Wu Yin's group. Especially after finding out that Wu Yin is a tier 7, Gray became even more happy. He's happy that his daughter is acquainted with such a strong and talented individual. He's also happy that his family is able to have a relationship with such a strong individual. Of course, Wu Yin is the only one who exposed his strength. Kanajiku, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't, so they were treated like normal people. Otherwise, if Gray knew that there was a 7th-stage and 2 8th-stage warriors on his side, he would definitely pinch his thigh until it turned blue. After that, Wu Yin, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros stayed at the Madobia family's residence under Gray's persuasion and little Liren's tearful pleading. As for why Wu Yin would sneak out in the middle of the night, that would require a good explanation. This was because Wu Yin wasn't here to steal, nor was he here to steal information, nor was he here to assassinate someone. Since the Madobia clan didn't do anything to offend him, he naturally wouldn't do anything. The reason why he sneaked in was because he wasn't here to be a thief or an assassin. He would never harm the people in the room, because the room in front of him is Mikoto's room. Sneaking into Mikoto's room in the middle of the night, what he wants to do, that's Sima Zhao's intention, everyone knows. Other than being a rapist, what else could he be doing here? It was also hard on Wu Yin. After eating meat, he was restrained. He had just gotten rid of his virgin identity. No matter what, Wu Yin did not want to stay in a room alone. It's been 3 to 4 days. Kaisha-sama and Sis Cannon shouldn't be that angry anymore, right? Plus, this was someone else's house. They would definitely be restrained, afraid of waking up unrelated people. Wu Yin's chances of success were still very high. As for why he chose Sis Cannon and not Kaisha-sama, simple, because Kaisha-sama and little Liren were the closest, so she was asked to sleep with her. Since Kaisha-sama went to sleep with little Liren, then Sis Cannon would naturally sleep with him. Holding the door handle with familiarity, he activated his power. The door opened at the same time as lightning flashed. Wu Yin sneakily looked around before entering the room like a rapist. Who is it? Just as Wu Yin entered the room, a delicate voice called out. However, the voice was soft and weak. Compared to the shouts of people who had discovered a rapist, it was filled with shyness. Wu Yin jumped in fright. He thought he made sure to minimize the sound of his footsteps. Even a tier 8 Mikoto would have to wait for him to get close to her before noticing him. How did he get discovered as soon as he came in? And that soft voice, no matter how you listen to it, it sounds like she's shy. Did Sis Cannon know I would come? Of course, Wu Yin did not know. because he had the same superpower as Mikoto. Even the electromagnetic waves he emitted were the same as cis cannons. Thus, the moment she entered the room, Mikoto found another individual who has the same electromagnetic waves as her. Other than the sisters that Wuyin mentioned, the only other person who has the same electromagnetic waves as her is Wuyin, who has the same superpower as her. As mentioned before, Sis Cannon is smart enough to know what Wuyin is up to by barging into her room in the middle of the night. Thus, due to her shyness and the fact that she's afraid of making too much noise, she changed her tone to a softer one. Wuyin could not figure it out, so he threw it away and walked towards Mikoto. "It's me, Mikoto. What are you doing here? Hurry up and get out." She knew what he came here for, but it's precisely because she thought of it that Mikoto got so shy that her face turned red. She shrunk her body further into the bed as she purposely yelled at him with a stern voice. Wuyin looked at the shy Mikoto and felt a surge of excitement. As expected, "I am a pervert," after lamenting in his heart. Wuyin walked over with a grin and sat beside the bed, looking at the blushing Mikoto. "Mikoto, what do you think I'm here for? Is your head filled with that kind of stuff? This is someone else's house. She just lost her virginity 3 days ago, which means this is Mikoto's second time." Sunder Sis Cannon naturally couldn't get used to Wu Yan's teasing no matter what. Besides, this is someone else's house. How could she get used to it? However, Wu Yan had made up his mind to ignore Sis Cannon's words. Looking at Mikoto's bashful face, Wu Yan could no longer hold it in. Mikoto screamed in surprise as he flipped her over and pressed her under his body. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Mikoto felt the weight on her body and her whole body soften. Stop! Stop! Don't! Wu Yan chuckled and ignored Sis Cannon's pleas, blocking all her words with one action. Ugh! Although it was not the first time she kissed Wu Yan, Mikoto still felt dizzy. She could feel her tongue being captured quickly. She could only make ugh sounds, forgetting all about her superpowers and subconsciously acknowledging Wu Yan's actions. Wu Yan did his best to carry out his task. Tears were streaming down his face. Finally, there is meat to eat. Very quickly, under Mikoto's feeble resistance, Wu Yan took off all of Sis Cannon's clothing and stripped her down like a little lamb. Then, under her feeble resistance, he caressed her soft breasts and started massaging them. Ugh! Ugh! Mikoto couldn't help but moan when her private parts were being grasped. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She could only raise her hands to cover her face, but her moans continued. Wu Yan practiced Tai Chi on Mikoto's body while taking off his own clothes. He smiled and teased. "Mikoto, did you notice that this part of yours is a little bigger?" Really? Mikoto discreetly put down the hand that was covering her face. She blushed and asked in a small voice. Looks like Wu Yan's words gave her a pleasant surprise. Looks like all girls care about their size, especially flat-chested girls like Sis Cannon. Although, no matter the size, Wu Yan likes them all the same. Of course, it's all thanks to me. Wu Yan tried his best to recommend himself. So, we should do this more often. That way it can become bigger. Who wants that? To become bigger. Ugh. I don't want to. Ugh. Do it with you. Ugh. You're not being honest. Wu Yan reached a hand under Mikoto's body, and the sound of water could be heard. Your body is more honest than you, Mikoto. No. Mikoto pleaded weakly. Then, she felt Wu Yan enter her body forcefully. She moaned softly and immersed herself in the pleasure that Wu Yan brought her. The night is still long. Chapter 121. On this day, there were quite a number of people standing at the entrance of the Madobia family. There were both men and women among these people, but the aura on their bodies was quite strong. It was obvious that without exception, all of them had unique skills and were either warriors or mages who had achieved success in their cultivation. There are 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, standing in front of these people. One of the women has a beautiful head of long silver hair, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Her voluptuous breasts hold up her clothes, as if they would burst out of her clothes at any time. Her figure is very tall and hot. Her delicate face is gentle and serious at the same time. She holds a long sword in her hand. With one look you can tell she is a female warrior. The other woman is not as mature as the former. Her pretty face has a hint of immaturity. She still looks very young. Her long black hair is like a waterfall that hangs behind her head. Although her voluptuous breasts are not as big as the former, they are still quite large. Although she is wearing a long robe, it can't cover it up. Both women are equally beautiful. As for the man, he is wearing a magician's robe, standing behind the two women. His handsome face also has a hint of immaturity. He also looks very young. However, his eyes are on the black-haired woman in front of him. There's a blurred look in his eyes, as if there is nothing in this world that can attract his attention more than this girl in front of him. As for the other man, it was obvious that he was the oldest of the four. Compared to the three who were still in their youth, this man was a middle-aged man. His appearance was not considered ugly, but there was a trace of viciousness between his eyebrows, which greatly ruined his image. Moreover, he had a bald dog by his side, which made him the one with the worst image among the four. And he is Tigray. If Wu Yan was here, then he would realize that among the four leaders, other than the pretty boy, he knows the other three. The silver-haired, beautiful woman with a long sword is Fei Fei. The young girl with long black hair dressed as a magician is Wu Yan's first friend in the Spalier world, Lulu. At this moment, under the protection of a large group of people behind her, Lulu pouted her lips and puffed up her cheeks. She muttered something unhappily and did not restrain her voice at all. What is this? So many people are blocking my door. It's as if they're here to bully me. It's really uncomfortable. Hearing this, Fei Fei, who was standing beside Lulu, could not help but frown. It seemed that she was also rather unhappy with such actions. I don't like this kind of thing either. Hearing Lulu and Fei Fei's words, the young man standing behind them could only helplessly say, I know that Miss Lulu and Miss Fei Fei don't like such big movements, but in any case, they did fulfill their duties as the host yesterday and treated us in every possible way. Since that's the case, it's only right for us to help them with a small request. Anyway, it's just a small family. If the two misses don't like it, it's fine if you don't participate. Ah, you said it, Lulu immediately said happily. Then I won't participate. That's only natural. At this moment, Tigray, who had been sneering at the Madobia family's door, finally spoke up. He walked in front of Lulu fawningly and smiled. Miss Lulu Plum is of noble status. Naturally, you can't act together with us servants. Originally, the Iron Dog's mercenaries thought that the one who came to Bahurl was just a small figure from the Lori family. Who would have thought that after seeing the person, they would be shocked to find out that the one who came was actually the only daughter of the Lori family, the daughter of the head of the Lori family. How is this a small figure? It's clearly a big deal. Thus, after the initial excitement, Tigray worked even harder to curry favor with Lulu. With this big tree, don't even mention the Madobia family. Even if there were 10 more, Tigray would not care. And if he was lucky enough to catch her eye, perhaps the Iron Dog's mercenaries would be able to make friends with the Lori family in the future. When that time comes, he would really have a meteoric rise. Tigray even thought about finding a young, promising, and handsome man to try and woo the beloved daughter of the Lori family. If he really succeeded, then wouldn't he be able to get whatever he wanted? Unfortunately, he could see that the pretty boy following the eldest daughter of the Lori family also had feelings for her. Thus, he temporarily put away those thoughts. After a few days of doing his best to curry favor and entertain, Tigray took the opportunity to ask Lulu and the others to help him deal with the Madobia family and Wu Yan. Since Tigray did his best to entertain them, the Lori family could not refuse. Moreover, the Madobia family was only a small family in their eyes. Thus, the young magician agreed. It seemed that other than Lulu and Fei Fei, he was the Lori family's #1 leader this time. Of course, when Lulu and Fei Fei heard about this, they were very dissatisfied. The two girls were not people who bullied others using their family's power. The two girls did not like to bully others using their family's power and influence to bully others. But since they had already agreed, As the number one family in the kingdom, of course they could not go back on their words. They could only helplessly lead the team here, which led to the current situation. Lulu did not like this kind of work to begin with. Now that there was a chance to watch, she was naturally happy to do so. She could not wait to agree on the spot. Feifei also seemed to be a little moved. After all, Feifei also did not like this kind of work. It would be best if she could not participate. Tigray, who was beside her, saw the change in Feifei's expression and hurriedly said, "The Madobia family has a level 7 fighter. None of us here are a match for him. So, we would like to ask for Miss Feifei's help." Feifei could only helplessly give up on the idea of watching. She nodded impatiently, but there was a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Although she did not like this operation, but according to Tigray, the level 7 fighter in the Madobia family was about the same age as her. Feifei grew up in the Lori family. Because her talent was too good, she was heavily nurtured by the Lori family. She reached level 7 at the age of 20 and became one of the top geniuses in the Ailu Empire. As a number 1 family in the Ailu Empire, Feifei had seen many level 7 fighters. But a level 7 fighter of the same age as her, Feifei had not seen many of them. So, when she heard that there was a level 7 fighter of the same age as her nearby, Feifei wanted to meet him. Of course, she also had the intention to compete with him. Let's hope he's not an annoying fellow, Feifei thought in her heart. Feifei had seen a lot of people who relied on their talent to be better than others. These kinds of people were the ones she hated the most. So, she hoped that the other party would be someone who could surprise her. What Feifei didn't know was that she was destined to be surprised today. In the Madobia family, Gray was sitting on the main seat in the main hall with a document in his hand. Beside him, Della was holding his sword and standing straight, playing the role of the leader of the guards. "Patriarch, something bad has happened." Gray frowned, but he also knew that if it wasn't a serious matter, these guards wouldn't be so impulsive. Thus, he could only look at the guard who just came in and said in a low voice, "Let's go, sir." "Sir, what's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? What's wrong?" "Patriarch," the guard reported to Gray with a face full of panic. Outside the door, Tigray brought the Iron Dog's mercenaries and came looking for us. Tigray. Gray was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. "I didn't go looking for him, but he came looking for me first. Just in time, I'll have to settle the score with him." The guard didn't hide the panic on his face and continued. "Patriarch, it's not just the Iron Dog's mercenaries. They also found helpers." "Helpers?" Gray furrowed his brows. It wasn't like he didn't have this kind of helper before, but those small clans didn't have any effect on him. Tigray should be aware of this as well. What kind of helpers did they find? The guard looked at Gray and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They found people from the Empire's number 1 family, the Lori family. "What did you say?" Gray lost his voice. Chapter 122. Lori family. How could this be? Gray felt his head spinning. Was the Lori family in the entire Ailu Empire, or even the entire Spalier world? There's no one who doesn't know of them. That's the number 1 family of an empire. Other than the Ailu, Faya, and Baruba Empire's royal families, the other 2 empires' number 1 families could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. That's the number 1 family of an empire. If the 3 empires are said to be the strongest forces in the world, then excluding the empires themselves, the number 1 families of the 3 empires are the strongest forces in the world. The Madobia family was not small. In Behurl, other than the Iron Dog's mercenary group, the Madobia family was the strongest family. However, this strength was nothing in front of the Empire's number 1 family. Let's not talk about the others. Within the Madobia family, the strongest is Gray himself, a rank 6 warrior. However, within the Lori family, there are at least 1,000 people of that rank. It's not that a 6th order warrior is worthless. It's just that the Lori family is too strong. In the entire family, there are close to 1,000,000 5th order warriors and below. In this million, there are only 1,000 6th order warriors. This ratio shows just how precious a sixth-order warrior is. Yet the Lori family is able to recruit more than 1,000 sixth-order warriors. This is the strength of the number one family of the Empire. Therefore, in the eyes of the Lori family, a sixth-order warrior is considered average. Only a seventh-order warrior can enter their eyes. Such a powerful family. If they want to deal with a small family like him who doesn't even have a seventh-order warrior, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Gray couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Now that the Iron Dogs can invite the Lori family to help them, with Tigre's personality, there's no way he will let the Medobia family go. The Medobia family. This is the end, Gray laughed bitterly. Who can he blame? He could only blame himself. A few days ago, he had received news that the Lori family had come to Bahurl. However, he did not contact them as much as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. That was why he did not contact them. Who would have thought that the Iron Dogs mercenary group would have the Lori family? Seeing Gray's sorrowful expression, Della couldn't help but walk to his side and support him. Patriarch, now is not the time to despair. Even if the Lori family came with the Iron Dogs mercenary group, things still have a chance. Patriarch, you can't give up until the end. Hearing this, Gray roused his spirits and gritted his teeth. Yes, you're right. We still don't know what's going on. It's too early to despair. Let's go take a look at the situation first. What's the situation? As soon as Gray's words fell, a voice rang out. Gray and Della looked towards the direction of the voice. There, Wuyin walked out with Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Little Liren. Feeling that the atmosphere in the hall was not right, Wuyin curiously looked at Gray and asked, "What's wrong?" Patriarch Gray, it seems like you're not in the right mood. Gray went silent and suddenly grabbed Wu Yan's hands. Little brother Wu Yan, I, Gray, would like to ask you for a favor. The sudden action startled Wu Yan. If it wasn't for Gray's serious expression, Wu Yan would have sent him flying with a kick. Hearing the meaning behind Gray's words, Wu Yan frowned. Patriarch Gray, what's going on? What is it that made you beg me for help? Gray bitterly smiled and shook his head. My Medobia family might be facing a great calamity soon. So I want to ask you, little brother Wu Yan. Gray hesitated for a moment, then looked firmly at Wu Yan and said, if something happens later, please take Liren and leave this place. Wu Yan and the rest were shocked. Little Liren was even more shocked. She flew to Gray's side and clutched his clothes tightly. Daddy, Liren won't go. Listen to me, Liren. Gray scolded. Today, you must listen to me. No, I won't go. Wu Yan raised his hand to stop the father and daughter duo from acting out such a scene. He looked straight at Gray. Patriarch Gray, what's going on? Gray sighed deeply. The Iron Dogs mercenary group came to our door. Hearing this, Wu Yan didn't move. He continued to look at Gray. He knew that just the Iron Dogs mercenary group wouldn't be able to make Gray act so unbearably. There must be more to it. They found help from the Ailu Empire's number one family, the Lori family. This time, they might really want to eradicate my Medobia family. Lori family. Wu Yan frowned. This so-called Lori family, isn't it Lulu's family? That's right, Grace said to Wu Yan. Although I don't know if the Lori family is here to help the Iron Dogs mercenary group, but just in case. That's why I want you to help me take care of my daughter. Please, little brother Wu Yan. Gray wanted to bow to Wu Yan, but Wu Yan grabbed his shoulder and stopped him from bowing. He smiled and said, Patriarch Gray, you said it yourself. They might not be here to help the Iron Dogs mercenary group. So let's not talk too early. How about this? I'll accompany you to take a look. What? No. Gray quickly objected. If you guys go out and something happens, what should we do? Don't worry, if something really happens, even if we can't win, we'll still be able to escape. Although Wu Yan didn't want to offend the Lori family. After all, it's Lulu's family. But this matter concerns little Liren and her family. Wu Yan can't just ignore it. Moreover, even if he can't, there's still Ikaros and Mikoto. With these two Tier 8, the Lori family won't be able to do anything to them, right? Unless it's the previous patriarch of the Lori family that Feifei mentioned before, Lulu's grandfather. Who can stop them? If it doesn't work, I'll just F***ck them. Wu Yin realized that every time something happens, he's always thinking about F***ck them. This isn't a good sign. Now that he's a tier 7, he could be considered strong. How can he let himself F***ck them whenever something happens? If it becomes a habit, then it'll be troublesome because it means that he doesn't believe in his own strength. If a person doesn't believe in his own strength, then what courage does he have to face stronger opponents and take another step forward? Although, there's the system and he can level up as long as there's monsters to kill. But this is an issue of mentality and state of mind. Wu Yin secretly made a decision. In the future, he won't use resplendent breath unless it's a critical moment. This is to remind himself that he can't rely too much on external items. Of course, Wu Yin doesn't want to set such restrictions on Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. They're much more important than him. If they get hurt accidentally, he'll be heartbroken. How can this be? What if? Don't keep thinking about what if Patriarch Gray. Wu Yin patted Gray's shoulder and said with a smile, everything has a bad side and a good side. Don't keep thinking about the bad side. Sometimes you have to think about what if. But if you think about what if for everything, then what's the use of feeling? Seeing Gray's hesitant face, Wu Yin softly persuaded him. Well, don't worry. As long as you believe in us, it'll be fine. At least, I'm confident in staying alive. Gray lowered his head and thought about it. After a while, he sighed. All right, but you have to promise me. If a fight really breaks out, you have to remember to bring Lin Lin. Seeing that Liren still wanted to say something, Gray glared at her. Liren pouted her lips in grievance. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The group walked towards the gate. On the way, Wu Yin suddenly thought, if the person who comes is Lulu, then it'll be fun. Chapter 123. Medobia Clan's Main Gate. Perhaps the news of the Iron Dog's mercenary group coming to the Medobia clan was leaked. Originally, there were only the Iron Dog's mercenary group and the Lori family here. But now, there's a crowd that's no less than the former. From time to time, cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. That's because they knew that the number 1 family of the Empire, the Lori family, was among the people who came to the Medobia clan. Hearing the cries and whispers from the crowd, Tigre's face couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. As long as today's news reaches the entire Bahurl, then the Iron Dog's mercenary group's reputation will be even greater, even stronger. Contrary to Tigre's proud expression, Lulu and Fei-Fei's faces were tense. They already hated this job, and the more people know about it, the more they hate it. As for the young gigolo, he just stood there indifferently, as if he didn't care about anything. His eyes were still on Lulu. At a certain moment, the Medobia clan's main gate finally opened. Seeing this, the crowd quieted down, because they know what's coming next is the climax of the matter. Not long after, the scene of Gray leading his tribesmen and guards appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But what surprised everyone was that standing at the front, it wasn't just Gray. There was also a young man, 3 beautiful girls, and a cute little girl. When they saw the young man, Lulu and Fei-Fei were stunned. Tigre saw this and retracted his proud expression, turning it into a cold smile. Gray, you're finally willing to show yourself. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Gray didn't say anything, but Wu Yin, who was standing beside him, noticed. He clenched his fist tightly. Looks like Gray's heart isn't as calm as he looks. If it was anyone else, the result would be the same, as long as they see the lineup in front of them. As for the number of people, there's no need to count. Using his Do Chi and magic senses, Gray can feel that in this group of people, other than Tigre, there are 10 others who are about the same level as him. In other words, what he had to face next were 10 stage 6 powerhouses who were as strong as him, or even stronger than him. Not only that, among the 4 people standing at the front, there was a beautiful woman with silver hair Gray. Since he couldn't sense her exact strength, under normal circumstances, if a person couldn't sense the specific strength of another person, then there were only 2 situations. One was that the other person cultivated some special method that concealed his own Do, Chi, and magic power. The other was that the other person's strength far exceeded his own, and he didn't have the ability to sense it. Gray could feel a sense of danger from the beautiful, silver-haired woman. Therefore, he concluded that the situation of this person before him should be the second type. That was also to say that the other party was a Tier 7 powerhouse. Gray laughed bitterly in his heart. Although he had already expected such a situation, how could the Lori family not have a Class 7 powerhouse? But when he really faced it, he realized that he had been hoping for a fluke all along. What he didn't know was that fluke was completely unnecessary. Today, it was destined to be a farce. Lulu and Fei Fei stood at the front of the crowd. Such a conspicuous place. How could Wu Yin not see them? Looking at the two familiar figures, Wu Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before coming here, he was still thinking that if the people he met were Lulu and Fei Fei, then it would be fun. He didn't think that he would actually meet them today. After regaining his senses, Wu Yin looked at the high-spirited Tigray, the corners of his mouth widening into a smile. His smile was filled with playfulness. If Tigray knew that he was acquainted with Lulu and Fei Fei, what kind of expression would he have? Wu Yin was suddenly filled with anticipation. Thus, his eyes turned and an idea came to his mind. He quickly put on a serious expression and followed behind Gray, walking towards Tigray and the others. Looking at the four people in front of him, Gray directly ignored Tigray and asked the other three, "You three are?" Gray's disregard angered Tigray. Hearing Gray's words, Tigray sneered a few times and said, "The identities of the lords are honorable. Although it's not something you can know, let me tell you. I just hope you won't be scared." After saying that, Tigray pointed at the young pretty boy. This one is the direct disciple of the Lori family head. He's also a genius that the head of the Lori family personally bestowed with the surname Lori, Lord Hughes Lori. Gray's body trembled slightly. At first, he thought that the one who came was just a small figure from the Lori family. He didn't expect it to be the direct disciple of the head of the Lori family. On this point, he had the same thought as Tigray. Gray's expression changed. Of course, Tigray saw it. After a triumphant smile, he pointed at Fei Fei. This one is also the direct disciple of the head of the Lori family. She entered the family earlier than Lord Hughes. She's also the guardian of the head of the Lori family's only child, Lord Fei Fei Lori. Tigray continued to point at Lulu. The smile on his face widened. As for this one, she's the only daughter of the head of the Lori family, the eldest daughter of the Lori family, Lilu Mei Lori. As Tigray introduced them one by one, Gray's heart started to feel bitter. When he heard the words, "the only daughter of the Lori family," the bitterness in his heart intensified. The direct disciple of the Lori family? Only daughter? Forget about him. Even if it was any other family in the Ailu Empire, they wouldn't dare to offend her. This kind of person wants to touch the Medobia family. Gray felt bitter inside, but he still bowed to Fei Fei, Lulu, and Hughes. The head of the Medobia family, Gray Medobia, greets the three of you. Tigray was about to use Gray's authority to scold him for not addressing them as Lord when Fei Fei and Lulu noticed that the Wu Yin standing beside Gray was the Wu Yin they knew. Whether it was Lulu or Fei Fei, both of them were overjoyed to see Wu Yin, especially Lulu. As the only daughter of the Lori family, Lulu could be said to be the center of attention. In the entire Ailu Empire, other than the princesses of the royal family, who else could compare to her life? But it was this kind of life that allowed Lulu to transcend the ranks of the commoners. The people around her, regardless of gender, all of them had some sort of interest in them, especially the men. Lulu may be a little young, but her looks are truly devastatingly beautiful. Even Chuju and Mikoto paled in comparison to her. Only Ikaros could surpass Lulu in terms of looks. With this kind of appearance and background, who wouldn't want to embrace Lulu in their arms? As long as they could win Lulu's heart, then not only would they would also gain the Lori family. After all, the Lori family only has one direct descendant. In the future, if Lulu doesn't become the head of the Lori family, then it would be Lulu's husband becoming the head of the Lori family. The head of the Empire's #1 family. Just thinking about it is enough to make people drool. right? Because of this, Lulu didn't have a single true friend. Other than the few people who could compare to her in the world, there wasn't a single male among them. However, a few months ago, Lulu got to know the first person in her life who is worthy of being her friend. That person is Wu Yan. Lulu will never forget that day in the Behemoth Forest when she met Wu Yan for the first time. In his eyes, other than admiration, there wasn't any greed or lust that other men have. That's why Lulu treated Wu Yan as a true friend. Of course, it's only at the level of a friend. Seeing Wu Yan again, Lulu's surprise is unimaginable. Seeing Lulu's expression, Wu Yan suddenly jumped out, pointed at Lulu and shouted, "Which? Are you the one who wants to mess with our Madobia family?" This guy is messing around again. That's Chuju and Mikoto's first thought. Chapter 124. Which? You're the one who wants to mess with our Madobia family? Time came to a standstill as Wu Yan continued his speech. Lulu was stunned. Her originally happy face froze just like that. She didn't know what Wu Yan was trying to do. Fei Fei was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. She didn't know why things would develop like this. She didn't know how to react for a moment. Gray was stunned. Then he started to get anxious. He didn't know what Wu Yan was trying to do, but he knew that Wu Yan's words definitely offended the other party. Tigray was stunned. He kept his expression and didn't say anything, but there was only one thought in his mind: he's dead for sure. Hughes was stunned. He threw all his indifference into the trash can. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Wu Yan. Chuju, Mikoto, Liren, and even Ikaros were stunned. Even if they were with Wu Yan day and night, they didn't know what to do with Wu Yan's sudden outburst. Everyone present was stunned, even though they didn't know what was wrong with this person who defeated the Iron Dog's mercenary group leader a few days ago. But they knew that if he offended the Lori family, no matter how strong he is, he's dead for sure, unless he's a tier 9. But is that possible? At least, no one in the audience would believe it. So, they can only think that Wu Yan is young and frivolous, thinking that he's invincible after defeating the Iron Dog's mercenary group leader. And now his Chinibu syndrome is acting up. Lulu, who didn't react for a long time, even though she didn't know why Wu Yan acted like this. But when she heard Wu Yan call her a witch, she got angry. Lulu put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. Her pair of full breasts became even more prominent, blinding Chuju and Mikoto's eyes. But she didn't notice. She pointed at Wu Yan and loudly retorted, "What witch? How do I look like a demon?" Wu Yan sneered and waved his hand. He pointed at Lulu and said confidently, "Then tell me, which part of you doesn't look like a demon?" "I don't look like a demon in any way. I'm a real human," Lulu shouted angrily. Wu Yan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Not only him, but everyone present felt the same way. This is not the place to refute, is it? No one doubts that you are not human. Wu Yan smiled embarrassedly and shrugged. "All right, let's just say you're a human. What do you mean by even if?" "I am a human, a real human." Lulu immediately retorted loudly, as if the so-called, which was a great insult to her. Wu Yan coughed and continued with a straight face. "Then, are you the human who wants to make a move on our Madobia family?" "Who wants to make a move?" Lulu pouted and said unhappily, "I don't like to bully people. It's all his fault. He forced me to come." After saying that, she pointed at the stunned Tigray and pushed all the responsibility away. She even said it in a righteous manner. She didn't have any self-awareness that she dragged Tigray down with her. Wu Yan's face fell. He rolled his eyes at Lulu and said unhappily, "Aren't you the one with the most authority here? You're blaming others like that. Aren't you a little too undisciplined?" "What? It's the truth," Lulu said angrily. "I didn't want to bully people here at all." "Then what are you doing here?" Wu Yan looked at Lulu suspiciously. To be honest, this was the question in his heart. He really didn't know why Lulu would appear here. As for Lulu leading the way to Madobia family to pick a fight, it's not that Wu Yan looked down on her, but Wu Yan felt that if she was sold one day, he wouldn't even be able to find her, let alone pick a fight. Lulu directly opened her mouth and said 5 words. Wu Yan's face turned awkward and the others were stunned. I'm just passing by. Wu Yin looked at Lulu speechlessly and sighed. All right, then, young lady passing by, what are you doing here? Hearing Wu Yan's question, Lulu started explaining to Wu Yan. She talked about how she's trying to please him, how she's trying to be a good host, how she's too embarrassed to refuse. She spilled everything out as if she's venting her dissatisfaction. While Wu Yan blushed with shame, it also confirmed another thought in his mind. Lulu was sold to help count the money. That's right. On the other hand, Tigray's face turned ugly. Let's not talk about the harmonious atmosphere between the young miss of the Lori family and that little bastard. Just the fact that Lulu told them about how he fawned over them was enough to embarrass him. In Behurl, he was considered a person of status. Even though it wasn't something to be despised for currying favor with the Empire's #1 family. But in an instant, the fact that he tried to curry favor with them to get their hands on the Madobia family was completely exposed. At the same time, when he saw how Lulu and Wu Yan were conversing with each other, as if they knew each other, Tigray had a bad premonition. Hughes also had a bad premonition. When he saw how familiar Wu Yan and Lulu were, he frowned and didn't let go for a long time. When Wu Yan finished listening to Lulu's explanation, he finally understood. Lulu really was just passing by and won a rest here. In the end, she tried to curry favor with them and acted as a host. Therefore, when Tigray asked the Lori family for help, they naturally couldn't refuse and came here together. In other words, you were tricked here? Wu Yan rubbed his chin and said with sudden realization. Yes, yes. Lulu nodded repeatedly, then suddenly thought of something and shook her head furiously. No, it's not a trick, it's not. It's a trick, it's not. I'm so confused. Lulu's face was distressed. Her pondering look immediately made everyone laugh. Of course, it was a very kind laugh. Only now did they realize that the high and mighty young miss of the Lori family in their hearts was actually just a cute little girl. Of course, in Wu Yan's words, she was just a little naive and muddle-headed, but could also be said to be natural. I think you should stop thinking about it. Just take it that you were really tricked. Wu Yan looked at Lulu and smiled. How can I just let it go? Lulu wrinkled her little nose. I don't want to admit that I was tricked. It's like I'm stupid. When Wu Yan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you're stupid. You're really stupid. You're the stupid one. Lulu shouted in dissatisfaction. The two of them quarreled as if there was no one around, but no one jumped out to stop them. How should I put it? Although they were quarreling, no matter how one looked at it, the two of them were so familiar with each other that even if they quarreled, there wasn't the slightest bit of tension. So much so that even though Wu Yan is being so unreasonable in front of their family's Missy, none of the Lori family members reacted in time to deal with the guy who offended their Missy. Fei Fei is the only one who is bitterly smiling at the side. Back when they were still in the supply town, back when they were still working with Wu Yan, this kind of scene happened almost every day. Fei Fei didn't object, because even though it seemed like Lulu was being bullied by Wu Yan every time, Fei Fei, who raised Lulu since she was a child, how could she not know that Lulu was actually very happy to be able to communicate with Wu Yan like this? Wu Yan and Lulu don't know what other people are thinking, but the two of them are having a good time bickering with each other because they can feel that the sense of unfamiliarity they felt after their separation is gradually disappearing. The sense of familiarity from before is returning to them. At this moment, Gray finally recovered from his stupor. He thought that Wu Yan's offensive words towards the young miss of the Lori family would cause irreparable damage. But in the end, the situation developed in such a dramatic way. Just a moment ago, he was seen as a formidable foe, but now, he's happily chatting with Wu Yan. The bystanders can see that the two of them are very familiar with each other. Gray can also see that. Do they know each other? Gray looked at Wu Yan suspiciously and asked softly, do you know each other? Chapter 125. After hearing Gray's words, Wu Yan and Lulu looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they replied in unison. Don't know. Gray's mouth twitched as he looked at the two girls who seemed to know each other very well. Suddenly, he felt a slight pain coming from a certain part of his lower body. After Wu Yan and Lulu said, don't know at the same time, they couldn't help but laugh. Even Fei Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. For a moment, Wu Yan's laughter and Lulu's and Fei Fei's soft giggles echoed in the unusually silent room. What a familiar scene. When Wu Yan first met Fei Fei also asked him and Lulu the same question. At that time, he and Lulu also replied that they didn't know each other. The three of them recalled that day at the same time. Although only 2 to 3 months had passed, whether it was Wu Yan who had experienced the instance dungeon or Lulu and Fei who hadn't experienced it, they all felt that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After a while, Fei stopped laughing and turned to look at Wu Yan suspiciously. Yan, you said our Medobia family just now. Are you from the Medobia family? That's right. Lulu had the same doubts. Didn't you say that you don't have a family and that you're a barbarian from the mountains? Although I did say that, why do I feel displeased when I hear it from your mouth? Wu Yan sighed and waved his hand at the two girls with a smile. Well, I was just joking. However, I do have a good relationship with the Medobia family. If you want to find fault with me, I'm afraid you'll have to go through me first. You? You think you're worthy of going against our Lori family? An untimely voice sounded after Wu Yan finished speaking. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked behind Lulu and Fei. He saw that the handsome guy named Hughes who was standing with Lulu, Fei, and Tigray appeared in front of Wu Yan. He crossed his arms and looked at Wu Yan indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain and disgust, as if he was a refugee. Wu Yan looked at him and then turned to Lulu and asked, Lulu, who is he? Before Lulu could answer, Hughes's expression changed, and a hint of gloom appeared between his brows. Impudent. What did you call me? The young miss of our Lori family is not someone you can call. Hearing this, Wu Yan finally understood. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu. It was another slime. Hughes Lori, level 42. His strength is much stronger than that slime. He's at least rank 5. Hey Hughes, what's the meaning of this? Lulu frowned and looked at Hughes with a trace of displeasure. She said to Hughes, what does it have to do with you how my friend likes to call me? Friend? Hughes paused and pointed at Wu Yan in disbelief. You said he's your friend? Is there a problem? Lulu snorted. Although it was a cold snort, it was still pleasing to the eye when Lulu did it. On the other hand, Hughes' face had completely sunk. Friend? If this word came out from someone else's mouth, it would be normal. However, when it came from Lulu's mouth, it was completely different. Hughes, who had been brought into the Lori family since he was young, had practically grown up with Lulu. It wasn't that he didn't hear the word friend from Lulu, but it was pitifully few. Even if he used his fingers to count, it would still be absolutely clear. Hughes liked Lulu since he was young. It could be said that when he first met Lulu, he was infatuated with her. She had a high status, but she only had a kind and cute personality. She didn't have the arrogant and spoiled personality of other young misses. On top of that, her cultivation talent was even stronger than his, as well as her beauty that could cause the downfall of a city since she was young. When Hughes first saw Lulu, he silently said to himself in his heart, she's mine. As Lulu's childhood friend, if Hughes wanted to pursue Lulu, it could be said that he had a much better chance than others. He had always worked hard, but for some reason, no matter how he pursued, Lulu didn't care. If Lulu didn't treat other men the same way, Hughes would have been anxious. However, Lulu, who used to be a stranger to all men, actually said today that a man was her friend. Hughes was silent. When he turned to look at Wu Yan, his gaze carried a shocking, murderous aura. Tigray, who was standing beside him, was also shocked. Fei frowned and fixed her gaze on Hughes. As for Wu Yan, he smiled and didn't say anything else. This caused Hughes' face to twist a little. This commoner with average looks, compared to him, low status, deduced from Lulu's words about coming from the mountains, and no strength, no do chi or magic, so he couldn't sense it. What right did he have to make his beloved young miss recognize him as a friend? When he thought of the family drama that Wu Yan and Lulu just put on, the murderous aura in Hughes' heart couldn't be retracted. Everyone present could feel Hughes' murderous intent. Ikaro's pupils shrunk. She wanted to change into her Sky Queen form. For her, anyone who wanted to harm Wu Yin must be eradicated. Chuju and Mikoto pulled Ikaros back and shook their heads at her, indicating that she shouldn't move. Ikaros hesitated for a moment and stopped what she was doing. Of course, Hughes, who only had eyes for Wu Yin, didn't know that just now. He had taken a trip around the gates of hell. In his heart, he only wanted to torture Wu Yin to death. But when he saw Lulu standing beside him, Hughes suppressed the impulse in his heart. Commoner, if you know what's good for you, leave the young miss side. She's not someone you can associate with. Hughes fixed his gaze on Wu Yin. His tone was full of threat. Wu Yin was about to say something to Hughes' threat when Lulu's face turned angry. She stood in front of Wu Yin and said loudly, "Hey. What right do you have to say that? If I say Yin is my friend, then he's my friend. It's not like I can't associate with him." Hughes didn't say anything. He only looked at Wu Yin with eyes full of anger and murderous intent. Lulu's protection of Wu Yin only made Hughes' desire to kill Wu Yin even more resolute. From the beginning to the end, no one said anything. Even Tigray, who was the one who came to cause trouble, and Gray, who thought that a disaster was about to befall them, couldn't get a word in. Right now, the development of this matter was no longer just a power struggle, but a personal problem. They didn't know what to do, so they could only observe the situation for now. Chuju and Mikoto were in the same situation. However, compared to Tigray and Gray, who were looking at the development of this matter, the two girls were looking at Lulu. This girl, they had heard Wu Yin talk about her before. They were also curious about the first friend Wu Yin made in this world. Therefore, when they looked at Lulu, Chuju and Mikoto were already examining her. At this time, Wu Yin finally moved. With a move of his hand, Wu Yin rubbed Lulu's head, messing up her beautiful hair. Ignoring Lulu's dissatisfaction, he pulled her behind him. "Let go of your dirty hands." Wu Yin's series of actions caused Hughes to completely explode. Those intimate actions and Lulu's coquettish pouting expression were all challenging the bottom line of Hughes' heart. In a fit of anger, Hughes' noble and indifferent temperament completely disappeared. Anger filled his face. He took out a staff-shaped popular armament. With a raise of his hand, a wind blade shot out towards Wu Yan's hand on Lulu's body. Almost at the same time, an icicle met the wind blade and neutralized it. Lulu put down the staff in her hand and angrily glared at Hughes. She mobilized all the magic in her body. Lulu is angry. The consequences are serious. Chapter 126. Lulu Mei Loli, Level 44. As Lulu mobilized all the mana in her body, Wu Yin also activated the system perception. When he saw Lulu's current level, Wu Yin couldn't help but be shocked. When Wu Yin and Lulu separated 2 to 3 months ago, Lulu was only level 35 at that time. He didn't expect that in just 2 to 3 months, Lulu's strength would directly increase by 9 levels. Almost an entire rank. Although it was said that a mid-rank promotion from rank 4 to rank 5 wasn't as difficult as a high-rank promotion, it still wasn't something a low-rank promotion could compare to at this time. Even someone like Wu Yin, who rose from nothing to rank 7 in less than half a year, couldn't help but praise Lulu's talent. After all, Lulu wasn't like him. Even if she had the support of the Empire's #1 family, she still couldn't compare to Wu Yin, who was using cheats. Lulu and Hughes' sudden wind blades and ice cones also shocked everyone present. Other than being shocked by the development of the two's battle without any warning, they were also shocked by Hughes and Lulu's strength. Everyone could see that the two weren't very old, at least not even in their 20s. They didn't expect them to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, they cast spells without seeing the two chanting at all. Of course, after being shocked, everyone returned to normal. After all, a rank 7 in his 20s appeared a few days ago. Naturally, this level of strength wasn't anything strange. Returning to the field, Hughes was startled as he looked at Lulu, who suddenly attacked. Meanwhile, Lulu's beautiful face was filled with anger. "Hughes, you actually dared to attack my friend." Lulu was so angry that she even stomped her feet. Back in the supply town, her people had attacked Wu Yin. Although nothing happened to Wu Yin in the end, Lulu had always kept this matter in her heart because she felt very guilty. Wu Yin was her friend. Her own people actually attacked her own friend. The kind and innocent Lulu put all the blame on herself. Fortunately, Wu Yin was fine. Otherwise, Lulu might not feel at ease for the rest of her life. When they met again, Lulu was also nervous. She didn't know if the friend she had made with great difficulty would leave her because of this. Fortunately, Wu Yin didn't take this matter to heart. Although they felt a little unfamiliar when they first met, the two of them quickly returned to how they were when they were in the supply town. Lulu finally felt at ease. In the end, her own people attacked Wu Yin again. Since she was young, Lulu was good at observing people's expressions because of others' coveting of her status. How could she not know that the reason why Hughes attacked Wu Yin was because of her? Therefore, Lulu was angry. Her first and possibly only male friend in her life was attacked again and again by the people around her. Lulu felt guilty, but at the same time, her anger was completely ignited. It could be said that Hughes had hit the right target. Yin, I'm sorry. I. Turning to look at Wu Yin, Lulu wanted to say something, but she really didn't know what to say. In the end, her eyes were wet. Wu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Lulu's wronged eyes, he said, "Lulu, you don't think that I will be angry at you because of someone I just met today and have a bad impression of, right? You won't." Lulu tilted her head and said timidly. Wu Yin sighed. "Of course not. No matter how you look at it, left, right, horizontal, or vertical, it has nothing to do with you. But no buts." Wu Yin pressed Lulu's head again and rubbed it hard until Lulu's hair looked like a chicken's nest. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. "Anyway, you just need to know that this isn't your fault. That's enough." Lulu nodded blankly. Looking at Wu Yan's face, her tears turned into a smile. Then, she unhappily tidied up her hairstyle that Wu Yan had made into a chicken's nest. Bastard. Abominable bastard. Hugh's lifetime of self-cultivation had vanished into thin air today. Regardless of whether it was the way he addressed her as little Lulu, or the intimate act of touching her head, or the interaction between the two of them, it all made Hugh's heart turn black. "Miss, the other party is just a bastard with no status. How can you lower yourself to befriend such a bastard? If the clan leader finds out, he will object." Hughes's hand was already turning blue from gripping the magic staff, but he didn't feel it. His face was gloomy as he looked at Wu Yan. He wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces. "I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you blame me?" Lulu only felt that her mood, which had just gotten better with great difficulty, was once again ruined. "Don't talk about whether Dad will think that I'm lowering myself. Even if he does, he won't blame me." When she said this, Lulu appeared to be full of confidence. This made Hughes finally remember that the clan leader doted on this precious daughter the most. Hughes gritted his teeth and looked coldly at Wu Yan. He said sarcastically, "Bastard, I don't care what methods you use to deceive, miss, but as a person, you must know your place. Putting aside your status, do you dare to stay by Miss' side without any strength? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Joke? It was indeed a joke. When Hughes said this, it wasn't just the surrounding people who laughed in their hearts. Even Gray and Tigre's expressions were marvelous. A rank 7 warrior in his 20s was called not having any strength? If that was the case, then what were they and what were you, Hughes? They didn't say anything. At this time, Hughes was in a fit of anger. They weren't like Wu Yin, who had the protection of the Lorry family's young miss. If they were to bump into Hughes's fire, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Lulu didn't say anything. It was obvious that Lulu hated Hughes more and more. She didn't even want to talk to him. She just looked at Wu Yin. "Yin, don't listen to him. Strength and whatnot. I don't care about that at all." "Is that so?" After being provoked again and again, and being called a bastard, Wu Yin didn't have the slightest bit of anger. For this to happen to the petty Wu Yin was simply inconceivable. "I know that, Lulu, you don't mind this." In front of everyone, Wu Yin slowly walked in front of Lulu and looked at Hughes. But I do mine. Yin, you. Lulu looked at Wu Yin in shock, as if she couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Even Fei Fei was stunned and looked at Wu Yin in surprise. Hughes's face lit up and he sneered. At least you know what's good for you. Know what's good for me? Wu Yin spread his hands helplessly and said with a smile, Sorry, people of my generation don't know what's good for them. Hey, Gigolo, what did you call me? Hughes was so angry that he laughed. At this moment, he had already decided that no matter how the young miss treated him after this matter, this guy had to die. Whether it was because of her calling him a gigolo or because of his threat to himself. Wu Yin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze had completely changed. There was no longer any banter, no longer his usual playfulness, but a serious look. Just like you said, staying by Lulu's side in terms of status and talent, if I don't have a bit of strength, then not only would I be laughed at, I'm afraid even I would feel pressured. Yin, Lulu is already anxious. Yin can't be planning to cut ties with me because of this, right? Looking around at the expressions on everyone's faces, Wu Yin smiled faintly and spoke softly. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through the entire scene, as if it came from the horizon, calm and clear. So, in order to prevent any accidents from happening and to reassure Lulu, I'll let you all see if I, Wu Yin, have the qualifications to stand by Lulu's side. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, as well as Hinajiku and Mikoto behind him who were grinning, Wu Yin looked straight at Hughes and said with a smile, Make your move. As long as I take a step back, my life is yours. Chapter 127. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone present, except for Lulu, Fei Fei, and Chuju, held their breaths, not daring to make sound, because they could already see the ending. Now, what they were concerned about was how the super genius of the Lori family, the rank 5 Hughes, would react after being defeated by this unknown rank 7 youth who came out of nowhere. Even Gray and Tigray, who were supposed to be the main characters of today's event, stood quietly at the side, watching the development of the situation. Gray felt that the current situation was obviously not something he could interfere in. Even if he wanted to help Wu Yin, the colossal power of the Lori family made him not dare to act rashly. In addition, the eldest daughter of the Lori family acted towards Wu Yin. He felt that no matter how bad the situation was, she would still protect Wu Yin. Tigray, on the surface, looked the same, but on the inside, he was laughing out loud. Although the plan to deal with the Madobia family was temporarily out of the question after the strange development of the situation, Tigray felt that the current situation wasn't bad. He knew that, with Wu Yan's strength, dealing with Hughes would be a piece of cake. But, in this way, Wu Yin would have thoroughly offended the disciple of the Lori family. Being targeted by the number 1 family of the empire, even if Wu Yin was a rank 7, he would still have no chance of winning. Even if he couldn't take care of the Madobia family, taking care of this despicable brat would still be good enough. Ha ha, ha ha. Hughes couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was so happy, but also so angry. At this moment, he couldn't hold back the killing intent in his heart, releasing it all. Originally, he wanted nothing more than to tear Wu Yin into pieces, but Lulu had always been on Wu Yan's side, making it difficult for him to do so. Now, the opponent actually came looking for death. How could Hughes hold back his laughter? How could he hold back and let Wu Yin go? Good. Very good. Hughes laughed loudly. He looked at Wu Yin as though he were looking at a dead man, and suddenly said coldly, Since that's the case, let me see how you're going to prove your so-called qualifications. Yin, how can you be so reckless? Lulu was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was very anxious. Wu Yan's words had indeed moved her. However, Lulu wasn't sure how strong Wu Yin was right now. But Lulu was very clear. 2 to 3 months ago, when they were still in the supply town, Wu Yin was a stage 2. 2 to 3 months had passed, and she had advanced by almost 1 level. But what about Wu Yin? Even if he advanced by 1 level, it would only be 3 levels. A tier 3 versus a tier 5? Even if Lulu was very naive and stupid, she could still tell from such a simple comparison of strength. The difference of 2 ranks was not a joke. It was indeed a difference of 2 ranks. However, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Lulu was so anxious that she was about to cry. She hurriedly pulled Wu Yin back. "No, I don't agree." After saying that, Lulu immediately glared hatefully at Hughes and loudly shouted, "Hughes, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you." Lulu turned to look at Wu Yin. She saw that Wu Yin was looking at her with a slight smile on his face. He said to her, "All right, Lulu, just watch from the side." "But you—" Lulu's expression kept changing as she paced back and forth in hesitation. Seeing this, Wu Yin pulled her aside and walked forward. Lulu's expression changed. Just as she was about to chase after him, she felt her clothes being pulled. The person who pulled her was Fei Fei. Fei Fei held Lulu's hand, but her face was always looking at Wu Yin. She said, "Lulu, let's just watch." "Fei Fei." Lulu looked at Fei Fei worriedly. "Aren't you going to stop him?" Fei Fei smiled and said, Don't worry. Even though I haven't known Yin for long, I feel that he's not the kind of person who would make a foolish decision. So, let's just watch the situation first." Seeing that Lulu's expression was still very worried, Fei Fei sighed in her heart. It seemed that Lulu really treated Wu Yin as a very important friend. She then said to Lulu, "Don't worry. If necessary, I'll go up and stop him." Lulu finally let go of some of her worries and nodded. She looked at Wu Yin in front of her and Hughes, who was facing Wu Yin. She muttered to herself, "If you can win, I'll treat you to ice cream." On the other side, Chuju and Mikoto. It seems that girl named Lulu really cares about Yin. Mikoto smoothed her hair and said with a hint of jealousy, "It seems that this jealous girl is jealous of Lulu." Chuju shook her head. "That pretty girl really cares about Yin, but I don't think it's to the extent that she likes him." "How do you know?" Mikoto turned to Chuju and asked in confusion. Chuju smiled. "Because when she looks at Wu Yin, there's no love or affection in her eyes." "How can you tell?" Mikoto laughed dryly, as if she was surprised by Chuju's opinion. Chuju suddenly blushed and rolled her eyes at Mikoto. She didn't say anything. Did she have to say that she looked at Wu Yin like that? If she did, she wouldn't be the Kaisha-sama. On the stage, Hughes had already swapped out the staff in his hand. Compared to the previous one, this one is much thinner and the craftsmanship is more refined. Other than that, there's nothing else that's different. However, Wu Yin knew that the difference between the two isn't something that could be compared to one another. The staff in front was a common armament, but the staff in Hughes' hand was a rare armament. A 5th-stage magician with the strength of an intermediate stage has a rare armament. Wu Yin couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Lori family, as expected of the Empire's #1 family. So rich, Wu Yin was sigh at the other party's wealth, but he didn't know that what he should be sigh about wasn't that. At least, when the others saw the rare armament in Hughes' hand, their faces changed. Although the rare armament was only 1 grade lower than the common armament, the power of the rare armament was on a completely different level. If Hughes without the armament is 100%, then with the common armament, it's 120%. With the rare armament, it's 150%. It's almost a 50% increase in power. But Wu Yin really didn't put in his eyes. Hughes sneered at Wu Yin and didn't say anything. He raised his staff and quickly chanted an incantation. Lulu's face changed again. Hughes wanted to kill Wu Yin. At this time, it was impossible to stop him. Although the incantation wasn't short, Hughes was obviously very familiar with it. He quickly finished chanting, and a green magic array appeared in front of him. Then, a huge green lion appeared in front of everyone. A huge magic wave was emitted from the lion's body, allowing everyone to clearly feel its power. Hughes' eyes turned cold, and he waved his staff. Fierce wind beast technique. In that instant, the lion roared soundlessly and brought a huge wave with it. With a kick of its 4 limbs, it charged towards Wu Yin with a terrifying momentum. "Be careful!" Lulu couldn't help but cry out. Fei Fei had already raised the weapon in her hand. Wu Yin looked indifferently at the huge and seemingly powerful green lion. He didn't take out Shauna, but instead stretched out a hand and a finger. Under everyone's gaze, a burst of electricity flashed from Wu Yan's body and made beep, beep, beep sounds. The electricity flowed towards Wu Yan's outstretched finger. Lightning Magus! Hughes cried out in surprise. Even Lulu was stunned. Before anyone could react, Wu Yin pointed at the charging lion's head. With the sound of electricity, the green lion suddenly exploded and disappeared into thin air. That's impossible. Hughes was dumbfounded. Chapter 128. Impossible. 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 Like a broken doll, Hughes had a blank look on his face as he kept repeating the sentence. This made the people around him feel pity for him. This result was obvious. Everyone present had already guessed it, so they weren't surprised. They were just speechless. 7th rank, really strong. Of course, not everyone was as relieved as the onlookers, the Medobia family, and the Iron Dogs mercenary group. The people from the Lori family were all in a daze like Hughes. Even Lulu and Fei were the same. Is this really Yin? Lulu looked at Wu, Yin who was still surrounded by lightning in a daze. She didn't know where her thoughts had flown to. Compared to the dazed Lulu, Fei was much better. Seeing Wu Yin break the Wind Strike Beast spell, Fei's pupils shrank for a moment before returning to normal. Not for anything else, but because she, Fei, is also a 7th rank. This scene may seem inconceivable to others, but to Fei, it was nothing. If she wanted to do it, she could do it too. Just like Wu Yin, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Therefore, Fei stood there calmly. But from her trembling hands, it was obvious that her heart wasn't calm. She had too many questions in her heart. For example, 2 to 3 months ago, Wu Yin was only a 2nd rank. How did he become so strong after 2 to 3 months? Another example, as long as you're from the Spalier world, you know that magic and battle energy can't coexist. But Fei still clearly remembered that Wu Yin was a warrior who used swords and sabers 2 to 3 months ago. But now, Wu Yin is using lightning magic. This is another question in Fei's heart. And many. But after thinking about it, everyone has their own secrets. Even Fei herself was no exception. So, even though she had many questions, Fei didn't think about it anymore. As long as she was sure that Wu Yin wouldn't harm Lulu, then it didn't matter. At this moment, Fei had already guessed that the young 7th rank powerhouse that Tigray mentioned was probably Wu Yin. Rising from a 2nd rank to the 7th rank in 2 to 3 months, Fei, just thinking about it, she felt that it was unbelievable. But this trace of incredulity quickly turned into an endless battle intent. Wu Yin and Fei's age were actually about the same. To be able to reach the 7th rank at this age, all of them were geniuses that could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't that Fei hadn't seen other 7th rank geniuses of the same age, but they gave Fei a very bad feeling. Proud of their talents, that was probably how they were described. Fei hated people like this very much. So, before coming, she was incomparably anticipating that this 7th rank genius wouldn't have such a detestable personality. This expectation had now become a reality. Without a doubt, Fei, who had interacted with Wu Yin before, knew that Wu Yin wasn't that kind of person. This made her very happy in her heart. At the same time, she was very happy. She was happy that there was finally a genius of the same age that she didn't hate to have a battle with her. Fei's lips curled into a smile. Her hands were still trembling uncontrollably. She only hoped that Wu Yin on the field would quickly finish off Hughes so that he could battle with her. By the way, Hughes was also among the so-called detestable people Fei mentioned, even if the other party was from the same sect as her. On the field, Wu Yin had already retracted the electric current in his body. Looking at Hughes, who had a face full of shock, he laughed. "Young Master Hughes of noble status, are you satisfied with my ability?" Hearing that, Hughes was still in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time before answering Wu Yan's question. This was also understandable because the fierce wind beast technique was Hugh's strongest magic. In order to make sure that Wu Yin couldn't be more dead, Hughes could be said to have used all of his power. The full strength of a 5th rank, rare armament, strongest magic, all of these were brought out. That attack just now was Hughes' strongest attack. However, in the end, such a strong attack was actually broken by a finger of the lowly commoner in his eyes. What did this mean? This meant that the lowly commoner in his eyes, who had no strength, was stronger than him, and who knew how much stronger he was. Hughes was confident that his attack just now, even if his 6th rank came, although it could be resolved, it definitely wouldn't be that easy. If one was not careful, they might even be injured by him. However, an attack that could possibly injure a 6th rank was broken by Wu Yin with a single move. Didn't this mean that Wu Yan's strength was much stronger than a 6th rank? Stronger than a 6th rank, without a doubt. He was only a 7th rank. Wu Yin was a 7th rank. That lowly commoner who he looked down on so much, who made him so angry, who intended to taint his beloved woman, was a 7th rank? Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Hughes roared crazily. His dazed expression had already become distorted. His eyes became incomparably red, just like an injured wild beast. However, there was no difference. The current Hughes was a severely injured wild beast. It was just that his pride had been hurt. He had completely gone crazy. The mana in his body was adjusted to the maximum limit. A huge mana fluctuation rose from his body, causing the air around him to become thick and heavy. Suddenly, Hughes waved the armament in his hand again. 5 wind blades formed around him. With another wave, they advanced dauntlessly and cut at Wu Yan's body. Their speed was incomparably fast. With regard to Hughes' sudden attack, Wu Yan only frowned and ignored him. He stood on the spot without moving, waiting for the 5 wind blades to arrive. Only when the wind blades were about to reach him did Wu Yin move. He reached out and snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless iron sand rose from the ground and rolled into a black wave that reverberated around Wu Yin. The wind blades hit the iron sand wave and only created a few sparks before disappearing. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. What was this black wave? To the people of this world, using electromagnetic force to control iron sand was definitely something that they wouldn't even think of. They would only think of it as another method of Wu Yan's. His attack sank like a rock into the ocean and did not cause any damage to his opponent. Hughes's twisted expression deepened. He waved the armament in his hand again, and 5 wind blades shot out. Hughes did not stop because of this. Instead, he waved it again and shot out another 5 wind blades. His armament waved continuously, and 5 wind blades flew out one after another, hitting the iron sand wave. However, no matter how many wind blades came at him, Wu Yin did not move at all. He only surrounded himself with the iron sand wave and blocked all the wind blades. The wind blades kept hitting the iron sand wave, producing crisp sounds. In an instant, the entire scene was filled with crazy crisp sounds that resounded in every corner. At this moment, the onlookers, including the people from the 3 factions, looked at Hughes with pity in their eyes. Between Wu Yin and Hughes, one has a calm expression, blocking all of the other's attacks without even moving an inch. The other is in a frenzy, attacking nonstop but to no avail. As long as one isn't an idiot, one can see the final result. As time passed, the frequency at which Hughes waved his magic staff slowed down. The mana fluctuations on his body also gradually calmed down. The wind blades also became fewer and fewer. In the end, Hughes directly knelt on the ground, dazed. Exhaustion once again covered his entire face. It was obvious that such a crazy spree of magic had exhausted his mana long ago. He could no longer continue the battle. From beginning to end, Wu Yin did not move at all apart from extending a finger, snapping a finger, and saying a sentence. It just so happened to confirm Wu Yan's words before the battle started. As long as you take a step back, I'll give you my life. In the end, of course, Wu Yin did not even move a single step. Wu Yan's overwhelming victory had ended this duel. The black wave had already calmed down. Wu Yan walked in front of the dazed Hughes and said in a loud voice, "I won, young master of the Lori family. Please remember to tell all those people with status, and power that I, Wu Yan, am a friend of Plum Lilu Lori. Now is, and will be in the future." Chapter 129. Lulu stared blankly at Wu Yan. Her nose turned sour, and tears almost flowed out. However, she quickly wiped her eyes and tried her best to hold back her tears. It wasn't that Lulu didn't have any friends. Although she only had a few, she still had them. However, there had never been a day when the simple word friend could move her to tears. As a descendant of a great clan, Lulu's life was both fortunate and unfortunate. She enjoyed all the extraordinary things, but all the ordinary things were far away from her. In the past, she had longed for a friend who could treat her seriously instead of her family. However, time and time again, she saw the word benefit in those people's eyes. Time and time again, she was disappointed. She no longer had extravagant hopes for a friend. Even though she still had a few female friends, each of them had the same troubles as her. Therefore, their friendship was not heart-to-heart. It could be said that no one could walk through the door of friendship in her heart. Fei could, but Fei was her guardian. It was more like family than friendship. However, it didn't matter anymore. The past had become the past. Now, there was someone who had enough weight to walk through the door of friendship in her heart. Of course, whether or not he would walk through this door and enter another door in the future, that would depend on the future. Looking at Wu Yan straight back, Lulu smiled. Her smile was so moving and so beautiful. Even Fei, who was standing beside her, could say with certainty that this was the most beautiful moment of Lulu's first half of her life. Big brother is so handsome. Outside the arena, little Eileen's eyes were full of stars as she looked at Wu Yan. Obviously, for a child, being strong and handsome was indeed very attractive. "TSK, you only know how to act cool," Chuju muttered in dissatisfaction. However, she quickly sighed, because she had to admit Wu Yan at this moment was indeed very attractive. Still using someone else's ability to act cool. Damn it, I suddenly feel like beating someone up. A bolt of electricity, similar to the one on Wu Yan's body, flashed through Mikoto's forehead, illuminating its owner's face that is tense due to her displeasure. "Master, this is Ikaros, who has no sense of presence." On the stage, Hughes glared at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of him with a venomous expression. Due to the depletion of his mana, he didn't have the strength to stand up anymore. He could only look up at Wu Yan like a stray dog. Seeing Hughes defeated, Tigray smiled sinisterly. This time, Wu Yan has thoroughly offended Hughes. Based on the tolerance Hughes showed just now, Tigray is sure that he will madly retaliate against Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled indifferently. Of course, he knew he had thoroughly offended this pretty boy. However, he really didn't care. If Hughes wants revenge, Wu Yan is looking forward to it. If Hughes wants revenge, then he must borrow the power of his family. However, that so-called power, in Wu Yan's eyes, is nothing but experience delivered to his doorstep. As for scheming, in this world, he has no relatives, no family, only himself. What's there to be afraid of? Even if he set his sights on Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, it's useless. In the face of absolute power, scheming is the most useless method. Therefore, in Wu Yan's eyes, the colossal existence of a Lori family, other than the old patriarch of the 9th rank, there's nothing else to care about. And can Hughes ask the old patriarch to take action? Even if he can, at that time, Wu Yan's side might already have a 9th rank powerhouse. Well, it's finally over. Let's all go home and find our mothers, Wu Yan said with a grin. Once the matter is over, the seriousness also disappeared. Wu Yan's face became frivolous again, making Chuju and Mikoto, who were not far away, feel helpless. The people around them also smiled kindly and were about to disperse. However, one person's action made them stop in their tracks and surround them again. Looking at Fei Fei standing in front of him, Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Fei Fei, what are you doing now?" Hearing this, Fei Fei raised the katana in her hand and said seriously, "Lori family, Fei Fei Lori challenges you." "Challenge?" Wu Yin looked at Fei Fei in surprise and then frowned. Fei Fei's challenge at this time made him wonder if she wanted to avenge Hughes. Lulu also shouted in surprise, "Whoa, Fei Fei, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly challenge me?" Fei Fei didn't say anything. She just raised the katana and looked at Wu Yin with a serious and determined face. Lulu knew that Fei Fei wasn't joking. This made Lulu anxious. Her friend was fighting with her family. How could she not be anxious? Wu Yin originally thought that Fei Fei felt that he had tarnished her family's reputation, so she wanted to get back at him. But when he saw the intense fighting spirit in Fei Fei's eyes, he didn't think so anymore. The Fei Fei he knew wasn't that kind of person. Seeing the fighting spirit in her eyes, if Wu Yin still couldn't guess why, then all the hot-blooded anime he watched were wasted. Fei Fei is itching for a fight. Wu Yin shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Fei Fei to have such a fighting spirit. But in the blink of an eye, he also became excited. Recently, if he wasn't being ganged up on, he met an opponent that he couldn't handle, or the opponent was too weak. Wu Yin also considered that it's been a long time since he had a good fight. Today, Wu Yin is no longer a weak newbie. He is now rank 7. Fei Fei is level 68, and he is level 65. Although Fei Fei is 3 levels higher than him, the 3 levels aren't that big of a gap. Fei Fei is stronger than him, but not by much. If they fight, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Thinking of this, Wu Yin felt a fire burning in his heart. It made his blood boil and boil. So Wu Yin grinned. "I accept. Yin, you..." Lulu didn't know what to say. This sudden scene made her brain unable to wrap around it. She didn't know what to do. Wu Yin looked at Lulu, smiled, and waved his hand. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Lulu couldn't help but be anxious. It's already a duel, and you say it'll be fine? No matter which one of you is in trouble, it's considered a problem to me. Fei Fei also gestured to Lulu, telling her not to worry. Lulu realized that the two won't change their minds. She shouted frantically, I don't care. Do whatever you want." "Oomph." With a cold snort, Lulu walked to the side without looking back. If she didn't stop and look at the center of the field, Fei Fei and Wu Yin would have thought that this half-natural girl would have run away in a fit of anger. Gray and T-Gray were silent again. This is another matter that they can't interfere in. They should be the main characters today. One came looking for trouble. The other is being looked for trouble. Wu Yin walked in front of Fei Fei, looked directly at her face, and sighed. "I didn't think that there would be a day where I would go against you, Fei Fei." Fei Fei blinked and smiled lightly. "Yeah, I didn't think that the little guy who got lost in the behemoth forest would make me treat him seriously one day." Wu Yin suddenly felt awkward. He didn't mind Fei Fei calling him a little guy, because at that time, Wu Yin was indeed a little guy, not in terms of age, but in terms of strength. "Fei Fei, can you not talk about getting lost?" Wu Yin scratched his head. Fei Fei smiled and raised the sword in her hand. "As long as you can defeat me, I promise I'll forget everything. Is this a bet? You can say that. Then I accept." At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere was so harmonious that it made the surrounding people stunned. Didn't they want a duel? Chapter 130. The distance between them wasn't too far, but it wasn't too long either. The two of them stared at each other and didn't make any movements. However, anyone with a bit of strength could feel a surge of aura rising from the two of them and attacking each other. A clash of auras, in a place where the crowd couldn't see or hear. The two of them had already begun their duel. Perhaps to the man and woman on the field, the duel had already begun. Fei Fei sized up Wu Yin for a while and said, "What? Do you need me to let you go?" Of course, Fei Fei didn't say this because she looked down on Wu Yin. Instead, she saw that Wu Yin didn't seem to be carrying any weapons, so she made a concession. After all, The long sword in Fei Fei's hand was a rare armament. Hearing this, Wu Yin knew what Fei Fei was talking about and smiled. No need. In the blink of an eye, a strange, light, and nimble sword appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yin let it twist around his wrist and then grabbed it with a paw sound. Is this your weapon? Seeing the Nidian Jana in Wu Yan's hand, Fei Fei's eyes lit up and she nodded in praise. Without a doubt, the Nidian Jana's light and nimble design made Fei Fei quite fond of it. Wu Yin nodded and raised the Nidian Jana. It's called the Nidian Jana. It's a rare armament. Rare armament. Fei Fei couldn't help but smile and nod. This was for the best. Everyone didn't have to hold back, and the conditions were the same. They could go all out. The appearance of a Nidian Jana not only made Fei Fei happy, but also shocked countless people. They didn't understand why Wu Yin took out a sword. This was because they believed that even if Wu Yin used a weapon, it should be a magic staff or something like that. After all, what Wu Yin used before was lightning magic. Now that he had taken out a sword, could it be that he was still a warrior? Thinking of this, countless people laughed. Magic and Do Chi couldn't coexist. This was the most basic common sense of the Spalier world. Who didn't know this? But otherwise, why would Wu Yin take out a sword? At this point, someone recalled that when Captain Tigray had been kidnapped by Wu Yin a few days ago, the other party had used a knife. Could it be that he could use both magic and chi at the same time? Everyone present couldn't help but have such a ridiculous idea. Of course, what they didn't know was that Wu Yin didn't know battle chi, nor did he know magic. What used the blade was his physical strength, and what used the lightning was his computing power. Superpower. Hugh stood in front of Lori's house and looked at Wu Yin in the arena. His vicious gaze shot at him as if he wanted to see two holes in his body. He didn't care whether magic and chi could coexist or not. He only knew that when he was dealing with him just now, not to mention an armament, he didn't even have a weapon. He didn't even use his full strength. He hated it. He hated that the one standing in the arena wasn't himself. One had to know that challenging his senior sister who was stronger than him, but only a few years older than him, had always been his goal. So, there was one more reason for Wu Yin to be hated by Hughes. Let's begin. Fei Fei focused her gaze and slowly drew her long sword. It was a real long sword. The blade was about the same length as Fei Fei's body. It was bright silver and extremely slender. It wasn't much worse than Wu Yan's Nidanshana. The entire blade was connected to the hilt perfectly. There was no guard, and it looked similar to Wu Yan's Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword. It was just that the blade was longer and slightly curved. Fei Fei stroked the blade and looked at it as if she was looking at her family. It's called Night Elf. I personally designed it. I asked my teacher to find a tailor-made armament for me. It's also a rare armament. Wu Yan's mouth twitched and smiled. Now he understood why Fei Fei looked at Nidanshana with love. It turned out that the Night Elf design by Fei Fei wasn't much different from Nidanshana. They were both light and lightweight weapons. Wu Yan also quickly pulled out Nidanshana. This action made everyone present finally realize that Wu Yin really intended to use a sword to fight. Wasn't he a magician? Could he really coexist magic and chi? Wu Yin didn't know about other people's troubles, because as the two of them brandished their weapons, the invisible auras clashed with each other. Their auras clashed with each other. The auras that soared into the sky suddenly collided without the slightest sound. There was clearly no sound, but everyone present felt as if their ears were ringing, exploding in their heads, making them feel uncomfortable. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and little Liren, who was being held by Chuju, Lulu was the only one who didn't feel anything. As for the reason, probably no one knows. The invisible collision made the hair of both of them flutter. It also made them realize how strong their opponent is. That's why Fei Fei and Wu Yin didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Instead, they both laughed. At some point, Fei Fei finally made the first move. Night Elf swayed in her hand, turned around, and pointed at Wu Yin. Then she sprinted. Her body turned into a straight line, leaving a long trail behind. Fei Fei charged at Wu Yin. The gleaming tip of her sword clearly lit up, making everyone feel a chill. However, when Fei sprinted halfway, a figure appeared in front of her. A gleaming blade appeared in front of her, causing Fei's pupils to shrink. That's Wu Yan's Xianxia. Clang! Sword and sword collided. Shockwaves surged. Just like how Fei didn't know how Wu Yan suddenly appeared in front of her, Wu Yan also didn't know how Fei's night elf appeared in front of him. In the end, of course, the two armaments collided. The confrontation turned into a stalemate. The two blades were in a deadlock, constantly rubbing against each other. Sparks flew from the friction like raindrops. As expected, Fei is very strong. Wu Yan looked at Fei's face that was close at hand and said with a smile, "That's the same for you." Fei was also very happy. This kind of battle between confidants was what she had always been pursuing. Perhaps this was what her teacher meant when he said that on the road forward, there must be an opponent, a confidant. Thinking of this, Fei smiled again. Then her eyes sharpened. She shouted and began to exert strength on Night Elf. Feeling Fei's strength, Wu Yan also began to exert strength. Soon, Fei was suppressed by Wu Yan. In terms of level, Fei was a little higher. In terms of strength, Wu Yan was also a little higher. After all, a girl's strength wasn't always comparable to a boy's. In terms of strength, it was still unknown. Knowing that she couldn't win against Wu Yan in terms of strength, Fei twisted the blade and pulled the Xianxia to the side. With a pull, the two armaments were pulled to her side. Then, Fei turned around and slashed at Wu Yan with Night Elf. When Fei turned around, Wu Yan turned his blade and held it to his side to block Fei's slash. Then, he used his other hand to push Fei away. With a smile, Wu Yan turned the Xianxia again and pointed the tip of the blade at Fei, who was retreating. Fei dodged to the side, and the Xianxia brushed past her cheek. A small strand of hair fell down and floated to the ground. Seeing that his attack failed, Wu Yan swung the Xianxia at Fei. However, it only hit Night Elf. With a flick, the Xianxia was pushed away by Fei. Instantly, Wu Yan's front was exposed. Fei raised the blade with both hands and fiercely slashed at Wu Yan's chest. Without enough time to pull the Xianxia back, Wu Yan could only move his feet and retreat. Night Elf slashed the ground while Wu Yan was retreating. Whoosh! Night Elf opened a hole in the ground, telling everyone that this attack was no joke. In response, Wu Yan only pulled back the Xianxia and charged. Body movement. Blade cry. Chapter 131. Behurl, Madobia's main gate. The entrance of the Madobia family was quite spacious. Judging by the number of people present, there were at least 1,000 people standing here. However, in this place filled with thousands of people, there's not even the slightest bit of noise. They're very quiet as they look at the center of the stage. Even their breathing is soft, as if they're afraid of disturbing something. The only thing that can be heard is the sound of blades clashing against each other, as well as the sound of wind whistling due to the huge amount of energy being squandered. Occasionally, there's a shout. The male and female figures on the stage are constantly clashing. After clashing, they'll quickly separate. Then they'll meet again, clash again, separate again, and meet again. They're repeating the same action, but it's not boring at all. Bang! After another clash, the two separated. Looking at their opponent, they both smiled at the same time. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. Sure enough, fighting with you was the right decision. Fei sighed. Although it's a sigh, anyone with a discerning eye can see the joy on her face. Wu Yan shrugged and didn't say anything. He only waved his hand at Xianxia. It's rare for him to be hot-blooded. Naturally, he doesn't want it to end like this. When Fei saw this, she still had a smile on her face, making her already beautiful face even more charming. Suddenly, she said, "Don't worry." Then, "Was that your full strength just now?" Hearing this, Wu Yan lightly smiled and raised his head to look at Fei. "Full strength? How is that possible?" "That's right. The battle just now was just a warm-up for Wu Yan. I believe that even Fei Fei would be the same, otherwise she wouldn't ask this question. Of course, Wu Yan didn't know how much shock his words caused to the crowd. That wasn't his full strength just now. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what to say. To them, the battle just now was already enough for them to look up to. Even the 6th rank Gray and T-Gray were about the same. But at this level, he actually didn't use his full strength. Regardless of whether everyone believed it or not, for Fei Fei and Wu Yan, this kind of battle was only a warm-up. Really? After hearing Wu Yan's words, Fei Fei gradually retracted her smile and tightened her grip on Night Elf. That's great. A huge wave of energy rose from Fei Fei's body. A steam-like gas swirled around her body. A powerful force swept up the dust in the air and scattered it all over the arena. Sister Fei Fei, you've finally used your Do Qi. That's right, in the battle just now, from beginning to end, Fei Fei didn't use Do Qi, and Wu Yan also didn't use his full strength. Aren't you going to use your Do Qi? I won't be merciful anymore. Fei Fei raised her head slightly. Such a small movement could be accompanied by a strong surge of Do Qi, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. On the other hand, Wu Yan could only smile. There was no other way. He didn't have any Do Qi to use. What he cultivated wasn't Do Qi, so how could he use it? Fei Fei, what I learned is a bit special, and it's hard to explain, but I won't disappoint you. Wu Yan tilted his head. There wasn't such a huge phenomenon like Fei Fei's, but when Fei Fei's Duki hit Wu Yan's body, it didn't cause any waves at all. Instead, it separated like a flood. If the current Fei Fei was like a majestic sea, then the current Wu Yan was like an immovable reef. Fei Fei could clearly feel that the current Wu Yan was a little different from the previous Wu Yan, so she didn't say anything. Then it's coming. Fei Fei held the hilt of her saber tightly with both hands and turned it upside down. At the same time, her entire body's Do Qi surged into the saber in her hand. Fei Fei forcefully pulled back and slashed down in Wu Yan's direction. A dazzling sword beam made of Do Qi shot out from Night Elf towards Wu Yan. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wu Yan like a hot knife through butter. Wu Yan's expression changed. He shouted and raised Nidian Zhanna to meet the attack instead of retreating. Nidian Zhanna slashed at the saber with a loud bang, and the saber slammed into Nidian Zhanna's saber. An indescribable force came from Nidian Zhanna's saber and pushed Wu Yan back. Instantly, Wu Yan could only be pushed back passively, his feet leaving 2 scratches on the ground. Wu Yan gripped the saber so hard that his veins were bulging. His eyes flashed fiercely as he shouted again and swung Nidian Zhanna fiercely. Under the guidance of Nidian Zhanna and Wu Yan's swing, the saber was sent flying into the sky by Wu Yan. It shot into the sky like a rocket and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The surrounding audience had already gradually opened their mouths, forming an O shape. Without a doubt, they were all frightened by the terrifying combat chi blade aura. Yan, what do you think of my move? Fei Fei slightly raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a smile. Wu Yan also let out a sigh of relief. He opened his hands that were holding the saber to release some of his strength and smiled slightly. Not bad. It's quite powerful. Oh, then, take another move from me. Do Qi once again surged towards Night Elf. A thin light appeared on Night Elf's body, illuminating Fei Fei's beautiful face. With a raise of her hand, a second saber beam shot towards Wu Yan. This time, Wu Yan didn't wait for the saber beam to get close to him. Instead, he directly stepped on the ground and leaped towards the saber beam. He raised Nidian Zhanna and stabbed towards the center of the saber beam. A burst of light came from the tip of Nidian Zhanna's saber when it came in contact with the saber beam. Following that, a muffled sound rang out. That was the sound of the saber beam being scattered. Beautiful! Even Fei Fei couldn't help but praise Wu Yan. She naturally knew the power of her Do Qi saber beam. With Wu Yan's strength, although there was no doubt that he would be able to block it, it would be quite difficult for him to do so. However, She didn't expect Wu Yin to actually use a single point to break the surface, greatly increasing the power of his attack and neutralizing it. After breaking the saber beam, Wu Yin didn't retreat. Instead, he used the remaining force to continue rushing towards Fei Fei. After all, he wasn't someone who could only take a beating. Clang! Xianxia and Night Elf clashed once again. However, this time, Wu Yin had no way of suppressing Fei Fei. Fei Fei had the help of her Dou Qi, and her strength had increased by a lot. Even if Wu Yin had also held back earlier, just relying on strength alone wouldn't allow him to gain the upper hand. Looking at Night Elf wrapped in Dou Qi, Wu Yan's expression turned solemn. However, he quickly relaxed. If Fei Fei continued to be suppressed by him, she wouldn't deserve to be level 68. However, now that he was close to her, then, are you thinking that if I get close, I won't be able to use my Dou Qi saber beam? Fei Fei's voice rang in Wu Yan's ears, startling Wu Yan. He saw a mysterious smile on Fei Fei's face as she slowly said to him, "If that's what you're thinking, then you'll be surprised." As soon as she finished speaking, Night Elf and Fei Fei's hand lit up, causing Wu Yan's pupils to shrink. Fei Fei coldly shouted and Night Elf suddenly shone brightly. The familiar Dou Qi saber beam appeared on Night Elf and instantly exploded. Boom! Light flashed and dust rose. Following the explosion of the Dou Qi saber beam, Wu Yin and Fei Fei's figures were enveloped by the dust and completely disappeared. Fei Fei, Yin. Lulu anxiously shouted towards the center of the dust cloud, hoping that someone would answer her. She was most afraid that someone would get hurt. Unfortunately, no one answered her. This made Lulu even more anxious. However, soon, a slender figure flew out from the dust cloud, causing her to relax a little. Fei Fei forcefully stopped herself and stood on the ground. She raised her head and looked at the dust cloud with a stunned expression. A silver-white saber extended out from the dust cloud. With a wave of the saber, the dust cloud was dispersed, and Wu Yin was standing there unharmed. Seeing Fei Fei's stunned expression, Wu Yin smiled. "Fei Fei, what do you think of my move?" Fei Fei stood up, smiled, and nodded seriously. "Not bad. It's quite powerful." Chapter 132. What the hell happened? That's the question that popped up in everyone's mind. Fei Fei clearly had the upper hand, so how did Fei Fei get sent flying? Why does it sound like Wu Yin is the one taking advantage of the situation? Right now, everyone's heart was itching to know what happened. Only Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't seem to have any questions. Fei Fei's Dou Qi sword aura is really powerful, Wu Yin said with a sigh. This isn't fake. It's not like Wu Yin hasn't seen Dou Qi sword aura before. Back in the treasure trove, Wu Yin saw Kalus's blood soul slash. Fei Fei's Dou Qi sword aura may not be as strong as Kalus's, but it's definitely one of a kind in the realm of the seventh step. Maybe she heard Wu Yan's muttering. Fei Fei explained, "This is my special technique. Compared to pure sword and sword skills, my Dou Qi sword aura is more outstanding than my Dou Qi sword aura." Wu Yin nodded in understanding. This can be considered Fei Fei's specialty. With her outstanding Dou Qi sword aura, Fei Fei can already stand firmly in the front row of the seventh step. After all, that was just a pure Dou Qi saber light formed from Dou Qi, not a Dou Qi saber light emitted from a battle technique. Battle technique and simple Dou Qi, which one has more lethality? Without a doubt, it's the former. Then it's my turn to ask. Fei Fei's beautiful eyes looked at Wu Yin and asked curiously, "What method did you use to cancel out my Dou Qi sword aura and semi-flying?" That's right. When Fei Fei released her Dou Qi sword aura, Wu Yin used some unknown method to cancel out her Dou Qi sword aura and even sent her flying. "Oh, Fei Fei, you didn't see it clearly?" Wu Yin pretended to be surprised and then smiled wickedly. "Then I'll use it one more time. This time, you have to see it clearly." As soon as his words fell, the wind started to blow, and everyone saw that the atmosphere around Wu Yin suddenly became clear. It turned into streams of air and rushed towards the Nipponese temple Shana in Wu Yan's hand. Fei Fei's expression tightened. She raised Night Elf and faced Wu Yan with a sense of urgency. She could feel that at this moment, the sword in Wu Yan's hand became a little dangerous. The streams of air flowed towards the blade and then rolled onto the Nipponese Temple Shana. As more and more streams of air rolled onto the blade, all of the air seemed to be absorbed into the Nipponese Temple Shana. With a buzzing sound, the Nipponese Temple Shana suddenly trembled and emitted a fiery red light. Little bits of sparks jumped out from the blade and merged into it. A red halo surrounded the blade and made it extremely dazzling. Dochi's sword aura. Fei Fei looked at the strange state of the Nipponese Temple Shana in Wu Yan's hand in surprise. She really didn't expect that in the end. The thing that canceled out her Dochi sword aura was also a Dochi sword aura? Wu Yan also didn't explain. His chaotic return to Horizon Dance was indeed very similar to a Dochi sword aura. Speaking of which, the range of Dochi sword aura was very large. No matter if it was a sword or saber-type battle technique, or simply using a sword or saber to strike with Dochi, it was all called a Dochi sword aura. After Fei Fei's surprise, she became excited. In the past, she had always used her Dochi sword aura to suppress her opponents. She didn't expect that there would be a day where she would be suppressed by a Dochi sword aura. It was really refreshing. Then let me see how powerful your Dochi sword aura is. Fei Fei was ready for battle. She quickly mobilized the Do-Chi in her body. She wasn't Wu Yan and didn't dare to block a Do-Chi sword aura with her body alone. Although she didn't know that, seeing that Fei Fei was planning to block his chaotic return to Horizon Dance head-on, Wu Yan felt a bit helpless. The power of the chaotic return to Horizon Dance wasn't something that could be blocked head-on. Compared to Fei Fei's Do-Chi sword aura, the chaotic return to Horizon Dance was much stronger. Subconsciously, Wu Yan dispersed more than half of the power of the chaotic return to Horizon Dance. Then he raised the Nipponese Temple Shana and slashed it in the air. In an instant, the halo on the Nipponese Temple Shana turned into a red arc. It smoothed out the vibrations in the air, cut open the rocks on the ground, and crushed the debris. It was like a red arc of light that attacked Fei Fei. Fei Fei only felt that her vision was filled with a red light. That was the sword aura of the chaotic return to Horizon Dance. It arrived in front of Fei Fei at a speed that was 3 times faster than Fei Fei's Do-Chi sword aura. When the chaotic return to Horizon Dance arrived, Fei Fei knew that if she blocked it head-on like Wu Yan, she definitely wouldn't be able to block it. She gritted her teeth, and the familiar light on Fei Fei's Night Elf shone again. Dochi sword aura. Facing Wu Yan's chaotic return to Horizon Dance, Fei Fei could only use her Do-Chi sword aura to attack the red arc of light. Boom! The Do-Chi sword aura and the arc of light collided. A loud boom sounded. The Do-Chi sword aura and the arc of light violently collided, and the sound of collision was exceptionally clear. Too powerful. Lulu stuck out her little tongue, indicating that she wasn't in the same group as them. The surrounding people also nodded in succession. A battle between rank 7 powerhouses was indeed very terrifying. Even standing far away, they could feel how intense the battle between the 2 people on the battlefield was. The stalemate between sword aura and sword aura didn't last for long. Soon, after an even louder sound of collision sounded, the Do-Chi sword aura was torn apart by the arc of light. What? The sword aura didn't dim in the slightest. With a thunderous momentum, it swept through everything in front of it, and then, without slowing down, it blasted towards the dazed Fei Fei. Seeing such a terrifying attack heading towards Fei Fei, and Fei Fei's helpless appearance, many women outside the battlefield couldn't help but cry out. Even some men closed their eyes as if they were afraid of seeing a bloody scene and couldn't bear to continue watching. The victor has been decided. Some people who were barely passable watched this scene and secretly thought in their hearts. At this critical moment, Fei Fei's eyes flashed with determination, as if she had made a decision. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, She closed her eyes. The surrounding people had already started to clamor. To them, Fei closing her eyes at this moment meant that she had accepted her fate. Only 2 people were shocked after seeing Fei's action. That is, Lulu was stunned. She cutely opened her little mouth and had an expression of super disbelief. Other than her, there was another person who had the same expression, and that was Hughes. Could it be Senior Sister is going to use that move? When he said this, Hughes's eyes were filled with shock, envy, unwillingness, disbelief, and an extremely complicated expression. In addition, there was also a malevolent look towards Wu Yin. What is she doing? This was the thought in Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto's minds. Under the sword aura of chaotic return to Horizon Dance, Fei's body was extremely relaxed. It was as if what was about to come wasn't a fatal attack, but a light breeze. She completely ignored it. She held the sword in one hand, and the other hand drew an arc in the air, as if she was dancing. She lightly tiptoed, and then, the night elf in her hand lightly waved it forward. The sword swung down. The world was silent. At this moment, the world seemed to have suddenly darkened, losing all color. Everyone's eyes darkened, and then everything turned black. Only the red arc of chaotic return to Horizon Dance was left shining, and it continued to slash towards Fei. At this moment, a brilliance like the Milky Way, and even more like moonlight, suddenly appeared in this dark world. It carried a beautiful silver brilliance, and it welcomed the red arc of sword aura. When the moonlight and sword aura met, it didn't cause any sound, nor did it cause any energy. It was like water meeting water. They merged, intersected, and merged. Everything seemed so natural. Chaotic return to Horizon Dance was like salt in water, slowly being dissolved by the moonlight. In the end, it directly turned into specks of starlight, and together with the moonlight, it disappeared from this world. Chapter 133. Everyone couldn't help but be immersed in the beautiful scenery, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though the chaotic return to Horizon Waltz didn't even have half of its original power, it was still dissolved in an instant. This is its night moon flash. Outside the arena, Lulu exclaimed. She looked as if she saw a ghost, as if Fei using this skill was something unbelievable. Damn it, I didn't think that lowly commoner could force Senpai to use Night Moon Flash. Hughes hatefully glared at Wu Yin for a while. Even his teeth were chattering. What an unbelievable attack. Chuju praised. After all, she's also someone who fights with swords. Mikoto nodded beside her. Night Moon. Flash. Hearing Lulu's exclamation outside the arena, Wu Yin muttered a few words and remembered the name. Fei opened her eyes and looked at Wu Yin, who still hasn't recovered from the shock. She sighed softly. Yin, you're really strong. That Dochi sword slash was also very powerful. If I hadn't used Night Moon Flash, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything other than admit defeat. Night Moon Flash? Is that a battle skill? Wu Yin muttered hesitantly, as if he was still thinking about the attack from before. Fei nodded. Night Moon Flash is my strongest combat skill. Other than my teacher, there's never been anyone who could make me use this move before. Of course, it has finally appeared today. That's an honor. Putting on a fake smile, Wu Yin realized that he lost his composure a little. He quickly adjusted his expression and put on a serious face. But that's really a powerful battle skill. Wu Yin calmed himself down and suddenly laughed. It really makes me want to destroy it. Fei was stunned. Not only her, but even Lulu, Hughes, and everyone else present were stunned. They never thought that Wu Yan's first words after seeing such a powerful combat skill would be this. Hughes quickly retracted his dazed expression and revealed a mocking expression. How arrogant. You can still say such words after seeing Senior Sister's Night Moon Flash. Should I say you're bold or arrogant? Do you think you're so great just because you want to move? It was understandable for Hughes to think this way. After all, Even his and Senior Sister's teacher had praised Senior Sister's night moon flash. How could a lowly commoner like you be able to withstand it, much less defeat it? Even Lulu was looking at Wu Yan with a hint of suspicion. But she had to admit that after hearing Wu Yan's words, Lulu was also looking forward to it. Fei Fei looked at Wu Yan with a different expression. She seemed to be praising him, affirming him, and disbelieving at the same time. She parted her lips, and she started speaking. Can you do it? Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled, but didn't say anything. However, the air around him shook at this moment, as if it had shattered, turning into a frenzied flow of air. Wu Yan raised the sword Xianxia lightly. Instantly, the frenzied flow of air flowed towards the sword like bees that had seen honey. How would you know if you don't try? A violent aura emanated from the small blade. Fei Fei finally became serious. Obviously, from the phenomenon caused by Wu Yan's battle technique, Fei Fei was certain that Wu Yan wasn't joking. Everyone else also noticed this. Wu Yan did the same thing not too long ago. This means that Wu Yan is still using the same move as before. However, the same move brought about an even more intense phenomenon. They were shocked to find out that Wu Yan is using the same move as before. Wu Yan didn't use his full strength in the previous move. The Tier 6 experts who were closest in strength to Wu Yan and Fei Fei were already numb. It wasn't that they didn't know how big the gap was between them and a Tier 7 expert. However, the battle happening in front of them had already exceeded their scope of understanding. Of course, after all, the battle between Wu Yan and Fei Fei was considered a peak existence among Tier 7 experts. As a level 68 Fei Fei, coupled with her powerful combat aura blade and night moon flash, it wasn't surprising for her to be able to fight at such a level. However, for a level 65 Wu Yan to be able to fight at such a level, even someone of the same level as him might not be able to do so. With the support of Sword Mastery and Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Wu Yan had already become one of the top existences among Tier 7 experts. Interesting, the sky darkened again. Day turned into night. Under the colorless night sky, a ray of moonlight descended from the sky and turned into a beautiful Milky Way. It was a Milky Way, but it emitted moonlight. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into a rope. Under the influence of an invisible force, it slowly wrapped around Night Elf in Fei Fei's hand, causing Night Elf's crystal-clear blade to be dyed in moonlight. If this is a challenge from you, then I accept it. Fei Fei raised Night Elf and looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. Even she didn't realize that under that serious expression of hers, there's a joyful heart. This should be the last. Wu Yan also raised his Niet An Temple Shana and pointed it at Fei Fei. The surrounding atmosphere was constantly replenishing the light, making it brighter and stronger. On one side is the moonlight, on the other side is the flame under the wind. They are facing each other from afar, displaying their power to the sky and the earth. Do your best. Lulu had already forgotten her original intention. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but cheer. To her, she felt proud that her family and friends could be this strong. Hughes, Gray, and Tigray all gulped. Although they had their own thoughts, they couldn't deny that they were all looking forward to what would happen next. Ikaros, Mikoto, if you see Yin in danger, save him immediately. Hinajiku said to Mikoto and Ikaros. She couldn't take her eyes off the shocking scene on the stage. Ikaros didn't say anything, but her pupils had already turned deep red. As soon as she sees Wu Yin in danger, she'll go up and stop him. Only she and Mikoto, who are both Tier 8, have the ability to stop a duel between two Tier 7. That bastard, he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Isn't he afraid of throwing his life away? Mikoto gritted her teeth, but her brown eyes were also staring at the stage. The two on the stage didn't have the spare energy to observe what was happening outside the stage. They had to admit, the more they fought, the more their blood boiled. Gradually, they had to use their full strength in this duel. If they couldn't fight to their heart's content, it'd be a pity for them and for others. Come, Yin, Fei Fei shouted excitedly. Her fighting spirit shot through the clouds. As you wish, Wu Yin roared. He took a step forward and rushed towards Fei Fei. Wherever he passed, the air trembled and dust was extinguished. The red, glowing, in-eyed Diancio cut through the wind and waves. Under Wu Yan's guidance, it was surging violently. Fei Fei lowered her head and shouted. She also rushed towards Wu Yan. Like the queen of the night moved with her movements. Moonlight danced with her movements. The elves of the night chirped excitedly. In an instant, or maybe 10,000 years, the two met in the middle of the stage. Looking at each other's faces, they swung their swords and moonlight towards each other without mercy. Heaven and earth went silent. All sound disappeared. And then, boom, silver and red light filled everyone's eyes. Between heaven and earth, only these two colors were left. A deafening sound that was enough to shatter one's eardrums exploded under the silent sky. Countless people raised their hands in pain and covered their ears, tried to slow down the sound. But soon, their hands weren't enough. A violent shockwave blew from the center of the stage, blowing up sand and dust towards the people around. They wanted to raise their hands to block it, but they were afraid of shattering their eardrums. For a moment, there was nothing they could do. How terrifying! Chapter 134. The sky was no longer blue and the ground was no longer covered. At this moment, there were only red and silver lights shining between the heavens and the earth. The sandstorm blew on everyone's bodies, causing them to sway from side to side. When the sandstorm hit their bodies, they howled in pain. However, there was nothing they could do. They still had to cover their ears with their hands. The sound of the collision between the chaotic return to Horizon Dance and the night moon flash was simply too frightening. It was so frightening that if one didn't cover their eardrums would definitely burst from the vibrations. Only those warriors and mages who had cultivated warrior energy and magic power could mobilize some of their warrior energy and magic power to protect themselves from the loud noise, the sand, and the wind. However, they couldn't stop the shock in their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, the howling wind gradually calmed down. The loud noise no longer ravaged their ears. Only then did they slowly straighten their battered and exhausted bodies. They raised their heads with lingering fear and opened their eyes to look at the scene. At the same time, shock and horror climbed up their faces. In the field, the people disappeared. The ground also disappeared. Countless rocks and sand were lying on the ground. The only thing left was a nearly 5 meters deep hole. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Those who were closest to them, or those who were close to them, looked at each other in tacit understanding. Their faces and eyes were filled with dumbfounded expressions. It was unknown what method Lulu had used, but compared to the battered and exhausted people around her, her body was in perfect condition. Even her clothes were not disheveled. However, at this time, she was staring blankly at the scene in front of her with a frightened expression on her face. Where are they? Where's Yin? Where's Fei Fei? Where did they go? Lulu was like a puppet that lost its soul. She didn't know what to do. She was afraid. She was most afraid that the two people who were very important to her would be smashed into pieces under the terrifying attack just now. Nothing was left behind. Beside her, no one wanted to go up and comfort her. Perhaps even they thought that Wu Yin and Fei Fei were already dead under such a terrifying attack. Lulu clenched her teeth and kept looking around, trying to find the two figures. As time passed, the silence and despair began to creep into her heart. Don't worry, they're fine. A voice as gentle as a breeze suddenly sounded in Lulu's ears. The content of the voice made Lulu's eyes light up. She looked over with a face full of hope. She saw a very beautiful girl with long pink hair. She was holding the hand of a cute little girl with blonde hair. She came in front of her and said to her, "Really? Then where are they?" Lulu said timidly. Her pitiful look made Chuju love her. She spoke softly to Lulu as if she was coaxing a child. At the same time, she pointed to a direction. Look, they're over there. Everyone's eyes immediately looked in the direction that Chuju pointed. What appeared in front of them were rocks and rocks. There was no one at all. They looked at Chuju suspiciously and confusedly. Let's observe carefully. Hinajiku was both annoyed and amused at the same time. From the looks of it, she couldn't do anything about the way the people around her looked at her like she was some kind of fraud. Hearing that, people began to look for it seriously. Soon, someone exclaimed and shouted loudly. Look over there. In a very inconspicuous corner, behind a rock, people saw that there was a black wall and a crystal-clear, transparent blue wall of light. Just as everyone was wondering what that was, the black wall started to slowly shatter and scatter. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that those were black granules. The black wall scattered and turned into black particles. At the same time, the blue light wall gradually disappeared. Then, the main characters who caused this scene, Wu Yin and Fei Fei, appeared in front of everyone. Yin, Fei Fei, Lulu shouted and ran towards the two. She seemed to be in high spirits. Chuju couldn't help but smile. This girl is too cute. However, Lulu stopped running quickly. Her eyes bulged slightly. She looked behind Wu Yin and Fei Fei and shouted again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Of course, they were like Lulu. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as if they were looking at a dead ancestor. Chuju, on the other hand, could only smile bitterly. Let's not talk about them making a fuss over nothing. Although today's events have already left them with a lifetime of shock, the scene in front of them still shocked them. Oh my God, is that an angel? Yes, the one who made everyone's eyes pop out is Ikaros. A pair of blue light wings fluttered behind her back and suspended her in midair. A pure white halo was inverted above her head, making her look so holy and beautiful. Some people were stunned. They felt like the good thing of their life was finally revealed to God. That's why an angel came to visit them. Some people were infatuated. They felt like they have no more regrets in their lives. Perhaps she didn't like everyone's attention on her. Ikaros spread her wings of light and turned them into a pair of pink wings. The circle of light disappeared, and her crimson eyes turned back to an indigo color. What she didn't know was that this image was closer to an angel than her previous image of Sky Queen mode. Master, are you okay? Ikaros was carrying Wu Yin in her arms. His face was pale, and his whole body was powerless. He smiled bitterly. I'm fine, just a little tired. Don't worry. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He can't help it. This time, he really went too far. He was only slightly affected by the shockwave, and he had to use up all his strength to block it. If Ikaros didn't come to his side in time, with absolute defense circle, it wouldn't be as simple as just being tired. Serves you right. Mikoto put down the equally pale Fei Fei in her arms. She didn't hold back and scolded him. Seeing Wu Yin is fine, she sighed in relief. Fei Fei. Lulu finally recovered from her shock and ran to Fei Fei's side to support her. She looked at Fei Fei with tears in her eyes. It's like she's looking at a cockroach that survived a great battle. Fei Fei felt even more powerless. Shaking her head in exasperation, Fei Fei looked at Mikoto. Thank you for saving me. No need to be so polite. Mikoto scratched her face in embarrassment and replied shyly. Her stuttering made Fei Fei smile involuntarily and feel closer to Mikoto. Oh, did you have to risk your life like that? Chuju walked in front of Wu Yin and said with dissatisfaction. That stern look made Wu Yin turn his head away awkwardly and laugh dryly. Lulu saw that Fei Fei is fine and returned to her cheerful self. She curiously looked at Ikaros and ran in front of her. Staring at her wings, she asked, Hey, big sister, are those wings? Are you an angel? Ikaros didn't know what to do with such a passionate attitude. She could only walk to Wu Yan's side in silence. Wu Yan could only laugh and interrupt. Looks like there's no winner in this duel. Yeah, Fei Fei was a little disappointed, but very satisfied. But Yin, you're really strong. Same here. Wu Yan could only reply with a smile. Fei Fei smiled and looked at Ikaros and Mikoto. Her eyes turned serious. I didn't expect the two ladies to be Tier 8 fighters. I didn't see it before. One sentence, and it caused 1,000 ripples. They had originally thought that their hearts had become numb after this series of developments, but they were shocked once again. Looking at the beautiful and holy Ikaros and the heroic and domineering Mikoto, the crowd was confused. They're both Tier 8 fighters. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.